Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Now, let us enter into the Nithyananda Yoga, a brand new day starting. We'll be starting the whole Nithyananda Yoga for the day with the start of the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of the Guru, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, with an auspicious start to this new day of yoga. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Let us start the Nithyananda Yoga with the chanting of the Mula Mantra, invoking the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us start with the ritualistic cleansing of the entire body. As the Agamas reveal, Nithyananda Yoga is a ritual. Yoga itself is a ritual to connect yourself with the higher energy, to allow your fuel source throughout the day to not be the food you eat or the breath you take in, but to be the energy that runs the entire cosmos. So to make your body, which is the vessel for this energy, ready, let us start with the Tattvachamana. Place your hands in Gokarna Mudra, like a cow's ears. Take one Uddharini, 1 spoon of water from the Panchapatram, the cup, and pour it to the center of your right palm. Then with the chanting of the mantras, drink the water from the palm 3 times at the end of each mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now chanting the following mantra. Wash your hands from the water in the Panchapatram. Now chanting the following mantra, wipe your above your upper lip and below your lower lip 2 times with the base of your right thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. Now touch the lower and upper lips with the index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Wash your hands. Now touch both the nostrils with the tip of the thumbs and index finger joined together. Touch your eyes, right and then left with the tips of the thumbs and the ring finger joined together. Now touch the ears with the tip of the thumb and the ring finger joined together. And touch your navel with the base of the little finger and thumb joined. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. And then touch the navel with the little finger and thumb joined together with the base of your hand. Touch the navel, then the right and then the left chest. Now wash your hands from the water in the Panchapatram. With all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, both and the right shoulder and then the left shoulder and your heart center. Now, let us enter into the Sankalpa Mantra, the conscious declaration. Today, what is the reality you want to manifest? Where do you want to see a breakthrough? Understand, through this Sankalpa, whatever intention you set, it's going to manifest by manifesting the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Sri KAILASA of Paramashiva itself. Swamiji says, yoga is not just for physical fitness or mental peace. Yoga is for manifesting Paramashiva. So with that context, hold your intention and let us enter into the Sankalpa Mantra. Place your hands in the Sankalpa Mudra, your right hand on top of your left, and place it onto your right thigh. Om Mamo Pata Samasta Duritakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ कुम्भमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ भानुवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्याधि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारः ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक वनधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमत् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपाकटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्त्याविष्करणार्थं च नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Om upasprishya. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, after that sankalpa, where we made the conscious intention for the Kripa Kataksha of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the grace of Swamiji, to be honest, for Purana Arogya Yukta, to be completely healthy, Dridhagatra, to have strong limbs, Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham, we all made the intention to achieve a completely yogic body, and to top it all, Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana, the intention to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. With that, we'll be entering into the Nithyananda Yoga sequence. Now, with that, let us enter into the first asana of the day, Sukhasana, starting with bringing complete ease to the entire body. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your index and middle fingers together in the Bindu Mudra and place it on top of the respective knees. Visualize Lord Paramashiva in your third eye. Engage all the three bandhas. The Jalandhara bandha tucking in your chin, Udyana bandha sucking in your stomach, and the Mula bandha clenching your perineum. Engage in the Samana Kumbhaka. Tatsukha asanamityuktam ashaktastat samachare tasanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Moving into Parvatasana. Raise your hands above your head, sitting in a cross-legged Padmasana position. Visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash with your hands in Anjali Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas together, known as the Mahamudra Bandha. Athava Kshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam. Now, lean forward into Hali Pavasana. Stretch your legs out in front of you. Your feet join together. Hands clasped behind the back in the Parashumudra. Gazing at your nose, engaging all the three bandhas. Hali Pavasana. Pura bhavidhi pari Puravidhiyahu me jano bhepagatali samputithano. Now, raising up your body, visualizing yourself as a snake. Bring your hands in front of the legs, cupped onto the floor in Shambhavi Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas. Nagi Pavasana. Purabhidi Paryagane Nicho Hoi Kahoni Panasya Ulagai. Now, raise your body up. Turn and hold your feet, holding your feet in Prana Mudra with your index and middle finger. Stretch your feet straight up in front of you and then bring it over the thighs in Padmasana, resting your elbows on the ground, engaging all the three bandhas. and japa of Soham, Kokilasana. Athanyadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhaven naraha tasmadvai sancharam kokilakhyasana cha. From here, let us move on into Nithyananda. Bring one foot over the other knee, keeping the other foot underneath the other knee. Bring both your hands over each other, clasping the elbows, and rotate it in the clockwise direction. Gazing at your nose, engaging all the three bandhas, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Nithyananda. Goda bhava padki aakh mahili soya, dach charan ko varalota parigulta samoya. Now, raise your body into Gajasana. Bring your feet and your palms flat onto the ground and bring your hips up into the air and scoop yourself towards the ground, bringing your chest towards the ground and up like the trunk of an elephant, visualizing yourself as an elephant, engaging the Udyana Bandha as well as the Mula Bandha. Gajasana. Nibjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakagre hastatalau nidhaya. Now, remaining in the same position, clench one knee, pushing one heel towards the ground, bring the other foot on the toes, bending the knee, and repeat this alternatively. Visualizing yourself as a bear, engaging the Udyana Bandha. Rikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat rikshasanam bhavati. From here, raise yourself into a standing position. Get onto your toes, balancing on the big toe. Bring your hands in the Hridaya Mudra with your index, middle and ring fingers together. Place it on your heart center, engaging the Udyana Bandha, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Vaishyasana. Keshena padayugalam bhadvatishte dadhomukaha. Now, let us enter into our first karana. These karanas, as Swamiji says, are the compilation of all the yogic postures into dance form revealed by Paramashiva to the world. So the first karana is the Urdhva Janu Karana, literally meaning the upward knee karana. So in this, standing with your heels touching, toes up facing outwards in the Aramandi position, the half squatting position, bend down and keeping your knees bent and both hands at the chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up, back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously as the leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Repeat this on both sides. Now, entering into the Balalingasana, visualizing yourself caressing a baby, raise one knee towards your chest, clasp it close towards your body with your hands in the Sarvavashankari Mudra, interlacing the fingers and holding your knees, pulling your knee towards your chest, engaging all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Balalinganasana. Ekam janu ursiya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now, bring your foot backwards towards your back. With your hands in the Parashu Mudra, clasping both the hands together, pull your foot towards your body, stretching your back, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, engaging all the three bandhas. Padapidanasana. Sthitva kasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanam. Now, in the same position, holding the foot from inside out with a respective hand, lean forward, stretching your arm in Bindu Mudra, touching the thumb and the index finger. Lean forward, raising your foot up behind you in Natarajasana. Visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Nataraja. Uttana padam krauncham maricham veera bhadrakam. Relax. Let us repeat the Balalingasana on the other side. Visualize yourself caressing a baby as you pull that knee towards your body in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas. Ekam janasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now bring your foot back towards your back in Padapidanasana. With your hands in the Parashu Mudra, engaging all the three bandhas. Sthitva kasmin padatale karabhyam veshtayetanam. Now, lean forward into Natarajasana. Visualize yourself as the dancing form of Bhagavan Paramashiva, Lord Nataraja, in Natarajasana. Uttana padam krauncham cha maricham veera bhadrakam. Relax now. Facing forward in the Ardharechita Karana, entering into the next Karana of this sequence. Squat into the Aramandi position. Keep both your hands at chest level parallel towards the ground. Now, bringing one hand in a pendulum movement, extend it opposite arm out wide like a pendulum, bringing it back towards the chest. This is called the Kari Hasta. As you're doing this, put one leg behind your back, behind the other, and move your fingers inwards and outwards respectively. Next, in the Anchita Karana, place your hand onto your nose, uncrossing your feet. And now repeat on the other side. And now let us enter into a very beautiful sequence of skeleton dance. This is a very powerful science revealed by Swamiji to cleanse the patterns in your muscle memory, to go back to your original space of pure Paramadvaita. So start to shake your body intensely. Close your eyes. Visualizing yourself as a pure skeleton, pure bones. You are just bones moving wildly, intensely. Continue to hold the visualization within you as you move your body wildly and intensely, shaking out all those patterns that may have gotten stuck anywhere inside your muscle memory. Slowly relax. Now you can relax and take a few steps on your mat to calm your heart rate a little bit. We have an intense sequence in front of us. Conserve your energy for all the asanas and experience the cosmic energy through you. Next, let's enter into the Katichinna Karana, which literally means twisting at the hip. At the waist, raise your hands above you in the Padma Mudra. And from Aramandi, bring your hands above the head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side, simultaneously uncrossing the arms wide above the head. Repeat on the other side. Now, bringing your feet together, standing tall on your toes in Tadasana, visualizing yourself as a tall palm tree. Extend your body, engaging all the three bandhas in Tadasana. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibhedakan. Slowly relax now. Bending deep forward into Uttanasana, place your palms onto the floor and try to bring your head towards your knees, engaging all the three bandhas, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibhedakan. From here, stretch your body back into the plank position, entering into Tarakshvasana. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, twisting your, tucking in your chin to your chest and move from left to right across your chest in Tarakshvasana. Gajasana Sthitva Mastakam Varam Varam Dakshina Kukam Savyakuksham Naye Tarakshvasanam Bhavati. From here, relax down into Bhujangasana, visualizing yourself as a cobra. Lower your entire body onto the stomach, keeping your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to your chest. Raising your head up, using the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide, sucking in air in the Bhujangani Mudra through your throat. Bhujangasana. Angushtanabhiparyantam adho bhumam vinyaset. Now, raise yourself back up into the plank position in Shashasana. From the Gajasana now, bringing one knee towards your body and back again. Repeat on the other side, engaging just the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Swamiji, sort of like your mountain climbers. Shashasana. Gajasana Vasthitau Janadvayama Kuncha Varam Varam Kartavyam Shashasanam Bhavati. Moving into Rathasana. from the tall plank position, now remaining in the same position, start to switch, jump your legs one by one, forward between your hands and backward, visualizing yourself as a chariot. Jump again and again, alternating your feet. Rathasana. Gajasana samstau ekaikam padam janad puramagena bhramitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Now, bringing one leg in front, raise your body upwards towards the sky, stretch your arms next to your ears, bringing one knee to a 90-degree angle, the other foot at a 45-degree angle. Stretch those muscles, gazing at your third eye, sucking in your stomach in Udyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Vasishtamatakaundinyam modhakukutameva chashta vakramathotanam mayuram setubandhanam. Now, turn around and repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side, giving yourself a stretch, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, gazing at the third eye, engage the Udyana Bandha. Vasishtamatakaundinyam modhakukutameva cha. Now, bring your feet together facing forwards. We're entering into Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now, standing your body tall, bring your right foot to your inner thigh. Balancing there, bring your hands in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Engaging the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, visualizing yourself as tall as a tree. Vrikshasana. Vamo Rumula Deshe Chayamyam Padam Nidhayato. Now, remaining in the same position, balancing, hold your balance there. Bring one foot towards your inner thigh in Garudasana. Remaining your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana Vakshe Nithyananda Srambhavi. Now, repeat Vrikshasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a tree, balance there with your hands above your head in Anjali Mudra. Vamo Rumula Deshe Chayamyam Padam Nidhayato. Relax. Entering into Garudasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. Bring your hands in front of your chest. Garudasana Vakshe Nithyanam Srambhavi. Now, stretch your legs into Trikonasana. Wide, visualizing yourself as a triangle, forming your body into the triangle posture. Bringing your hand towards your legs, with your other hand raised up, gazing towards your hands with the japa of Shivoham. Uttana Padam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Stand up straight and repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Bend down, touch your foot, switching the angles of your feet. Trikonasana. Uttana Padam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam. Now bringing your feet together into Nikuttaka Karana. Squat into the Armandi position and raise one heel up. At the same time, keeping your hands parallel to each other in front of your chest. Switch the position of your hands respectively. Do this alternatively in the Nikuttaka Karana. Yes, now bring your feet together. Now kneel down onto your toes, onto your heels. Sit stably there, bringing your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Do the Brahmari Kumbhaka. We're entering into very powerful Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee. With your hands in Anjali Mudra, japa of Sadashivoham, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Angushtasana. Kabandhasana Mityahu Gorakshasana Mevacha. Now, bring from the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down and the toes up, keeping your fingers in Vara Mudra, flat onto the floor, palms facing forward, visualizing yourself as the supreme point of Hinduism. Saurasana. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapyatveka padakam. Now lean forward with your fingers in Prana Mudra, your index finger and middle finger clasping your toe into Vidhunanasana, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Gulphasthita padam ekam prasarya tatpadagam samsthashe tatkarena. Come back. And extend the other leg forward into Saurasana on the other side. Your hands in Vara Mudra. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapyatveka padakam. Lean forward and clasp the tip of your toes into Vidhunanasana with your hands in Prana Mudra. Gulphasita padam ekam prasarya tatpadagam samsprishe tatkarena. Bring your feet together into Brahmajarankushasana. Now bringing your knees together, sitting on your feet. Keep your hands facing upwards on your thighs. Engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Brahmajarankushasana. Do phana pani hoy vese eri do gula nivese korpagathal ki mahili aismahira shemili. Now stretch your legs out towards the side, your knees apart towards on the sides of your body, onto the floor in Kapilasana, visualizing yourself as the Mahamuni Kapila, the founder of our Akhada, the Sannyas order of Mahanirvani Akhada, gazing towards your nose, engaging the Udyana Bandha. Ubhay Pagatali Samataharawe, Tinako Mahili Kor Milave. Switching your gaze to your third eye, remaining in the same position, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism in Bhadragorakhasana. Do pagathali samput kare korvarli bhu paridhare. Now, raise yourself into Suryasana onto the tip of your toes, knees stretched wide apart, visualizing yourself as the Sun Lord, as the sun bright and effulgent. Lord Surya, keeping your hands in the Padma Mudra, raise your hands above your head and gaze through the hole between your palms, engaging the Udyana Bandha. Erido Gudatariyane Phanapani Baitakapunithane. After that intense workout for the feet, the muscles in your feet, relax into Mandukasana onto the floor, keeping your toes flat and perineum on your heels, keeping your hands on the top of your knees together, on top of your respective knees. Keep your tongue pressed to the top of your mouth in Manduki Mudra, catching the nectar from the Sahasrara Chakra, visualizing yourself as a frog gazing at your third eye. Padatalo Prishtadesha Angushte Dvecha Samsprishet. Now from here, bring your hands above your head, fold it back onto your shoulder blades, opposite shoulder blades, visualizing yourself as a frog, continuing to gaze at your third eye, sucking in your stomach in Udyana Bandha, keeping the Manduki Mudra with your tongue pressed against the top of your mouth in Uttana Mandukasana. Mandukasana Madhyastam Kurparabhyam Dhritam Shiraha. Now, relax from there. Crossing your legs behind you in Simhasana. Now, place your palms onto your knees and stick your tongue out, exhaling forcefully like the roar of a lion. In Simhasana, visualizing yourself as a lion. Dakshinam Savigalthena Dakshinena Tathetaram. From here now, entering into Bhadrasana, uncrossing your ankles, just keeping your toes crossed behind you. Bring your hands crossed behind in Prana Mudra, clasping the opposite toes, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, gazing at your nose. Gulbhau Javisharasyadho Vitkamena Samahitaha. Relaxing now. Get onto your feet in Kakabusandhyasana, keeping your feet touching with each other, knees wide apart with your chest between your knees. Bring your arms around your body and clasp it behind your back. Visualizing yourself as a crow, gazing at your nose, hands in Parashamudra clasped together. Kakabusandhyasana. Prathame Veskodithane, do hatha pagavicha ane. Now, the first balancing posture, getting into Kani Pavasana, turn towards your side, stretching your hands onto the floor. Keep your hands straight, balancing onto your toes. Bringing your knees slowly towards the back of your body, back of your arms, raising your feet off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye in Kani Pavasana. Asana Kauganashi Rishta Hoi Toachi Hawi. Relax. We'll be entering into the first headstand posture, Kapali Asana. Gazing at your nose, visualizing Swamiji, bring your hands on the ground and forming a tripod position with your forehead, your head onto your ground. Raise your body up to the sky, balancing there in Kapali Asana. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pagado Miliva Uncha Kukare. Slowly relax. Facing forward now, bring your legs towards the side of your arms, placing your arms flat onto the floor. Rest your thigh and knee respectively on the elbows, raising your body up into the air, stretching your legs, visualizing yourself as a peacock, gazing at your third eye in Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam. Repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam. From here, entering into Bhairaganathasana, gazing at your third eye, place both the hands on the ground in the plank position, shoulder width apart, bringing one foot in between your palms. Visualizing yourself as Lord Kalabhairava, continuing to gaze at your third eye in Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. Repeat it on the other side, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Mahakalabhairava. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. Now, bring your forearms onto the floor. Your toes tucked in, Raise your hips up to the sky in Utmukha Pithasana, gazing at your third eye, visualizing yourself as the supreme point of Hinduism with the Japa Sadashivoham. Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastau Janani Hastau Chatushpadama Vangmukham. Now, entering into Vasishthasana, turning your body towards the side. Raise your arms onto the sky, gazing at your hands in a straight line with your legs straight, raised up, visualizing yourself as Rishi Vasishtha. Vasishthasana. Urdhva Kukkutavasishtham Marichihala Matsyakam. Repeat this on the other side, visualizing yourself as Rishi Vasishtha, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Vasishthasana. Urdhva Kukkutavasishtham Marichihala Matsyakam. Now, relax into Anjani Asana in a seated position. Stretch your legs in front of you, placing your arms underneath your body, sitting on your hands in gazing at your nose in Anjani Asana, visualizing yourself as Lord Hanuman. Do karke ubhe hateli korvar li mele bheli. Now from here, removing your hands from underneath your body, remaining with your legs stretched, your back completely straight. Let us do the back stretch, the Paschimottanasana, holding on to your toes, bringing your elbows towards the ground and your forehead towards your knees. Stretch yourself there. Do it as good as you can. Hands in Prana Mudra and visualizing yourself as the supreme point of Hinduism. Jano Parillatanto Paschimam Tanam Uchyate. Engaging all the three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. From here, relax, coming into Ugrasana. Bring your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra, clasping them together, bringing your elbows towards the ground and your forehead towards your knees, visualizing yourself as Mahakali. Engaging all the three bandhas in Ugrasana. Stretch yourself there, bringing yourself towards the ground. Sopanibhyam dhanam dhitva januparishironya setasana agravanam proktam bhavedanle deepanam. Now relax. Bring in the same position, bring one foot towards your perineum, knees raised up towards your body. Wrap your hands around, bringing your chest towards your thighs and your forehead towards the knees. Visualizing yourself as sage Marichi in Mahamudra, in Marichi Asana, engaging just the Mula Bandha. Uttana Padam Krauncham Cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam. Now, rest your knee onto the ground in Mahamudrasana. In the same position, bring your hands towards your feet, engaging all the three bandhas. Gaze at your nose in Mahamudrasana. Dava Pagamodiedi Mahila Gulpamuladvarini Chede. Now, raise up. Repeat Marichi Asana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Maharishi Marichi. Uttana Padam Krauncham Cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam. Repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side. Bring your body, stretch out in front of you, engaging all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Dava Pagamodiedi Mahila Gulpamuladvarini Chede. Now raising up. Let's get into Bhadrasana 2. Bringing your feet together, stretching your knees out towards the ground. Gaze at your third eye in Bhadrasana 2, visualizing yourself as the supreme point of Hinduism with your hands on your feet. Gulbhauta Vishnasya Sivanyaf Pashvayoho Kshipet. From here, moving into Vali Pavasana, gazing from Bhadrasana, extend your feet a little bit away from your body, keeping your hands on your knees. Lightly placed on your knees, gaze at your nose with the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Purva Charapata Choka Kahyo Soi, Vahi Vidhiyo Kiji Soi. Now, Joniasana, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, the creation energy of the cosmos. Bring your feet a little bit forward, lean down with your head onto your heels and your hands cupped in between your feet. Gazing at your nose in Joniasana. Do pagathali samputakare korvarli edrumedke dingudare. Now from here, in the same position with your head towards your heels, raise it, stretch your arms out towards the side and place it onto the ground, continuing to gaze at your nose in Midaki Pavasana. Purvadi paripagathali samputushole edi mili rashe. Now get up, slowly raising yourself up into Siddha Samadhi Asana, placing your hands underneath your legs. Tuck your hands inside, stretching them, facing your palms towards the sky, gazing at your nose, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space. Siddha Samadhi Asana. Do pagathali samput kare, xole medhaga me dhare. Now from here, raising yourself up, spine straight into Chinaki Pavasana. Bring your feet together, your heels facing up towards the sky, the soles of your feet. Use your hand support if you need. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji, in your third eye, gazing at your nose in Chinaki Pavasana. Do pagaki edi dharti magiva medh lagave. From here, in the same position, bring your hands towards your knees, pushing down towards the ground, gazing at your third eye in Charapatta Chokasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach. Do pagathali sampudhare agane karjor pisare. Now, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava, enter into Bhairavasana. Bring the toes on the ground, your heels up towards the sky, tuck in those toes. Hands in Bindu Mudra, touching the index and thumb finger together on your knees, visualizing, gazing at your third eye. Bhairavasana. Gulbhav Sampiricha Nyonyam Vikramena Chitam Shanaihi. From here entering into Samanasana. Sit with one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot towards your chest. Gaze towards your third eye, holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhanat. From here, now raise one foot over your shoulder, the upper foot onto your shoulder. Gazing at your third eye, raise the other foot up into the sky, into Apanasana. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charopi yatnatah. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side, holding your breath in the Mooladhara Chakra at the base of your spine, gazing at your third eye. Samanasana vakshe yena siddhamantradi sadhanat. From here now, raising the foot over your shoulder, stretch your leg up into Apanasana, gazing at your third eye. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charopi yatnatah. Now, cross your legs into Gomukhasana, visualizing the face of a cow, gazing at your nose. Sit cross-legged, one over the other, align your knees to the center of your body, place your hands on top of the stacked knees, gaze towards your nose. Savye Dakshinagul Bhanto Prishtapashve Niyojayet. From here, in the same position, bring your hands towards your feet in Anusuyasana, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya, gazing at your nose, palm hands in Prana Mudra with your index and middle finger on your toes. Visualize yourself glowing like Devi Anusuya, getting golden skin. Jimana Goda ki sandhi upiridava Goda ki sandhi milai rashe. Now, lean forward, putting your nose towards the ground. Anusuyasana. Two, bringing your hands behind your back in Parashamudra. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uparidava Goda ki sandhi milai rashe. Now, enter into Garudasana, bringing one foot towards your perineum and the other knee up towards the sky. Place your hands on the respective knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, gazing at your nose. Garudasana 2. Dava Pagamodi Edi Mahilo Gulpa Mooladvari Niche De. Now from here, continue into Naradasana. In the remaining with your legs in the same position, bring both your hands clasped behind your neck and your elbows outside your knees, visualizing yourself as Rishi Narada, Devarishi Narada, gazing at your third eye. Vishtijuvam Pagathali Keri Bhupaita Lagave Pheri. Now from here, going into Matsya Pitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight, hold on to the respective toe with index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Matsyavatara, the fish form of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtundu Grihitam Matsya Pitakam. Repeating Gomukhasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a cow, gazing at your nose. Savye Dakshagul Phanto Krishtapashve Niyojayet. Bringing your palms to your feet, visualizing yourself glowing with golden skin as Rishika Anusuya. This asana will actually give you that golden skin. No need of any more beauty products. Gaze at your nose in Anusuyasana. Dakshina Goda Nicho Thane Vavanta Ke Upar Aane. Anusuyasana 2. On the other side, bringing your nose towards the floor, gazing at your nose, hands in Parashamudra. Jimana Goda Ki Sandhi Uparidava Goda Ki Sandhi Milai Rashe. Now in the same, bringing your feet towards one foot towards your perineum, the other foot raised towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. On the other side, gaze at your nose. Dava pagamodi edi mahila gulphamula dvari niche de. From here, bring your elbows outside your knees, repeating Naradasana on the other side, gazing at your third eye. From here, now entering into Matsya on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, gazing at your nose, hands in Prana Mudra. Vamena Vamangushthunto Grihitam Matsya Pitakam. From here, let us enter into Matsyendrasana, very powerful posture, bringing one foot forward on next to the opposite thigh, bring the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring your elbow outside the raised knee, keeping your raised arm by the neck, turning your head back and gazing towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage, the master of Hatha Yoga. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha. Now, placing the raised arm towards the ground, raise the other hand towards your ears, visualizing yourself as a camel, gazing at your third eye, hands in Prana Mudra. Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. From here now, entering into Matsyendrasana 2, keeping both your palms flat on the ground, twisting over there, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gazing at your third eye. Matsyendra Pitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. From here, repeating Matsyendrasana on the other side, gazing at your third eye, doing the Sitkari Pranayama. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha. Switch those hands, Prana Mudra, visualizing yourself as a camel. Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side, keeping both your hands flat, continuing to gaze at your third eye. Matsyendra Pitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now entering into the Shitali Pranayama, visualizing yourself as Lord Shiva, enter into Padmasana, gazing at your nose, engage all the three bandhas. Asanam Dvidam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha. Engaging the Mula Bandha, enter into Padmasana 2, crossing your hands over your feet and touching the opposite toes. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, gazing at your nose, hands in Prana Mudra. Uttana Ucharana Kritta Uru Samsthav Prayatnataha. Entering into Kukutasana, remaining in the Padmasana position. Bring your hands in between your thighs and shin muscles. Visualizing yourself as a rooster in the Kukutasana. Raise your body up into the sky. Padma Samsam Sthapya Anurvorantare Karo. From here now, you can extract your hands from in between your legs. Raise onto your knees and raise up onto your knees, placing the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards your knees. Keeping your elbows together pressed against your navel, lean forward, find your balance, extend your knees off the ground in Baddha Kekyasana. Dharmavashtabhyakaradvayena tatkur prasthapita nabhiparshvaha. From here, stretch your legs out into Mayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Autavakshe Deva Mayurasana Uttamam. Relax onto the floor now into Makarasana, visualizing yourself as a crocodile. Bringing your hands in Parashamudra behind your neck. Stretch your legs out a wide, face the feet facing outwards in Makarasana. Adhyashete hridayam nidhaya bhumocha palocha prasaryamano. Now, remaining on your stomach, on your navel, bring your hands next to your chest in Shalabhasana, visualizing yourself as a locust. Raise your feet up using the strength of your core muscles with the japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham rotating in your throat center. Adhyashete karayukbhavakshobhamavashtabhyakarayostalabhyam. Continuing with the Sahaja Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a camel, bring your feet towards your back, holding your palms, pressing your feet towards the ground as far as possible. In Ushtrasana, visualizing yourself as a camel. Adhyashete padyugmavaksham prishthe nidhaya kritam karabhyam. Now, stretch your body into Dhanurasana, laying down on your stomach, kick your legs up and back simultaneously, holding your feet, gazing at your third eye, visualizing yourself as the bow of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Prasare pado bhidandarupa karaucha prishthe dvita padayugmam. Now from here, we are in the 100th asana of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence. Raise yourself onto your knees, gazing at your third eye in Bhagasana with your hands placed onto your knees. Ulata modi pavado vese bharau jugati kare ek vese. Now, entering into the headstand Gohi Asana position, bring your elbows onto the ground, your palms clasped together. Bring your head onto your palms, raising your feet up towards the chest, keeping your knees tucked towards your chest, gazing at your third eye, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Gohyasana. Do hath ki kahuni joi punah kalai jane doi. Stretch your legs up towards the sky, continuing to visualize Swamiji, gazing at your nose in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha didhaivadidham danaha. Relax onto your feet. Now, in a seated position, bring your legs straight up towards your forehead, your knees touching your forehead, hands behind your ankles in Hodhyasana, doing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka like a bellows. Do hath bhagabaharane goda tarekank sithane. Continuing this, the same position in the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, breathing out forcefully, gazing at your third eye in Parighasana, visualizing yourself as a mace. Bring your hands behind your back. Uttanam Shanam Kritva Pado Militva Prasarya. Resting your elbows onto the ground in Navkasana. Keep your legs stretched out straight, gazing at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a boat. Uttana Shanam Krurparabhyam Bhumavashtabhyastonitamam Nidhaya. Now entering into Rudrasana. In a seated position, bringing your feet, clasping your hands around your feet, bringing your feet up to your chest, your spine straight, visualizing yourself as the ferocious form of Lord Paramashiva, Lord Bhagavan Rudra. Pagathali Samputikari Hatasya Pag Uchai. Place your feet onto the ground, laying back onto your back in Unmukha Pithasana 2, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, gazing at your nose. Keep your knees pointing up, your hands near your feet. Stretch your body, raise your hips up towards the sky. Urdhve januni kritva shaidvodmukam tatha. Now, relaxing your body into the Shivasana. Visualizing your body dead as supreme pontiff of Hinduism, liberating you. Feel the intense energy spreading through your entire body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra in Shivasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam. Shavasanam Shranti Haram Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Now, let's enter into a short break before we can freshen up yourself, drink some water, relax your muscles before we enter into the second part of this sequence, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Okay, now from there, let us enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the first 108 asanas in the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Let's now continue. So the first asana is Yatha Sanisthasana. Bringing your body into any comfortable position, placing your hands in the Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Paryankam Tatsamakyatam Yathasamstha Yathasthitihi. Now, remaining your hands in the Bindu Mudra with your index finger and thumb joined together, sit in a cross-legged position comfortably. visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism with the Samana Kumbhaka in Samasana. Idanim Garbhininam Yogabhyaso Yatha Laghuhu. Now, continue into Muktasana, placing your left foot against the perineum, placing the right foot over top the left, hands facing downwards on top of your knees, gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme point of Hinduism in Muktasana. Nipidya Sivinim Sukshmam Dakshinetara Gulpataha. Entering into Siddhasana, remaining in the same position, switch your gaze to the third eye. Sthanum Yammitendriyo Chaladisha Pashyan Dhruvarantaram Chaitan Mokshaka Bhedajikam Siddhasanam Prochate. Now, into Siddhyasana. Maintaining the same position, switch your gaze to the ground in front of you, engaging all the three bandhas, sucking in your chin into Jalandhara Bandha, sucking in your stomach in Udyana Bandha, and clenching the perineum in Moola Bandha, gazing towards the ground. Vamapada Kideji Jano Sivani Majita Sakothano. Now, entering into Rudrasana 2, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Bhagavan Paramashiva, gazing at your third eye, remaining in the same position. Rotate your hands, twist your hands on top of your knees into the Bindu Mudra, touching your thumb and your index finger. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Vamacharana Paridachina Rakhe Ekajugati Asaviridhake. Into Santadhunasana we move, gazing at your nose, maintaining the same position. Only engaging the Moola Bandha. Asana Koguna Manakriya Chanchalata meet here. Here, all the vagaries of the mind get completely calmed down. Moving into Siddhasana 2. Place one palm on top of the other in the Samputa Mudra, placing it in front of your navel center, maintaining the same position. Rijaka Asamasina Siddhasana Mudiritam. Now, entering into Bandha Yoniyasana. Maintaining the same position, little finger, bring your hands towards your face, keeping your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing your nostrils, and your index finger over your eyes, thumbs closing the ears. In the Shanmukhi Mudra, in Bandhayoni Asana, understand in this asana, your sankalpa is manifesting through the womb of creation. Visualize that. Yatra Madhya Mahadeva Bandhayonyasane Shunao. Now into Virasana, you can relax your hands, embodying the space and state of intense bravery. Manifest the bravery within you, remaining in the same position, placing one foot on the thigh and the other foot on top, underneath the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index finger together in the Bindu Mudra on top of your knees. Ekam Padamathai Vinyasyorani Samstitaha. Now entering into Valmikasana. Place your hands in the Bindu Mudra on top of your knees with your left heel underneath on the right side, toes underneath your thigh, gazing at your third eye. Visualize the great Rishi, the Kavi and the author of Ramayanam, Rishi Valmiki, in Valmikasana. Dava Pagapagathali Pudi Punyedi Hejoya. Now, entering into Joni Mudrasana, keeping your legs in the same position, switch your gaze to your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, representing the creation energy of the universe. Bama Palki Pagathali Samputi Jahi Mahi Kori. Now, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala, entering into Yoni Asana, gazing at your third eye, switch your gaze, keeping everything else in the same position. Yonyasanam Parvatam Yogam Yoga Phalenilam. Now entering into Bhadrasana 3. Gazing at your nose, sit and bring the soles of your feet together, holding with both your hands, bringing your knees towards the ground, visualizing Bhagavan Veerabhadra, destroying all the ego within you in your inner space. Atha Bhadrasanam Gulpau Charushasya Sivanyah Parshvayokshipet. Now entering into Aghorasana. Keeping your feet together and remaining in the same position, bring your left hand towards your knee and your right hand towards your face. Start the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama, inhaling with your left nostril, Holding your breath and exhaling to your right nostril, repeating on the other side. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as an aghori. पूर्वकाहो भिष्टका जो ही वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई. Now, entering into Kaneri Pavasana. Visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water. Bring your feet together in front, toes together, heels apart. Placing your elbows on your heels, resting your chin on your palms, gazing at your nose, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. ग्वाली पव आसन कह्यो है जैसे याहू जाने विधि तैसे. From here, moving into Parasana, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Sit with your knees raised. Bring your palms underneath your knees and clasping it in front of you, raising your feet above the ground. Keeping your hands towards your navel center in Parasana, your hands in the Parishamudra, gazing at your nose. Yoga Pradipaka Devi Kariki Angul Rijoyi. Now, moving into Gopi Chandasana, embodying state and space of a king. Gaze at your nose, interlacing your fingers around the feet with your soles together, toes in the groove of the throat, heels touching the chest, chin on your hands, gazing towards your nose. Purvavidhipaga ki anguta ko takharupadase. From here, moving into Udarasana, bringing your hands underneath your feet, hold your toes, bringing the palms underneath your chin, visualizing your body free from any defects, gazing at your third eye. Do pagathali samputthane, ube hast ki urdhitane. Moving into Vishishtasana, doing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, the pranayama, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself, excelling in everything in life. Sit with your feet together, arms under the legs, raising your feet up to your face, fingers interlocked, palms over your forehead. In Vishishtasana, Do Pagathali Jodi Samput Kare. Now from here, entering into Bhujasana, visualizing yourself as a cobra. Lift both your legs on top of the respective shoulders, bringing your arms underneath your legs up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. In Bhujasana. Shirisasanam Tavijnayam Kakshasanam Atah Param. Now, moving into Kalyanasana, visualizing yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess. Maintaining this same position, bring your hands around your back, clasping your hands behind you. In Kalyanasana, the auspicious pose, visualize all the auspiciousness showering upon you. Dau hath pagami cha ane tinko godani chetane. Now from here, with the left knee on the mat, placing the left foot flat on the ground, place your perineum on the raised heel. Raise your right leg on top of the left. Bring the right heel to the left hip. Crossing your legs, bringing your hands on the opposite knees in the Vaishnavi Mudra, visualizing yourself as a beautiful white swan in Sankatasana. Vama padam chiter moolam sanyasya dharani tale. Now into Dhenukasana. Visualizing a cow in your inner space, bring your palms onto your knees, bringing the foot from underneath your body towards your hip. In the Ujjayi Pranayama, making the sound like an ocean. Engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Anusagi Nagara Panchadam Vishihinda Galyamni. Now moving into Machandrasana, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, gazing at your third eye. In the Ujjayi Pranayama, engaging the Mula Bandha, place your right foot onto your left thigh, placing your left foot onto your right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, holding the right thigh, placing the right hand on the left thigh, twist the body and gaze towards your third eye. Vamajangha जंघ परिदचि ठाने वाम हस्ति पिष्टि दिशि आने बहुरो दक्षिण पाद है जोई ताकि न लीव जो पकड़े सोई. Now, keeping your feet in the same position, bring one hand to the respective feet and lean forward in Machandrasana to visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. प्रथम जीवन चरण जो जोई वाम जंघ गबरी राखे सोई. And now raise up into Guru Asana, bringing your hands over each other in Samputa Mudra, placing it onto the knee and visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Engage all the three bandhas. Tuck in your chin in Jalandhara Bandha, suck in your stomach in Udyana Bandha, and clutch your perineum in Moola Bandha. उरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे गुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु उतरपादपार्ष्णि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरु आसनं भवति. Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a swan. With the right knee on your mat, place your left foot on top, placing the perineum on the raised heel, sit onto that foot, bringing both your hands to your opposite knees in Vaishnavi Mudra. वामपादं चिते मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन वाम्येन वैष्ठयेद्वामपादकम्. Visualizing a cow in your inner space from Sankatasana, bringing the foot outside your hip, engaging the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Place your hands onto your knees in Dhenukasana and visualize a cow in your inner space. Anushagi Nagara Panchadam Vishihilinda Galyam Ni Dayadya Gali Vamaka Pagalunidaya Kudu. Now into Machandrasana. Bring one foot towards the thigh, the other foot on top of the opposite knee. Gazing towards your third eye, Machandrasana, Ujjayi Pranayama. Twist your hand around your back, clasping onto the other knee with the other hand. Machandrasana. Vamajangha paridachithane, Vamahasti pishti disha ane. Now entering into Machandrasana 2, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. From Machandrasana, untwist, holding on to the respective big toes. Lean your forehead down so it touches the ground. The Ujjayi Pranayama, making the sound of an ocean. Machandrasana 2. Prathama Jimal Charano Jo Joi Vamajang Parirake Soi. From here, entering into Guru Asana, maintaining your feet in the same position, interlace your fingers and place it on top of the knee. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, with tucking in your chin, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum in Guru Asana. On the other side, Urumule Itarapadesha Kanishtika Pradeshe Gulpham Samsthapya Tadevajanu Utarapadapashni Samsthapya. Now from here, moving into Pashvasana, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, switch your gaze to the third eye. Bring your knees up towards your chest, placing your feet on the ground. Bring your arms around, holding onto your knees in the Pashvasana, tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth. Padatale bhumau nidhaya januni urasi nidhaya viparita stabhyam. Now, in the same position, bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. From a seated position, placing your feet flat onto the mat, wrap your arms around your legs, holding the opposite wrist, placing your chin onto your knees, gazing at your nose, visualizing being an abode of bliss in Bodha Shokasana. Do pagthali bhupari dhere kaur mahili aise kare. From Bodha Shokasana, moving into Kurakatasana, remaining in the same position, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping your hands over your navel center. Hold on to your opposite elbows, gazing towards your nose, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Continuing the Khechari Mudra, your tongue touching the upper palate. दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले ठहरावे. From here, bringing your chin towards your knees in Sumati Asana, Visualizing the great Rishi, Maharishi, Sumati, crossing your ankles, gazing at your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha and the Khechari Mudra in Sumati Asana. मूलद्वारे धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने. From here, now stretch your legs into Dandasana. In Dandasana, extend your feet out straight, arms raised above your head with your elbows near your ears. Keep interlace your fingers facing outwards, engage all the three bandhas and gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पथि. Now from here, lean forward into Arambhasana. Sit with your legs straight, holding your big toes with the index and middle finger, chest forward and down, head towards your knees. Do the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama, bringing your inhaling through your left nostril, exhaling through your right, with your hands in Prana Mudra. दो पग मिलवा पसारे पगा का अंगूठा पकड़े लाट गोदा लगावे. Now from here, moving into Bhidokasana. Sitting with your legs straight, slightly raise your knees. Bring your hand underneath your knees and clasp your feet. Slightly raising your knees. Bring your hands underneath your knees and clasp your feet, stretching your legs out straight, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, gazing at your third eye in Bhidokasana. प्रथम बेसे दो पाव पसारे कचुका ऊर्ध्व को कुरदो धारे. From here, moving into Jalandhari Pavasana, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism. Extend your both legs out with your heels together. Place your chin, mouth and nose on your heels, inserting your hands below your legs. Keep your elbows ground on the ground with the fingers, facing your palms upwards, gazing at your nose in Jalandhari Pavasana. दो एड़ी मिलाई के दीजे हाथ पसारी. From here, now doing Urdhva Paschimottanasana on one side, extending both your legs out, lift one foot behind the neck, lean forward and down like in Paschimottanasana. Stretch your body there, bringing your feet behind your neck in Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Lean forward. Paschimottanavasthitvam krita ekam padam grivayam. Now, keep remaining your feet behind your neck. Lean backwards into Anantasana, visualizing yourself infinite, endless, eternal, gazing at your nose, holding your foot in Anantasana. Uttana Shaini ekekam pai grivayam vinyasya. Now lean towards your side into Ankushasana, feeling in complete control, gazing at your third eye. Uttana Shaita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan. Now bring your knees towards your chest in Drishasana. Lying down on your back, bring your knees encircling your thighs with the calves and the arms. Roll towards your left and your right. Relax here for a few moments. Uttana Shainam Januni Hridaye Vastamajangha Samstharini. And now raise yourself up to repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Bring the opposite leg onto your back or behind your neck and lean forward with your legs straight in Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanavatsvatsame krita ekam padam grivayam dhritva tishthe. Now lean back into Anantasana on the other side, gazing at your nose. Uttana Shaini ekekam pai grivayam vinyasya. Lean towards your side into Ankushasana, Continuing to gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control. उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायं कुर्वन् इतरं हस्तम्. Now, leaning back onto your back, entering into Yoga Nidrasana, bring both your feet behind your neck, gazing at your nose, hands clasped underneath your back, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, hands clasped underneath your butt in Yoga Nidrasana. Padabhyam Esthayet Kantham Hastabhyam Prishthabandhanam. Remaining in the same position, bringing your feet over your head, visualize Bhagavan Vishnu blessing you from within you in Atma Ramasana, hands underneath your feet, clasped behind your neck, gazing at your nose. Atma Rama Asana Prathama Sudha Sove. From here now, entering into Kochikasana, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, gaze towards your third eye. Lay on your back, your knees to your chest, your soles facing up, extending your arms sideways, gazing towards your third eye. Do hati chida sakare, tinaso ubilasa pakka pakare. Now entering into Jhatara Parivritti. Lay onto your back, stretching your arms wide. Bring your feet towards the side. Now, in Jhatara Parivritti 1, hold on to one toe of yours. And then in Jhatara Pravritti 2, hold on to the other toe. And in Jhatara Parivritti 3, stretch the leg down straight below. Parivritti Kukshibhage Tridahi Parikititaha Baddhakonam Suptakonam Urdhakonam Tapicha. Repeat them on the other side, bringing your feet towards your side. Clasping your toes, first one toe, and then the other toe. Stretch your legs down towards the ground. Parivritti Kukshibhage Tridahi Parikititaha Baddhakonam Suptakonam Urdhakonam Tapicha. Moving into Dvipada Pitham. Visualizing yourself as a bridge. Lie on your back, bending your knees, placing them flat onto the ground. Engage Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in or your chin to your chest, gazing at your third eye. Raise your hips up into the air, gazing towards your nose. Pratikriyayutam Dvandva Pitha Sarva Balapradam. From here, entering into Paryankasana. Visualizing yourself steady as stone furniture. Bring your hand behind your back, placing your palms onto the ground comfortably. With your fingers pointing towards your feet, lift your entire body up off the ground, stretching that back. Uttana Shayanam Hastatalabhyam Bhumim Vashtabhya Padatalabhyam. Relax back onto your back. Entering into Sottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back like a dog. Bring your hands towards the back of your shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. Shariram samsthapya januni sammilya nabhav amniya hastabhyam kandharam badhva bhamayet sottanam bhavati. Moving into Viparita Karani. Doing the Murcha Kumbhaka, taking in your breaths very forcefully, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up towards the sky. Bring your hands to your lower back to support if needed. Elbows and hands as stretched, extended on the mat below flat, helping balance the body as your legs are raised up straight. Move your legs round and round. Keep your body completely straight in this posture. Atha Viparita Karani Mudra Bhutane Charanadvayam. Now from here, rest, remaining in the same position, stop the movement of your feet into Viparita Karani 2, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Keep your body straight, your arms flat onto the floor. Karani Viparitakya Sarvadhivyadhinashini. Now from here, resting your feet onto the ground. Into Langalasana. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, keeping your hands in the Parashamudra, straight onto the ground, flat. Engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, visualizing yourself as a plow in Langalasana. Griva Kanthena Bhumim Vishtamba Padagradvayam. Remaining in the same posture, getting into Shaita Paschimottanasana. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva. Hold on to your feet in the Jalandhara Bandha, keeping your arms, legs straight. Please hold on to your feet. Tanam Shaitva Kurvita Shaita Paschima Tanakam. From here into Supta Konasana, spread your toes out and wide, holding onto your toes with your hips raised into the air, your feet onto the floor. Now in the same position, bring your feet together into Chakrasana, visualizing yourself as a wheel, keeping your feet together behind your head, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Shavasana Sthitau Dvau Padau Kuryan Mastakatah Parau. Now, rest your hips onto the ground into Supta Prasarita Padankushthasana, holding onto your feet, stretching your feet wide apart, hands in Prana Mudra, your index and middle finger clasped around your toes. Uttana Padam Krauncham Cha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now, bring your feet together into Supta Padangushthasana, Ujjayi Pranayama, hands in Prana Mudra, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Uttana Padam Krauncham Cha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now, cross your legs into the Padmasana position, into Matsyasana, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. Lay your body flat onto the ground, your hands crossed behind your head. In Matsyasana, gazing at your nose. Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttana Shainam Charet Kulpara Abhyam Shiro Veshthya Matsyasanam Ananturogaha. Now, remaining in the same position, put your one palm over the other and keep it back above your head, visualizing Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana, gazing at your nose. Prathamakare Padmasana Ache Sudhasove Bhupari Pache. Now, bring your palms underneath your hips, raising your hips towards the sky in Sarvangasana, keeping your legs in Padmasana, gazing the Jalandhara Bandha, gazing towards your nose in Sarvangasana. Athava Kshetra Samkshepat Sarvangasana Uttamam Yat Kritva Ayogani Puno Vidyabhih Pandito Yatha. Now moving into Vrishtikasana, visualizing yourself as a scorpion, gaze towards your third eye. Lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lifting the other knee towards your head. Now, bring your palms together above your head and raise it like the tail of a scorpion into Vrishtikasana, gazing at your third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Prathamasayana Sudho Sishiketki Sandhi Sudakhe. Repeat on the other side. Engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest. Raise up. Prathamasayana Sudho Sishiketki Sandhi Sudhake. Now from here, entering into the Vrisha Pada Kshepasana. Lie on your back, interlace your fingers around your neck. Lift both the feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee to your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra behind your neck, alternating extending and raising the knee again and again. Vrishapada Kshepasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलोभिः कण्ठरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकैकेन पादेन सव्विदक्षिणं भ्रामयित्वा वृषपादक्षेपः भवति. Now entering into Marottanasana. Marottanasana. Engaging the Sahaja Kumbhaka, Mula Bandha, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Slowly bring one knee at a time towards your ears, alternatively in Marottanasana. स्वोत्तनवसंस्थितकृत्या जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति. Now, in the same position, entering into Brikshasana. Visualizing yourself as a wolf. Now, place the soles of your feet flat onto the ground, your knees pointing up towards the sky. Place your feet onto the ground, lying down flat onto your back, and then raising your body up towards the sky. Repeating this again and again in Brikshasana. अत उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृक्षासनं भवति. From here, entering into Luthasana. Lay on your back quickly, throwing your legs above your head, completely roll over into a back somersault, finishing in a prone position. Repeat again and again, Luthasana. उत्तानशयनं पादौ श्रौलिङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा निब्धं व्यूयति. Now being flat onto the ground on your stomach, entering into Sarathasana. Visualize you are carrying warriors into the battle for dharma on the back of your chariot. Lie on your belly with your toes extended, hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips, making a sound like a flute while whistling, inhaling. In Sarathasana, the charioteer position. Nyubjashayinam kritva nabhim bhumau nidhaya stambhavashtabhyam bhumimavashtambhoष्ठौ nirmalya venuvat sukritya tishthet sarathasanam bhavati. From here, contracting your body inwards and outwards in Dehal Ulanghanasana, feeling yourself going beyond the body and mind, jump in front and jump backwards. Hastadvayam badhva tanmadhya charanadvayam. Now, bring your feet towards your palms. In Jatyasana, keeping your hands underneath your feet, visualize that you are gaining the memory of your past life, Jati Smaranam. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant, walking forwards and backwards in Jatyasana. अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्ताङ्घ्रि भूमौ च गमनागमनं ततः. Now raise your body up into Lolitakakarana. Stand with your head, neck, and with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards in the Aramandi position. Bring your palms towards the elbows, keeping your hands at chest level. Swiftly move the arms across the body and then bring it back to center while tilting the head backwards. Moving your head in all directions. Now, let us continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence through Sarpasana. Visualizing the Kundalini raising up through your spine. Stand straight like a rod, arms at the sides, hands touching the thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दादत्व तिष्ठेत् रजुबद्धासु पादयोः. Now from here, entering into Ushtra Sadanasana, visualizing yourself as a camel, lean forward and place your palms onto the floor, stepping on your palms. Walk forward and backward like a camel in Ushtra Sadanasana. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. Now, in the same position, in visualizing yourself as a horse, touch your feet and start walking backwards and forwards in Ashwasana. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य. Now, raise your body up into Kapota Nitakasana, keeping your feet flat on the ground next to each other. Bend your back backwards, stretching your hands down towards the floor, visualizing yourself as soaring bird diving. In Kapota Nitakasana, hands in Parashumudra. पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागे हस्तौ जङ्घपार्श्वं नीत्वा कपोटनितकं भवति. Now, continuing into the next asana of Tala Pushpa Puta Karana, let us enter into this Karana. Now stand tall with your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms, raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist to shoulder of the respective heel. Visualize you're holding offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva, the Tala Pushpa Puta Karana. Repeat this alternatively. Let's move into the 192nd asana, the Khadgasana. Visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros. Now, keeping your hands together, your knees, your feet, palms and elbows together, lean forward, forming the horn of a rhinoceros. Gaze at your nose. Nujasara tamam shanam kritva padatalubhyo bhumamashtabhyo uttishtet kadgasanam bhavati. Now, stand up straight. We'll be entering into Uttanottanam. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, sit and stand down. Sit and stand up again and again, gazing at your nose in Uttanottanam. Punah punah uthatavyam asitavyam iti Uttanottanam bhavati. From here, let us enter into Musalasana. Visualizing yourself as powerful, as strong as a mace. Jump up towards the sky, hands above your head. Jump up again and again in Musalasana. Saralam sthitva urdham bahu nayet varam varamudganam kritva nayet Musalasanam bhavati. Now from here, entering into Uchchirshaka. From the standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and stand up as much as you can, alternating both sides. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, gazing at your nose in Uchchirshaka. Hastadvayena dhritva tishthet. Now, let's enter into the next Karana, the Parshvajanu Karana. Now, standing straight, bring one knee towards your chest. Keep the other leg slightly bent, toes pointing towards the side. Pointing the toes downwards, keep your arm holding your knee with the hand pointing outwards and closed into a fist. The opposite hand let it hang on top of the thigh with twisted fingers pointing towards the center of the body. Parshvajanu Karana, which means the half knee position, side knee position. Next, entering into Tandavasana, the very powerful asana. On one leg, standing on one leg, lower your body to the mat, the other leg stretched out in front of you. Stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite side, repeating on both sides. Repeating this again and again, sit down and standing up. Visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Bhagavan Paramashivoham in his Ananda Tandava as a pistol squat in Tandavasana. Ekena padena sthatavyam Tandawasanam bhavati. Next is Brahmanasana. Now, from a standing position, bring one foot to your inner thigh. Stand erect on the mat like a rod with your hands by your sides in Brahmanasana. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmanasana vakshe yat kritva brahmano bhavet ekapadamurau baddhatva tishthe dandavat kritabhuvo dandakritabhuvo. Now, bring your foot twisted around your knee in Garudasana 3. Stand tall, wrapping your left leg over the right knee and tuck your left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right, bringing the palms together in Anjali Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, the vehicle of Mahavishnu. Uttana Kurma Pithe cha Saimhaskarudam Evacha. Now, in the standing position, bring one foot to your upper thigh. Visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Ekapadasana, keep your hands relaxed by your knees. Dakshangrim Vamapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya cha Dyappanam Janupashvayoho Sprishet Kurmati Rangrina. Now, entering into Dhruvasana, holding the toes of your raised heel in Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers, stretch your legs out with the other hand on your waist and rotate quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole Star. Relax. Ekena hastena dandarupasya ekasya padasya angriham dhritva. Now, going into Trivikramasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Vishnu, who took the 3 steps pushing Mahabali to the lower lokas where he belonged. Bring standing on your right foot, lift your left foot behind your neck and stand tall. Alternate between sitting and standing in Trivikramasana. Ekena padena sthatavim uthatavim Tandavasanam bhavati. Next, repeat Parshvajanu Karana on the other side. Keep one leg slightly bent, toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift your opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outwards, closed into a fist. Let your opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing towards the center of the body. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side, visualizing the ferocious Tandava of Paramashiva. Ekena padena sthatavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Now into Brahmanasana, bring that foot onto your thigh, similar to the Vrikshasana position, keeping your hands relaxed by your side, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma, the creator. Brahmanasana vakshe yat kritva brahmano bhavet ekapadamurau dattva tishthe dandavat dandakritir bhuvi. Now from here, twist the leg over into Garudasana 3. Wrap the right leg over the left leg and wrap your hands too in the Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, the vehicle of Mahavishnu. Uttana Kurma Pithe cha Saimham Garudameva cha Vatyaya Gomukham cha Bharatwajam Trivikramam. Now from here, bring your foot to your thigh on Ekapadasana on the other side, visualizing the supreme pontiff Hinduism, hands relaxed by your knees. Dakshangrim Vamapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya cha. Now from here, entering into Dhruvasana, hold your foot in Prana Mudra, stretching your legs out and rotating quickly to the side, visualizing yourself as the pole star. Ekena haste dandarupasya ekasya padasya agram dhritva. Next, entering into Trivikramasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Mahavishnu, who took the 3 steps Bring one leg behind your head and alternate between sitting and standing. Ekena padena sthatavim uthatavim tandavasanam bhavati. So from here, let us enter into the Samanaka Karana. Standing straight with your feet together, relaxed. Keep your toes slightly pointing outwards with your hands by your sides. Now, entered into Ghora Kanjali Asana. Squatting on sitting in a squatted position. Bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping it in front of your navel center. In Parashu Mudra, and engaging in the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Sampradaya. Prathamam hi ubho hoya bahuri nicha puni hove. Now, moving into Kanchyasana, remaining in the same position with your hands clasped behind your back in Parashu Mudra. Keep your chest upright with squatting down, holding your hands, engaging the Jiva Chalakumbhaka. Urmadhyathasto niveshanitam mandritva. Moving into Bhairu Bhiruvasana. Visualizing Lord Kalabhairava, gaze at your navel with your remaining in the similar position, your feet together and your hands behind your back clasped in the Parashu Mudra. दो पगा की कल्या की माहिली कौर मिलाई फना पानी कोड़ मोड़ वैसे. Now, in the same position, bring your hands behind your back in the Varaha Asana, hands in the Anjali Mudra, visualizing a boar, the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Pagathali ki mahili kor milai phana pani kod baise. Now, Kripitasana. Holding on to your toes, raise your hips to knee level, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Hold in your hands in Prana Mudra. Atha Uttanasana Parshidvay Sammilya Sthitvantamam Janapradesh Niyatishtet Tripitasanam Bhavati. Now moving into Bakasana. Place your palms on the ground, your arms straight, bringing your knees to your elbows, balancing there, raising your feet off the ground, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana. Hastabhya Manivashtambha Ranudvarnabho Sammilya. Now from here, moving into Shushthanga Kapalyasana, bringing your hands and your head onto a tripod position on the ground, gazing at your nose. Bring your feet up towards the sky, crossing it in the Padmasana position. Asana Kavuna Kapala Acha Hoyi. Slowly relaxing now. Let us enter into Guptasana. Keeping your toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down in between your feet. Let your heels come outside your hips, hands on your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. You're sitting on the sacred seat with Paramashiva and the Guru, gazing at your nose in Guptasana. Janurvo Rantare Pado Kritva Pado Cha Gopayet. Now from here, entering into the hands balancing position, the Vrikshasana 2. Now get onto your palms and raise your hips up to the sky, bringing your legs back towards straight up above your body in Vrikshasana, visualizing yourself as a tree with deep roots into the ground in Vrikshasana 2. Sapta Chakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan, continuing to hold the same position. Now switch your gaze to your nose in Shibhuasana. Do pag jodi mahi gulph milaye ubhay hoye do. Relax down now. Entering into Matsyasana 2, visualizing yourself as a fish. Jump your legs back and keep your body flat onto the ground, palms by the chest, body pressed off the mat. Push your body up and down again, similar to push-ups. Nyubjam Shailam Purparo Pashabhagyam Murdhakritya Tastatalabhyam. Now entering into Sarpasana 2, visualizing yourself as a snake, move your body from left to right. Lying prone on the hips, extend your legs jointly and point your toes. In Sarpasana. Nyubjam Shailam Kritva Hastau Nitamam Samsthapya. Now from here, raise yourself onto your elbows, resting your chin on your palms in Niralambanasana, feeling self-supported and completely independent. Sahaja Kumbhaka, engaging just the Moola Bandha. Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishthet Kurparaya Sudhi Mukhamunnamaya Manunmuchai Niralambanamasana Niralambanaya Yogisya Niralambanamasana Niralambanata Dhyanam Niralambanamasana. Next, moving into Chakrasana. Placing your palms onto the floor. Stretch your palms on your back, bringing your feet, visualizing yourself as a umbrella. Keep your elbows off the ground, flat, straight up. Adhyasanavasthitva hastatalabhyam bhumavashabhyam munyet chitrasanam bhavati. Moving into Vajrasana, visualizing yourself as the weapon of indestructibility, the weapon of Bhagavan Indra, the Vajra. Sit on your knees with the tops of your feet flat on the mat. Bring your back onto your heels. Stretch your arms in front, placing your palms down, placing the forehead onto the mat. Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso yatha laghu sukha prasavalabhaya prochate praktane pathi danda padma vaja veera vajra sananito asanani sada kuryat sudirghaire cha purakaihi. Now from here, entering into Meshasana, raise yourself onto your hands and feet, experiencing yourself as powerful as a ram. Alternate in the Gajasana position, raising your hip towards the sky. Alternate between slamming your hands onto the ground, striking the ground with your hands in Meshasana. Gajasana samstho ekam bhagam bhumau tadayet. Meshasana bhavati. Now placing your palms onto the ground, lift, kick your feet off to the ground, lifting it towards your forehead, bringing your chest towards the ground. Do this repeatedly, the dynamic posture of Ajasana, visualizing yourself unborn, existing for all of eternity. Gajasana samstho paladvaya mantarale kritya mastakena bhum sprishet ajasanam bhavati. From here, moving into Dhanantara Asana, resting on your knees with your hands on your knees, gazing at your nose, be relaxed into Dhanantara Asana. Purabhavidi parihata ki karkasi syavhanashara mori pagaki agalaguli medh lagave. From here, entering into Anga Mottanam, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji, interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch your arms forward to the sides and backwards, giving a massage to the different joints and muscles in your body. Doing the Ujjayi Pranayama. Hastayo Angulir Bhadva Hastayo Dhyat Sarvamangam Nishkashayitva Tishthet Anga Mottanam Bhavati. Entering into Garudasana 4, seeing yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Bhagavan Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back. Sit with your heels in Vajrasana, feet turned out to the side, thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight, hands on your knees. Jangho Rubhyam Dharam Pidya Sthirkayo Dvigajanuna. Now from here, entering into Ananda Mandirasana, sit with your legs folded, knees wide, sitting on the ground, gaze to your third eye, residing in the blissful space of a temple. Ujjayi Pranayama. Atha Vakshavira Natha Ananda Mandirasana Yatkritva Amaro Dhiro Bhavatyena Sadhakaha. Now from here, engage in the Udyana Bandha. Along with the Mula Bandha, suck in your stomach, visualizing yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2. Khechari Mudra, knees wide, sitting on your ankles, hands on your knees, gazing towards your nose. Prishtham Sampirya Gulphabhyam Janvange Salyakritihi. Continuing into Narasimhasana, keeping your toes on the mat, heels up and together, place the perineum on your heels, place your palms on the ground, spreading your fingers wide, thumbs touching base of the hand, touching the knees, gaze towards your nose, sticking out your tongue and exhaling in Narasimhasana, visualizing yourself as Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Lord Vishnu, half man and half lion. दो फड़ा पानी होए वैसे डी मिले गोड़ा निवैसे. Now from here, let's enter into Bhishrakasana. Remaining in the same position, bring your hands underneath your teeth, bringing your thumbs underneath your teeth and your palms cupping over your face. Breathe in through your right nostril, exhaling through your mouth. Visualizing yourself as Devi presiding over all and any fears that you have in Bhishraka Asana. Gazing at your third eye. Do paga ki edi joy, goda khravano puni hoi. From here, continuing into Makhadasana, see with your soles together, top of the feet on the ground, sit on your heels with your bent elbows, bringing your feet to your fingers to your armpits, and imitate this monkey scratching, gazing towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as playful as a monkey. दो पग थली संपुट आने, तिनकी पृष्ठी भूमि परिठाने. Now moving on to the next asana. Vajrasanghārāsana in the same position. Clasp your hands behind your back, holding on to your opposite elbows, embodying a diamond-like strength, visualizing yourself as a strength for your community and your sangha in Vajrasanghārāsana. Prathama phana pani hoye vaise, roye digrani vaise. Now moving into Ujjayi Pranayama, visualizing the perfect health beyond any mental ailments. Sucking in your stomach into Uddiyana Bandha in Khanjanasana, gazing at your nose. Rest your heels onto the ground, being flat onto the floor. Khanjanasana vakshe kritva susthiro bhavet. Entering into Kurmasana, engage the Mula Bandha, doing the Ujjayi Pranayama, gazing at your nose. In Kurmasana, visualizing yourself as a tortoise in the same position. Gulbhauja Vishnasya Vikramena Samahitaha Rijika Kaishino Grivam Kurmasana Dirtam. Now from here, move on to the next asana of Yogasana. Gazing that you're in the ultimate union, Paramashivoham, gaze at your nose. Gudam Niyamya Gulpabhyam Kramena Samahitaha. Now from here, moving into Vijogasana. Crossing your legs behind you. Raise up onto your knees, stretching, crossing your legs behind you. Raise onto your knees, leaning back and holding onto your ankles, the respective ankles, gazing at your third eye in Vijogasana. Visualizing a space of oneness with your Guru. Goda mango ube hoy, goda aade rakhe do. Now from here, entering into Ushtrasana 2, visualizing yourself as a camel. In this kneeling position, lean backwards and hold onto your ankles, stretching that back there. Merudanda Granthidardhyas Sampidyas Suhapuman. From here, entering into Jatyasana 2, experience yourself as a lotus blooming. Lean backwards onto your elbows and rest your head onto the ground, gazing at your nose. दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोलर मूल द्वारी तरधरे. From here now, raising up and leaning back down in Viratasana, using your hands as support only if absolutely necessary. Visualize the heat, liberation of all causal and subtle forms of your body. Jangha pratibhumo nidhaya janghodayuruni sanstapya prishthi bhavet. Now into Kapotasana. Now lean backwards, bringing your elbows onto the ground, stretching your stomach towards the sky. Touch your heels with your feet, hands and bringing your head between your heels in Kapotasana, visualizing yourself as a beautiful dove. Merudanda Granthidardhya Sampidya Suhipraman. Now, moving on into Vara Asana, you can raise up onto your knees, kneeling down with your hands crossed over your chest, visualizing yourself with a boon fulfilling posture to receive your boon from Paramashiva, gazing at your nose. Januni bhumau samsthapya hastabhyam bahu parasparam dhritva saralam tishtet varasanam bhavati. And from here now, moving into Varaha Asana to get onto your knees. Lean forward and tucking your toes, bringing your arms to the ground and your forehead to the floor. Visualize yourself as Varaha. Surya Chandram Bhedanyasya Bedhanyasanani Kathyante Purpara Bhumau Sansthapaitva. Now from here moving into Mundasana, raise your body up into the sky, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree and gazing at your nose into Mundasana. Adha Mundasana Mokshe Sarvesham Pradinam Sukham. And now relax into Andhasana. Remaining in the same position, rest your body onto the floor. This heals all the night blindness you may be going through. Do this asana sincerely to heal any night blindness. Gazing towards your nose in Andhasana. Prathama pagathali samita harave, kor milahi ubhe milave. Now moving into Viparita Shalabhasana, lay onto your stomach. Raise your feet and arms in front of you, straight up as far as you can, visualizing yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana bhedascha natabherinda mastake gandhaverunda sahite shishadandasana tatha. Now from here, entering into Kapalasana, place your palms by your side flat, visualizing yourself as a skull. Raise your feet above your head as much as you can. You can do this and get that stretch over there. Now from here, moving Kapalam bhumo nidhaya urdhvam padonyet Kapalasanam bhavati. From here, moving into Akashaka Potasana, visualize yourself as free and open as a flying dove. Laying on your stomach, hands by the side, kick your feet up and over your head to slowly place them onto the floor in front of you. Ushtrasane sthitva charano bherum uthapya mastako pari. From here, entering into Chatakasana, kneel onto your knees, bringing your hands, forearms to the ground in a stable position, visualizing yourself as a sparrow. Kurpara paryam stau hastau dharamavashtam bhajanuni. From here, moving into Vrishchikasana 2, visualizing yourself as a scorpion. Kick your feet up, balancing on your forearms, bringing your feet towards your head in Vrishchikasana 2. Vrishchika puchha pratimang hripashni dhitva swashishe chibukam vidharya kau. From now moving into Vrishasana, bring one foot out the side of your hip and the other foot seated under your perineum. Visualizing yourself as a bull, place your hands on the mat. Yame gulphe padamule vamabhage padetaram. Moving into Lolasanam, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism. Raise your body above the ground with your hands by your side in Lolasana. Here, raising your body up into Lolasana. Balance on your hands. Lola Samsada Kuryat Vailola Paghatanat. Now leaning back, sitting on Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull. Yame Gulphe Padamule Vamabhage Padetaram. From here, moving into Balagunasana, raising yourself onto one heel, your knee pointed towards the sky. Visualize Balagune, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Asana Kavuna Jalabika Rajai. Now bring both your feet up onto your ankles and twist your hands outside of your legs and hold your ankles, visualizing yourself as the entire planet. Padatale bhumau samsthapijanu madhye kurparao. Now move into Balagunasana on the other side. This removes any sort of water retention problems in your body. Asana Kauguna Jalabikara Jayi. Now from here moving into Utkatasana, sitting on both your heels, stretching your knees in front of you, your hands facing downwards, placed on top of your thighs. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Yujasthiyata Urvajanutrasane Padatayadvayopari. Now from here, spreading your knees out towards the side, cross your hands behind your back and hold on to your elbows in Vajrasanghārāsana number 2. प्रथम फणा पानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे. Now moving into Anyalasana. Place your palms on the ground and step onto your palms, gazing at your nose, visualizing that you can survive off of prana alone, and you are eternal. दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहूनी जाड़ी नाभिलाग आने. From here, moving into Padukasana, continuing to step onto your palms, walk forward and backward in your mat, visualizing you're wearing the Padukas, traversing the length and breadth of Bharata. Hasta tale padatale kritva tishthed gachet Padukasanam bhavati. From there, moving into Kukutodana, placing your palms onto the ground, jump your feet up and down, visualizing yourself as a rooster into Kukutodana. हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वम् उद्दानं कृत्वा भूमौ पते जित्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुटुकुटोदनं भवति. Now moving into Viparita Nrityasana. The same position, kick yourself, kick the body up, balancing on your hands at Viparita Nrityasana. Dance around beautifully. Hastabhyam bhumivastabhya urdhvapada agre kurvan hastalabhyam. Relax. Moving into Kunjarasana. Keep your body standing straight and bring one palm towards your ear, leaning forward as much as you can. Kunjarasana. Atha Mahadeva Kunjarasana Buttabam. For Kunjarasana on the other side, just switch the palms. Atha Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam Karena Ikapada Pada Abhyam Bhumo Tishthe Chirakrita. Now, moving on to the next asana, Kadambasana. Now, kneel forward squat onto the floor, sitting on the ground with your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles with your back and head, neck, and spine in a straight line, visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree with a long life. Kadambasana. Parshnibhyam bhumivashtabhyam sadvena gulbhav dhritva tishthe kadamba bhavati. Moving into Pavana Muktasana, visualizing all the excess vata leaving your body. Sit with your heels at the perineum, holding the knees with your hands and press them towards the chest. Dvayostu pado parim latva swastinitam bake. Now from here, moving into Chakorasana, we're nearing the 267th asana. During the end of the sequence, visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Sit with one leg left behind the head, placing both the hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg with the knees straight. Lift the entire body off the ground, keeping the chin up in Chakorasana. Purvatanam Chatushpadapitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Moving into Dhanurasana, visualizing yourself as a bow. Stick on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand index finger and middle fingers will pull the foot to the left ear, keeping the hand straight, holding the big toe to the left right hand, visualizing yourself as a bow. Padam Gushtautu Parnibhyam Grihitva Shravanavadhi. From here, moving into Ashtavakrasana. Bring both your feet over your shoulders and raise it up towards the side, visualizing yourself as a flying crow. Find your balance there, balancing on just your arms. Vasishtamatakaundinya Molhukukutamevacha. From here, moving into Pradasana. Place Place one foot on the opposite thigh and raise the other knee. Place your arms underneath the raised knee and your hands on your knee and on the floor. Visualizing yourself as immortal, able to exist purely from prana, gazing at your third eye in pranasana. Etat prabhedam vakshami karoti asa chamaraha. From here, moving into Parshumatsyendrasana, placing the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee, hold the left leg with the right hand and twist your body, remaining steady, visualizing the great yogi, the master of Hatha Yoga, Matsyendranath, gazing at your third eye. Vamor Moolarpita Dakshapado, Janvar Bahirveshita Dakshadoshna. From here, move on to Chakorasana on the other side. Purvata Anam Chatushpada Pitha Vajrasanam Tatha. Dhanurasana 2, visualizing yourself as a bow on the other side. Padang Gushtautupanibhyam Grihitva Shavanavadhi. Ashtavakrasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a flying crane. Vasishtamata Kaundinya Modhakukutamevacha. Pranasana on the other side, visualizing the ability to be immortal. Atha Prabhedam Vakshami Karoti asa chamaraha. And Parshu Matsyendrasana on the other side, visualizing the great Natha Muni, Matsyendranatha, gazing at your third eye. Vamor Moolarpita Dakshapado, Janvar Bahirvesha Dakshadoshna. Now let's enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana, keeping one leg towards your perineum, stretch the other leg in front of you. Extend your hand towards your feet and lean your head down towards your knees. Ekam padam prasarya ekam padmasya parshina sivai sampidya hastadvena prasilita padangushtham dhritva. Moving into Crown Chasana. Twist your foot outside your left hip and raise the other foot towards the sky, holding the feet in Crouch Chasana on the other side. Vasishtamata Kaundinya Modhakukutamevacha. Repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam padam prasarya ekam pasadya pashnina. And now do Crown Chasana on the other side. Atha Vakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam. From here, moving into Swastikasana, place both your feet on top of each other, gazing towards the nose in Swastikasana, visualizing yourself at the pink of health, hands on your knees. Sit with the soles between the thighs and the calves. Janurva orantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe. Moving into Gorakshasana, remaining in the same position, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin, visualizing Gorakhnatha, covering your feet with your palms, gazing at your nose. Janurva orantare pada uttano vyakta samsthito. From here, moving into Bhagasana 2, switch your gaze to your third eye, bring your hands over your face, your little finger below the lower lip, your upper finger above the upper lip in Shanmukhi Mudra, with your fingers to your nose, to your eyes, and to your ears. Vamapa Ashno Gudam Samsthapi Dakshangri Vama Janghare. And now from here, entering into Yogasana 2. Remaining in this, please place your feet on top of your opposite knees, bringing your hands on the ground, palms facing up, visualizing yourself in oneness with Paramashiva, gazing at the nose. Uttana Uchana Kritva Sanstopyo Parijanano. From here, moving into Urdhva Kukutasana, placing your hands by the side of your body in the Padmasana position, raise your feet up into the sky, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Vasishtamata Kaundinya Murdhakukutameva Chashta Vakramathotanam Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. Now from here, moving into Siddharatiliasana, placing your hands in between your elbows, place it flat onto the ground. Placing your palms onto the floor without raising your body up, gazing at your nose in Siddharatiliasana. Prathamam Padmasanam ko Karahastado Goda Sandhidhare. Now, Lift your body up into the Kukutasana position, bringing your legs above your knees above your elbows, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan. Kukutasana vasthita sanskandhaparyantam uranitva tishthe tamsasanam bhavati. Moving into Karmukasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow. From Padmasana, placing your hands between your thighs and the calves while sitting, reaching the hands behind the body and placing the fingers in Parashmudra. Bring your forehead to the nose, bring your forehead to the floor, gazing at your nose. Prathama Padmasana ko kare godasan dhimahi kare dhari. Next is Kurmasana 2, visualizing your body with a turtle with a stable body and mind living for hundreds of years. From Padmasana, inserting both the hands through the thighs and calves, bring the elbows, holding the respective shoulders. Bami Janga Paradachna Pave, Dahini Janga Paribame Lyave. From here, moving into Granthi Bhedasana. Rejoice knowing you're in Shiva's, Bhagavan Paramashiva's secret knot posture. Bringing your hands to the back of your neck. Engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, gazing at your nose in Granthi Bhedasana, remaining in the same position as previous. Athava Ksheni Lagantha Granthi Bhedasanam Shubham. Now, in the same position, fall back onto your back in Uttana Kurmasana, visualizing yourself as a turtle gazing towards your nose. Kukuta Asana Bandhastam Karabhyam Dhrita Kandharam. From here, moving into Pangu Kukutasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Raise your body up, bringing both your palms in between your thighs with one palm over the other. Raise yourself onto a single palm. Kukutasana vasthitva ekena hastena anyasya manibandham dhritva hastatalena bhumam vishtabhitishtet Pangu Kukutam bhavati. Repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side. Kukutasana vasthitva ekena hastena Anyasya manibandham dhritva. Now, let's continue with the next asana. After Pangukutasana, let us enter into the asana of Giridhrasana. Continuing to remain in Padmasana, interlace your hands together. Place your chin on your palms with your elbows on your feet. In Giridhrasana, visualize yourself going beyond all greed and covetousness, hands in Parashumudra. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us continue with the Giridhrasana. Janurvo Orantare Pada Uttano Vyakta Samsthito. Now from here, let us move into Padmasana 3, sitting straight with your hands in Padmasana. Place your one palm over the other and sit stably, gazing at your nose, engaging all the three bandhas. Uttana Ujjaranau Vidhaya Vidhat Sastitau Yogi Rat Uttanau Swakarau Shakti Ugalante Sadhu Kritva Samo. From here now, continuing into Padmasana 4, visualizing Paramashiva in your inner space, gazing towards your nose. Keep your palms on your knees and gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Etat Padmasanam kuryat pranavayu prasiddhayet. Now from here, move into Karmukasana 2. In Padmasana, hook the right hand, index and middle finger in Prana Mudra around the right toes. And lift your elbow as if pulling the bow back, moving the big toe around. Place the left hand on the opposite knee, keeping straight. Visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Repeat this on the other side. Athanyasana yoga kshanat. Kritva Padmasanam Padangushthajangayo sthitam. Now from here, moving into Karmukasana 3. You can also, in this position, make your Padmasana a little more stronger. Take it out and push it towards the back of your body. And from here, clasp your hands behind your back, holding on to your knees, holding on to your toes in the Prana Mudra. Visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow in your third eye. And in engaging all the three bandhas, inhale through your tongue straight in like an arrow. Karmuka asama satya udare pura yet sukham. From here, let's move into Dridhasana. Relax your bandhas in the same position, gazing towards the third eye. Visualize you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye of rejuvenation. Urubhyam muparisthapya padayukmam prayatnataha. Now, turning to a sideways, relax onto your back in Nagrasana. Visualizing yourself as a snake with your hands in the, trying to clasp onto your toes, hands in Prana Mudra, gaze towards your nose. Prathama Padma Asana Kothane, Dau Hatha Pachane, Amne. Here, moving into Kandukasana, curl yourself into a ball, lying on your back, bending your knees. Pull your knees towards your chest, squeezing your body, visualizing yourself as a ball in the Parashi Mudra. Vetrasane sthitva hastapadan rikshukmudhvam nayet prishtham shena bhumim pothet kandukasanam bhavati. Now moving into Urdhva Pavanasana. Place your feet onto the ground, your knees facing upwards, your hand behind your neck, back, relaxing here into Urdhva Pavanasana, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, gaze towards your nose. Prathame Sudha Sayana Karave, Goda Ubharashe Milave, Gulabhamahila Angushtadoi, Kare Ekasa Mela Rasoi. Now from here, moving into Marakata Pithasana, visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Lying on your back, bend your knees and keep your feet on the mat. Place your upturned palms under your heels, lifting your hips up into the sky. Uttana Shayanam Padatale, Uttana Hastayoho Sthapayet, Prishthabhagam Unnatrayet, Marakata Pitham Bhavati. Now in the same position, bring your hands from your feet to your hips. Underneath, resting your hips onto your palms, your elbows on the ground. Stretch your legs out into Uttana Shaktipitakasana, gazing at your nose, visualizing Swamiji. Janghago on Balahi Nastet, Uttana Shaktipitakam. Relax your body now. Into Narakasana, lifting your body up into the air, resting your hip onto your elbows. Visualize yourself passing through hell blissfully unscathed. Raise your body straight up into the sky. You can tuck in your body and straighten your legs, reaching up high. Griva Kanthena Bhumim Vishtambha Padagra Dvayam. And now, lean your legs backwards, balancing on your palms, engage those core muscles, visualizing you're a boat crossing that ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Naukavat sthitva urdhapadagra dvayam naye Tiryanaukasana bhavati. Moving into Dhvajasana, straighten those hands onto the floor, raise your legs tall up into the sky. You're a flag, Kailasa's flag, respected all the nations, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. तिर्यनौकवद्ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्पै भूमिमष्टभ्यमस्तकलाक्षेण पादद्रद्वे मूर्धनये ध्वजासनं भवति. Now relax your body onto the ground into Mritasana. Visualizing your body dead, supreme pontifical Hinduism liberating. Feel the energy flowing throughout your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Let us relax here for some time in the Shivasana, in the Mritasana posture, visualizing yourself as a dead body. उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Now you can slowly raise up, shake your feet, shake your hands. Raise your body up into a seated position. And with that, congratulate all the participants for finishing that beautiful Nitya Vinyasa Krama 308 asanas. And let's conclude with complete completion. Get ready for an amazing day ahead. Invite your friends and families to come. We are learning wealth manifestation today, the most hottest topic in the modern day, how to manifest wealth effortlessly. It's just a cognition shift. Invite your friends, families to join. Do stay on for the rest of the program. And with that, let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga session. Now, let's start our Jnana sessions. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Yekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to the Paramashivoham Level-1, Day 2 of the Level-1 program. And Ma Christina, Darshani, Reshoma, Tushara, Yoga Guru Prasadini, all of you, please come on camera. And many of you, Lingodhavan. And we are going to study and learn about the Bhagavad Gita. Today, we are going to have the darshan of Keshava, Bhagavan Keshavarthamurti. And we are going to study a gist of Bhagavad Gita. How it helps to live blissfully and finally, eventually lead to liberation, experience Paramashivoham. As explained, Swamiji has explained Bhagavad Gita on various occasions. And we are going to learn the Bhagavad Gita as retold by Swamiji. So get ready for this exciting day to learn the Bhagavad Gita. And I request all of you to be on camera, participating, actively involving, doing the exercises, doing the internalization exercises, and involve yourself, Nithyanandam Lingodwan. And then your understanding, see, again and again and again, multiple times I repeat. What is that? Swamiji said one thing. Whenever you hear something, your learning is not complete. That is only 25%. Understand that. When you learn with full intensity, even if you listen, your understanding about that subject is only 25%. When you internalize that, you get another 25% added to your understanding. When you practice and discuss your doubts, questions, actively involving yourself, then your learning will be another 25%. And when you start teaching with others, last 20%, you will get it. You will understand it. So learning is this multiple levels of the same subject. So just if you are off camera, how you're going to be focusing, concentrating on the subject, right? So when you always actively, you're here, you're here. You're listening to the class, you're listening to the class, nothing doing. Then your understanding will be complete. You get the maximum benefit out of this program. All right. So let's start invoking Bhagavan Krishna's presence. And we are very close to celebrating the Ramanavami, not Ramanavami, that Sri Rama's Ayodhya Rama Mandir inauguration celebrations. Kailasas across the world are celebrating this occasion very grandly, and Swamiji is going to address us, bless us. Many events are ahead. So on this occasion, we are going to learn the Bhagavad Gita, and we are going to have a darshan of Bhagavan Keshavartha Murti. So all of you know, Bhagavad Gita is one of the prime scripture of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is one of the Prasthana Traya. There are millions of scriptures in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Because that many millions got enlightened, and they wrote what their experience of enlightenment. So millions of books are there. Everything, every Talapatta Grantha is an infinite source of information. So out of all these, 3 books are at most the prime books. One is the Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutra, and Upanishads. So today we are going to learn Bhagavad Gita. All right? So gist of Bhagavad Gita, not completely, a little bit trying to understand as told by Swamiji. So get ready for the Bhagavad Gita. Kinchita Desha, Bhagavan Shankara, Adi Shankara says, Ganga Jalalava Kanika Abid. If you drink a little bit of Ganga and read a little bit of Bhagavad Gita, your life will be blessed. So it's such a sacred teachings. Bhagavat meaning God. Gita is song. So Bhagavad Gita is song of God. See the beauty of it. Bhagavan Krishna revealed the powerful teachings of how we live our life and eventually reach the ultimate of liberation or experiencing the Paramashivoham. He sang. So Bhagavan's singing Bhagavad Gita, song of God. So let's learn, let's enjoy this journey of learning the Bhagavad Gita. Are you all excited to learn the teachings? Of course, I'm sure many of you already learned. Many of you already heard, learned of the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. But today, beautifully, how Swamiji explained, we are going to learn. I'm sure you're all going to get a breakthrough from this Swamiji's teaching. Reshoma, are you excited? Darshanima, can I have a thumbs up? Christina ma? Lingodhvanaya, yes? Can I have a thumbs up? Awesome. So let's invoke Bhagavan Krishna's presence. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramartanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramartanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramarthanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. The invocation mantra of Bhagavan Krishna. The meaning of this mantra is, I salute unto Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru of the world, son of Vasudeva and Devaki, and the destroyer of Kamsa and Chanura. Who is Krishna? He is the Purnavatar, the complete incarnation of Mahavishnu. Who walked on this planet Earth few thousand years ago. He is the expression of Parandhama, the ultimate. He is a Purnavatar, means the complete embodied version of the Narayana. With its complete glory, qualities, and powers. He is the 8th avatara of Lord Vishnu, and 7th avatara is Lord Rama. Lord Rama, 7th avatara of Vishnu, and Krishna is the 8th avatara of Vishnu. Who is Vishnu? The sustenance of the universe. Bhagavan Krishna radiated such a glory, radiated such an auspicious qualities of the cosmos. He first set the trend that the whole cosmos, the macrocosm, can express in the human body, in the microcosm. Such a glory, a full-fledged and full-bloomed way. The macrocosm coming into the microcosm. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Krishna. He is, Bhagavan Krishna is the extraordinary expression of the cosmos and the unimaginable glory personified. He is the Jagat Guru. These teachings are time immemorial, applicable. Understand, Bhagavan Krishna taught the Gita a few thousand years ago, and don't think that the teaching is not applicable only at that age. it was applicable all these years, and it is applicable, those teachings now in the current generation, for you and me, for everyone, and it's going to be useful, applicable for everyone in the future also. So they are the eternal, the teachings are eternal for all levels of seeking. For the primary, just basic level understanding, for mediocre understanding, for sincere seekers, for every level of seekers, Gita is the solution. No matter what level they are in, Bhagavad Gita has something to contribute to everyone. Everyone. All kinds of problems, Gita gives a solution. Krishna, as a child, expressed extraordinary innocence and extraordinary powers. He is the ultimate teacher, reviving all the enlightenment systems existed at that time and compiling it in the form of Bhagavad Gita and sharing it to the world. All the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita are all different systems. He compiled, he expressed in the form of songs and gave us as different paths for all of us to follow. As an adult, Bhagavan Sri Krishna went beyond the body. And he did not have an idea of an ordinary body and reflected the pure consciousness in the human form. And how many of you remember Bhagavan Krishna's one quality, all of you? If you know a little bit of Gita, the moment you remember Bhagavan Krishna, you remember one quality. What is that? Know the story of Krishna, Bhagavatam, or Bhagavan Krishna. There is one quality you all should remember. What is that? One quality all of us should remember. What is that? You know, any time you heard about Gita, you remember one thing. What is that? Celebration and love is the embodiment of love and celebration. Life as a celebration. Essence of Krishna's life is celebration. One of the greatest dimensions of happening of Bhagavan Krishna is Tyaga and love. The ability to receive and give love. Bhagavan Krishna is a personality who never gives up on people, and he continued till the end. He did not give up on anyone. He is the embodiment of causing everyone's reality. And he was able to speak into the listening of the listener and cause everyone's reality. He's the embodiment of love and Tyaga. For this, out of his love and Tyaga for the humanity, he delivered the Bhagavad Gita, the song of God. Krishna demonstrated the absolute life positivity, absolute love, absolute will persistence in dealing with the demonic forces of all types of situations. Bhagavan Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with demonic forces. Bhagavan Krishna says beautifully in one of the Bhagavad Gita chapters, 15th chapter, 15th verse. He says, Sarvasya chaham hrudi sannivisto mattai smrute jnanam apoham cha vedaista sarvai ahamaiva dvaityo vedanta krudveda videva chaham. That means I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance and knowledge and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. And indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Swamiji had a beautiful experience when he was as a wandering monk. He had a Krishna darshan. How? See, all of you know, Swamiji went on a Parivrajaka yatra when he was a teenager, when he was mere age of like 17 years old. So, and in Swamiji's own words, during my Parivrajaka yatra, I came across an old lady who used to talk frequently with her idol of Krishna. And I could not understand what she was doing. So I went and asked. Project the slide so all can read it. So during my Parivrajaka Yatra, I came across an old lady who used to talk frequently with her idol Krishna. I could not understand what she was doing, so I went and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you think, is he talking to you?" I told her, "Ma, what you experience is an illusion. You should come out of it. You should eat healthy food and stay healthy, come out of all this." She was so innocent and she said, "No, no, Baba, I'm not lying. Don't you see? He's sitting there and talking to me." She just put her hand out and held my hand. And I promise I saw Krishna there. I can tell you that he was sitting there just as a simple child. With what intensity you see me now, I promise at least with deeper intensity that I saw Krishna there. He was there, just as small baby he was described in Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is the Krishna story. With a small flute and in hand, putting his hand on his face very innocently, with a peacock feather and his unclean hair, with a dirty mouth. All that food was there in the mouth and unkept. And just that small little baby, he was there. That shock was from the very root center. Understand, the shock was from the very Mooladhara chakra, from the root of my being was shaken. See, even if I had the smallest doubt that she was a saintly lady, I would not have gone and told her that she should come out of all this illusion, that she should stop doing all this foolishness, that she should be very healthy. I would have never told her that. She was such a simple, unassuming person with no external expressions of any saintly or divine expression in her. She was simple lady, village lady, maybe 70 or 80 years old. Just by her touching me, she gave me initiation, and Swamiji had the Krishna darshan. Please understand that this was initiation. This was not just that she was able to transmit that experience into my system as her experience. It is not that when she held that hand, I was convinced that Krishna was there. No, I saw him clearly. He was there. The shock was so much that I just fell at her feet. I can remember very clearly my falling at the feet of Upamal, my first inspiration, the teacher in Tiruvannamalai. Her spiritual name was Swamini Mata Vibhudanandapuri Devi. Mata Vibhudanandapuri is Swamiji's one of the guru. I fell at this old lady's feet. I just fell at her feet and said, "Never call me as Baba. You are my Mata," meaning mother. Because as long as she was holding my hand, Krishna was there. I saw the moment she took her hand away, the vision disappeared. So that was the beautiful experience. That's how Swamiji had the darshan. I see in the Zoom 456. Can you kindly put your name? Rename whoever it is. 456 name. Please rename your original name. And please come in front of camera. Jessica, okay, that's yours only, second device. Ma Jessica. Now, let's understand Bhagavad Krishna's teaching, Bhagavad Gita.
Nithyananda.
Again, one more time, we'll invoke Bhagavan Krishna's presence.
Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. Gita is the song. Bhagavat is God, the song of God. It is the manual for enlightenment. What Bhagavan, what song he sings? He sings, become like me, become like God. What else he'll sing? So it's a song of God. It's a manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its suffering. Bhagavad Gita conveys the essence of knowledge contained in all written and oral Vedic truths to enrich and simplest to complex human beings to all the planes. What whatever, you are a complex personality, you are a simple personality, you are a whatever kind of personality you are, Bhagavad Gita has answers for you. Whatever problems you have, Bhagavad Gita has an answer for you. It is applicable for all types of personality. It contains the royal supreme knowledge and the royal secret of secrets, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam, the royal knowledge and the royal secret. Bhagavad Gita is a part of the great Bharata, India's history, narrated by Sri Vedavyasa, one of the great enlightened sages. Gita is scripted by Sri Ganesha, none other than Ganesha, who embodies the pure wisdom and joyful spontaneity. So it is, the story says that when Sri Vedavyasa understand, Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata. We are going to learn a little bit of that also now. The teaching is part of the middle of the war of the Mahabharata. Mahabharata is still the longest epic poem, longest epic written in the poetic form till today. But for thousands of years, this is the longest epic poem. Bhagavad Gita, that is Mahabharata. The teaching of Bhagavad Gita of Krishna is a part of it. During the war field, Bhagavan Krishna teaches to Arjuna, the superhero of Bhagavad Gita, superhero of Mahabharata. Mahabharata is the biggest, largest world war, I can say. So during that, during the war, this teaching was given. Bhagavad Gita, essence of the knowledge base of Vedic tradition. It is the gist of all the knowledge of the Vedic tradition. It's a Brahma Vidya, meaning the knowledge of the Brahman. Knowledge of the Brahman means what? The supreme absolute truth, the knowledge of the cosmos, or enlightenment science, you can simply say. Meaning, Jivan Mukti Vijnana, the science of living enlightenment. Bhagavad Gita is the science of living enlightenment. Jivan, in Sanskrit we call Jivan Mukti Vijnana. It is a Upanishad. One of the Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, and one of the Upanishad, Gita Upanishad, it describes us essence of all the Upanishad, like just a cow, and Lord Krishna, who is the famous as a cowherd boy, is milking this cow. Meaning, Arjuna is just like a cow, and learned the scholars and pure devotees or drink the nectarine milk of Bhagavad Gita. See, how do we understand Bhagavad Gita? In our life, it's always like a mix of good, bad, divine, and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. Bhagavad Gita gives a clear intellectual understanding about everything in life, about death, about soul, our soul, about the great why of everything, about what of everything, about do's, don'ts, don't do this, rules, regulations, everything. Bhagavad Gita has it. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is Master awakening, Master Krishna, the Jagat Guru Krishna, awakening the responsibility in the disciple Arjuna. Arjuna is the representative of all of us. So, Guru awakening the responsibility in the disciple. Now, let's invoke the Bhagavad Gita amidst the wars of Mahabharata. Bhagavad Gita, the Krishna sang that song. Let's invoke and meditate on Bhagavad Gita so that we understand and blessed and enlightened with that, with the teachings of Krishna as revealed, as retold by Swamiji. This is what I'm going to sing is the invocation mantra of Bhagavad Gita. Om Pathaya Pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitamritavarshini Bhagavatim Astadasadhyayini Ambatvam anusandhatami Bhagavad Gita Bhavadveshini. The meaning of this invocation mantra of Bhagavad Gita is, I meditate upon you, O Bhagavad Gita, the affectionate divine mother. See, here Bhagavad Gita is compared as a divine mother, showering the nectar of Advaita, the oneness with the divine, non-duality, and destroying the rebirth, when liberation, it bestows the liberation, incorporated into the mist of Mahabharata, of 18 chapters by sage Vedavyasa, the author of the Puranas, and imparted to Arjuna by Bhagavan Narayana himself. This is the invocation verse of the Bhagavad Gita. There are 18 chapters in Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavan Krishna calls as yoga. All 18 chapters are different paths to follow, to live life, and finally it leads us to Jivan Mukti, the liberation. Bhakti Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, path of knowledge, path of bhakti, path of sannyas, path of surrender. Like that, there are 18 chapters. We'll be learning a gist of all these paths today. Now, we just learned that Bhagavad Gita is part of the Mahabharata. What is Mahabharata? Let's learn before we moving on to the learning of the Bhagavad Gita. Yes. Bhagavad Gita is a part of the great Bharat, India's history, narrated by Sri Vedavyasa, one of the great enlightened sages. Gita is script by Sri Ganesha, who embodies the pure wisdom and joyful spontaneity. It is narrated as the direct expression of the divine himself. It is because of Bhagavan Krishna's direct presence that Mahabharata and dwelled in it. The Bhagavad Gita is dwelled in Mahabharata. The Bhagavad Gita is the indispensable authority of the greatest revelation of truth. Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, is the sacred text of the greatest incarnation the greatest incarnation of the absolute divine. Mahabharata, literally meaning the Mahabharata, the great Bharata, is a grand narration about the nation and civilization which is now known as India. It was then a nation ruled by King Bharata and his descendants. It's a tale of a strife between or war between two cousins, and ultimately between one represents the dharmic, the righteousness, and the other represents adharmic, unrighteousness. One righteous civilization, another one unrighteous civilization. The war between these two is Mahabharata. The true story of this perfectly recorded epic is about two clans, the warring clans, Kauravas and Pandavas. Closely related to, they are born to two brothers. Pandavas are the righteous path, dharmic path. Kauravas as the adharmic path, unrighteous path. The both are born, both Kauravas' father and Pandavas' father are two brothers. So basically, these two are cousins. Two clans are cousins. The two brothers, first eldest one, Dhritarashtra, he is blind by birth. And he's a blind king of Hastinapur and father of the unrighteous sons of hundreds. His sons are 100 in number, but they are all unrighteous, adharmic. And his brother Pandu is dharmic, and his children are 5. They are divine childs, and they follow the path of dharma, the righteous path. Since Dhritarashtra was blind, he was not eligible to be even though he was the eldest, he was not allowed or fit to ascend the throne. So Pandu was made king of Hastinapura. Everything was going right, but at one stage, Pandu was cursed by a sage that he would die if he ever entered into a physical relationship with his wives. He has 2 wives, but due to certain circumstances, he got into a curse. So he therefore had no children. Pandu has no children. Vyasa says that all the 5 Pandava children were born to their mothers, Kunti and Madri, of Pandu's wives, through the blessings of the divine beings. Pandu handed over the kingdom and his children to his blind brother and Dhritarashtra and retired to meditate in the forest. So Pandu's wife Kunti, who is the embodiment of tapas, spiritual penance, has received a boon when she was very young, unmarried, adolescent, that she could summon any divine being, and with that being blessing, she could, without any physical relationship, she can get a child. That was the boon by Durvasa. She got the boon because she served Durvasa Muni when she was 15-year old. To test that boon, she just prayed to the sun god Surya, and Surya appeared before her, blessed with the sun, just with his grace, Karna. But she was since unmarried, since very young, in fear of social rejection, she cast that newborn baby away in the river. So, and Yudhishthira and his brothers Bhima, Arjuna, Nakula, Sahadeva, all these five were born to, all the five are from the five divine beings born to Kunti and Madri of Pandu's wives with the blessings of the divine. Yudhishthira was born to Kunti as a result of her being blessed by Yama, the god of death. And he represents the dharma and justice. Bhima by the Vayu, the wind god, and the god of wind. And Arjuna by Indra, the god of the divine beings, the king of the divine beings. And Nakula, Sahadeva, the youngest of the Pandava, were born to Madri, the second wife, through the divine Ashwini Devata, the doctors of the Devatas. Whereas, on the other hand, these are all five are very dharmic, followed the righteous path all through their life. How much ever ordeals they had to face, big challenges they faced, whatever situation they are in, they always follow the righteous path. Never left the path of dharma. Never left the path of dharma. Whereas on the other hand, Drashta, the blind king, had 100 sons through his wife Gandhari, the eldest of Kaurava princes. They are called Kauravas, and the eldest is Duryodhana. He has no love for his cousins, Pandava cousins, and he's the embodiment of all kinds of jealous cruelty. He made all unsuccessful attempts to kill Pandava brothers since as kids. I hope all of you are following. Are you able to follow? Or am I too fast? Please let me know. It's difficult to remember names, but if at least if you get the gist of so Dhritarashtra, as son, the eldest son, Duryodhana, tried, he's so jealous of his cousins, the Pandava brothers. They're very powerful divine beings. So, and they're inheritors of the throne. So he's so jealous and attempts all kinds of attempts to kill the Pandavas since they were kids. Whereas the Kunti's eldest son, the Karna, who was born before she was married, who she had cast away at birth, was found and brought up by a charioteer in the palace, and with the strange twist of events, joined Kunti's son, the Karna, joined the hands of Duryodhana. So in the course of time, they all grew up, and Dhritarashtra gave Yudhishthira one half of the Kuru kingdom on his coming of age. And since Pandava prince was the rightful heir to the throne, because Pandu was the king, so his sons are the righteous throne, and Yudhishthira was the eldest. So he was the righteous heir to the throne that his father Pandu has vacated. Yudhishthira ruled from his new capital Indraprastha. But Duryodhana, even though he was so jealous, he persuaded Yudhishthira to join gambling session, and where his cunning uncle Shakuni defeated the Pandava king. With the cunningness, absolute cheating, they completely cheated, and Yudhishthira lost all that he owned, his kingdom, his brothers, his wife, himself, to Duryodhana, and they were forced to go to exile for 14 years. At the end of the 14 years, there are more details to it, so I'm just giving you the brief of it. At the end of the 14 years, the Pandava brothers tried to reclaim their kingdom being held by Sri Krishna. However, Duryodhana refused to give yield to even a little point of land, and as a result, the great war, the war of Mahabharata, ensued. Krishna joined hands the Pandavas and becomes Arjuna's unarmed charioteer. Arjuna joyfully and gratefully chooses his dearest friend Krishna to his mentor and his guru Krishna, Narayana, to be his unarmed charioteer. Amidst this war field appears the song of God. Gita appears in the heart of Mahabharata as the ultimate practical teaching on the inner science of spirituality that expresses as outer victory and success in life now and after. Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, out of his utmost concern and love for him and humanity, whereas Arjuna represents all of us. In the context, that is the context of the dialogue of Krishna and Arjuna, who represents all of us, all of the humanity. So the God sang that song to all of us, the Bhagavad Gita. That's the context of Bhagavad Gita. The great war of Mahabharata is the fight between positive and negative thought patterns of the mind, called samskaras, or the root thought patterns. The positive root patterns are Pandava princes, and the negative thought patterns are the Kaurava princes. Kurukshetra is the battlefield is the body, Arjuna, the individual consciousness, and Sri Krishna is the enlightened master. The supreme consciousness driving and guiding the individual consciousness. All the Kaurava princes, as well as their commanders such as Bhishma, Drona, Karna, were killed in battle. That is the outcome of the Mahabharata war. Dharma always wins. All these Kaurava princes are the negative thought current in us. The 5 Pandava brothers survived as the winners and become the rulers of the combined kingdom. Dharmo rakshati rakshata. Dharma protects those who protects it. The Bhagavad Gita opens with the great why, reflecting the personal crisis that we all face at some point of our lives. This why can be answered in very simple way. You are here to manifest your ultimate possibility. But each one of us has to discover our own answer to this why. This great why is the seed of God Himself. Why is the virya, the seed, put into your very DNA structure to help you realize yourself. Only Bhagavad Gita, one possessed with infinite powers and infinite knowledge, can declare the imperishable and eternal nature of the self, the Atman, and also give the direct experience of the self to Arjuna in Vishwarupa Darshana. And finally, Moksha Sannyasa Yoga, the yoga of liberation. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is the master awakening the responsibility in the disciple. That is why everywhere the Gita talks only about responsibility. Mahabharata is a book where the personification of each quality appears as one character. You live so many different experiences in your life. You carry so many parts. One part of you is integrity. One part of you is authenticity. One part of you is self-doubt. And some part of you is self-hatred. And some part of you is knowledge. And one part of you is compassion. And one part of you is violence. And one part of you is cunningness. So when all of these parts are fully awakened in you, you are fully bloomed. Then you are Krishna. If you understand the Mahabharata, you will understand the complexity of personalities or the complexity of you. You will never have hatred or denial to some part of you or towards some part of others. The 5 Pandavas, called Pancha Pandavas, are the 5 sons of King Pandu, are the embodiment of great powers that come from the 4 tattvas of life. Yudhishthira is the embodiment of integrity, the power of words, Vak Shakti. Bhima is the embodiment of authenticity, the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti. Arjuna is the embodiment of responsibility, the power of feeling, Prema Shakti. Sahadeva is the embodiment of enriching, the power of living, Atma Shakti. And Nakula, the fifth one, is the embodiment of causing the reality of others. And their mother, Kunti, is the mother of these Pancha Pandavas, and she is the embodiment of tapas, the penance. Tapa aligns to the different powers of nature and gives birth to integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching and causing. Mahabharata is actually your life. It is nothing but the story of all incompletions. Your body is the earthly kingdom that is attacked by your incompletions, the root patterns of self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial that weigh you down and forbid the tattvas to manifest in your as great powers. In the war field of your life, stand the Kauravas, Drashta, Shakuni, Duryodhana, all these are the other side, along with Bhishma, the great grandfather, and Karna, the eldest of the Pandavas. Dhritarashtra is the self-doubt in you, and Duryodhana is the self-denial in you. Shakuni is the self-hatred in you. Karna is the charity and compassion in you. Bhishma is the dharma in you. And the undying righteousness, but because of wrong association and self-denial, both your charity and righteousness turn powerless and give up their pure inner space. Self-doubt, Dhritarashtra, joins with self-destruction, Gandhari, and gives birth to self-denial patterns, the Kauravas, Duryodhana, and brothers. Swamiji has explained and very beautifully the deeper science, a deeper knowledge and truths of Mahabharata characters mapped into our patterns. When you start the war of your life, integrity, Yudhishthira never looks like he's going to win the war with the self-denial patterns of Duryodhana. But when you complete with this root pattern, you cause what you want as reality in your life. You rewrite your future. So carry the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. You will always have the Guru's grace on you. When the Guru is on your side, you can win any war of life and create the ultimate reality of your life. When you carry the inner space of Pandavas in your very being and live the four tattvas sincerely, you will always have the grace, protection, and powers of Sri Krishna. When you surrender to the Master Sri Krishna, what you have will be, what you lack will be showered on you, and what you have will be protected for you. Yoga Kshema Vahamyaham. The Guru takes care of your yoga and kshema, your well-being. Now, let's understand now let's enter into Bhagavad Gita. Mahabharata beautifully says, let the fight be in Kurukshetra. In Sanskrit, Kurukshetra means the space of creation. Kuru means doing. Let the fight be in the space of creation. The whole place of fight should not be with the lowest realm, but in the highest realm. So you will always be in the middle, in the fight itself. You will always be in the middle, and at the end, you will be at the peak. Look at your life. Your fight is like this. Oh, will I get the job now or not? What will happen if I fall sick? I'm alone. What will happen if I'm bankrupt, if I become bankrupt? What will happen if this happens? What will happen if that happens? All kinds of insecurity, conflicts we express. Then you console yourself that, oh, all that will not happen, don't bother. This is the fight you always do. Shift from that zone into the positive creation. You are fighting the wrong zone of life. For example, if you are all the time afraid becoming bankrupt, decide, I'm going to be a billionaire. So in the inner space, the fight will be about, will I become billionaire or not? You may have millions, but the fight will no more of self-doubting thoughts of bankruptcy or not. Let the fight always be in Kurukshetra, the zone of creation, not in the zone of destruction. All your worrying, all your thinking, all your basic cognition is, will I lose this job or not? Even in your nightmare dreams, you will only want about, will I lose the job or not? No, always let your fight be, will I become a CEO or not? Will I lose this job, whether I become a CEO or not? Shift the battlefield into the land of creation. Let Kurukshetra be the battlefield. Dharmakshetra, Kurukshetra. Meaning, please understand the fight of your life. If it is the field of creation, you are living in dharma. If it is in the field of failure, you are living adharma. This is the meaning of the first sloka of Bhagavad Gita. Mahabharata is not an epic history. It is not merely the fight between good and evil. It is the dissolution of both positive and negative samskaras or root patterns that reside in our biomemory or a simply body-mind system, which must happen for the ultimate liberation. It's a tale of the path of living Advaita, the process of powerfully living and radiating enlightenment, and causing enlightenment for humanity. The essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is master awakening the responsibility in the disciple. That's why Everywhere, Gita talks only about responsibility. Sri Krishna is awakening the responsibility in Arjuna. Guru is awakening the responsibility in all of us through the awakening of Arjuna, the hero of Gita. When you study the Gita, you will find that Arjuna's logic seems to be very intelligent. He does not want to fight, but Krishna emphasizes the intelligent ones need to enter into the fight from the space of Advaita with the power of joy, of feeling responsibility. Any questions? Please do whatever your understanding, please post it in the chat. Today, we are going to learn the gist of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita and some of the main verses of the Bhagavad Gita, which will really give us the breakthrough and powerful clicks, which will help us to follow every day, implement, incorporate in our life. Now, let's listen from Swamiji, his own voice, as Swamiji retold, the retelling the Bhagavad Gita. Any questions, whatever is your understanding, can you all please post? Christina, Darshini, Indranima, Reshav, all of you, many of you, come onto the camera and share your understanding.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. There are millions of spiritual scriptures, books in the planet Earth. From the time immemorial, human beings are creating spiritual scriptures. Continuously, human beings are creating spiritual books. Bhagavad Gita, the book on which we will be speaking, we will be studying, is incomparable. You can't compare this book with any other book. Not just because we are speaking on this book, but I can say one thing for sure. There is no other book which has penetrated human consciousness so deeply. There is no other book which has made so many enlightened beings on the planet Earth like Bhagavad Gita. There is no other book which is a complete encyclopedia of spirituality. I can say the Bhagavad Gita is unabridged dictionary and encyclopedia of spirituality. All the spiritual scriptures can be classified in three ways. One is Shastras, means the books which gives you the clarity about the aim or the goal of the human life. Shastra means the book which teaches you how to live, what is the purpose of life, what is the goal of the life, which gives you an intellectual understanding about the ultimate man, God, life. All your major questions are answered intellectually, logically. We go on. We can put any type of questions. You will have the answer. Logically, you will be convinced to follow the ultimate path, that is Shastras. There are so many hundreds of examples we can give. Which is Shastra, even 10 commandments. They are Shastras. The books which gives you regulations, do's and don'ts, Vidhi and Nisheda. Do's and don'ts, which tells you what has to be done and what should not be done, which guides you in the life. It is called Shastra. There is another kind of literature which is Stotra, the man who realized the ultimate, the man who has experienced the truth, the person who had the glimpse of the divine love, the divine experience, or his self, who has seen the reality. He expresses his joy. It is called Stotra. You worship, you surrender yourself to the divine. That is Stotra. The literature from heart. Literature from head is Shastra. Literature from heart is Stotra. There is another kind of literature which is called Sutra. Means which gives you the technique to reach that state. Shastras gives you intellectual understanding. Stotras give you emotional feeling. Sutras give you being level experience. Shastras are like signboards. You need them. Shastras are like signboards, intellectual scriptures, which explains about the basic things of life. Stotras are things which helps you to surrender to the divine. The glory of the divine is expounded in stotra. The third sutra is a literature which gives you the technique to achieve the devotion or the enlightenment. Shastras by themselves cannot lead you to enlightenment. They can be a good support. They can take you to an enlightened master. Till that point, they are great. They are real help. Stotras. Again, stotras are spoken from the level of emotion, feeling. Stotras should be an expression of your feeling. When you have the deep feeling, you just express it. It flows through your being. Your whole being is flowing. That is stotra. The third thing, sutra. Sutra means the technique which helps you to achieve the goal of the Shastra or goal of the Stotra. Goal of the Shastra is Atman. Goal of the Stotra is God. Of course, both are one and the same. Two different paths. There are people who are intellectual oriented, who are centered on logic, analysis, calculation. For them, for that kind of mind, you need Shastras. You need intellectual scripture. There are people who will not do anything unless they are intellectually convinced, unless they are clear about the whole thing. Of course, we cannot say they should not come for spirituality. There are many scriptures, the stotra level scriptures, which says don't come inside unless you have faith. But I tell you, you should see, you should look at the man with little more compassion. You can't put the faith as a main criteria, first criteria to enter into the spiritual life. If you put faith as the first criteria to enter into the spiritual life, you are almost refusing to give spirituality for 90% of the human beings. It is not very easy to believe anything immediately. You cannot believe, and especially in the modern days, the word believe, faith, all these words are outdated. These words can't have any more meaning. These words are totally out of our life. You can't say only a person who believes, who has got faith, he can come to spirituality. Spirituality should be given for every being. We should create a system through which we can reach every individual. Our Vedic seers, rishis have created shastras, scriptures, which will give intellectual understanding. Logically, you will be clear of what is the path, what is the goal, why you are asked to do all these things, what for we need spirituality. All these major questions are answered intellectually in Shastras. Shastras gives you a basic understanding what is exactly life, what for we are here. All your questions are analyzed intellectually, logically. The conclusions are given to you. We need to understand few things about the Shastras. Shastra is a scripture which completely takes away all your doubts. Samsaya Rakshasa Nasa Mahastram. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Please understand. Samsaya is a Rakshasa. Doubt is a devil. Once the doubt enters into your mind, till you are cleared, you can't sleep, you can't rest. Shastras helps you to get rid of these doubts intellectually. One thing you should understand about the intellectual clarity. Unless you have a complete intellectual clarity, even if you believe, your belief will be pseudo. Please be very clear, your belief will be pseudo. Anybody can shake your belief. Anybody can shake your faith. Your faith will not have a strong base. Your faith is almost a building without foundation. If you build without foundation, what will happen to the building? The same thing will happen to you if you don't have the base of Shastras. Somebody asked Vivekananda, Swamiji, what is the importance of Vedas? Why should we study the Shastras? Vivekananda says, if you study the Shastras, all your faith, all your sincerity, everything will become so strong, nobody can shake your faith and sincerity. Otherwise, any fool can come and tell you what you are doing is superstitious things. And you will start thinking about it. You will start contemplating about it. Am I really doing superstitious things? Am I really following the right thing? What am I doing? You will start having doubts about yourself. You don't believe your faith. Please be very clear. You don't believe your belief. That's very important thing. Every human being should understand. You don't believe your belief. You may think you are believing something. You may think you have faith about something, but your faith or belief is not deep enough. It will not take you anywhere unless you have the foundation of intellectual conviction. Unless you have the deep foundation of Shastras, you will not be able to believe anything. I have seen the people who think they believe. Please be very clear. Even your emotions are not so deep. You think you have love. You think you believe. I see all kind of people. One man came and told me, Swamiji, I love the whole world. It is very easy. Again and again I tell people, to love the whole world is very easy. To love your wife is very difficult. That is where you are stuck. To love the whole world is very easy. You can always say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I feel the whole world is like my family, Swamiji. The problem is you don't feel in tune with your own family. You think you love. You don't really love. Our emotions are not deep. Our faith is not deep because we don't have the intellectual conviction. A man who don't have intellectual conviction, just wait. It can be shaken at any moment by anybody. Just one question is enough. He will be totally shocked. He can be shaken from the root. Shastras, the intellectual understanding, gives a base so that all your convictions, all your faith, all your belief can enter into your being and start working. Bhakti, devotion, is just an alchemy process. If a touchstone touches you, have you heard of this touchstone? Ramakrishna says beautifully. If a touchstone touches any metal, it will become gold. Just by a sparsha, just a touch is enough. Any metal will be converted into gold. Bhakti is a touchstone. The moment the bhakti touches you, simply you will become God. You will become divine. The problem is we never allow the bhakti to touch us. We never allow the devotion to work on us. We never allow the devotion to penetrate our being. We may think we want God, but we are continuously afraid of divine. You may think you want divine, but as long as it is very superficial, as long as things are under your control, things go well. The moment the devotion enters into your being and starts the process, you say, no, not that much, this is enough. I think that is too much for me. You stop at certain point. Your faith is just pseudo. A small story. One guy who lived throughout his life as atheist, he fell from a cliff and he was hanging, holding a small root, and slowly the root is also giving way. He started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed you, but now I believe you, please save me. Please save me, now I believe you." Heard a booming voice from heaven, said, "Oh my son, don't worry, I'll save you, just let go the root. Let go the root, I'll save you." Immediately he said, "Is there anybody else who can save me?" Our faith is just pseudo. Is there anybody else who can save me? God is only one choice for us. If you don't have any good movie on the TV, that day you go to the temple. If you don't have any other commitment, any other party, that day you think of going to the temple. God is only one more choice for us in our life. Till you have the intellectual conviction about the life, God will be just one more choice in your life. The spirituality will be just one more choice. You will just choose. It will be just one more shop. Walmart, McDonald's, spirituality. You will decide which shop should I enter. It will be just one more shop, nothing more than that. The basic need for the life is intellectual conviction. One guy was praying to Venkateshwara, "Oh Prabhu, give me $1 million. If you give $1 million, I'll put $200,000 in your hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 200,000 by yourself. Just give only 800,000. Our faith is only this much. Our spirituality is just game. As long as things go well, as long as things go according to your route, God is great. I have seen people, if they pass in their exams, they will break coconut. If they fail, they will break Ganesha. If they pass in their exams, they will break coconut for Ganapati, Ganesha. If they fail in the exam, they will break the Ganapati itself. Our faith is very pseudo. It is not life transforming. We don't allow the devotion to work on ourselves. There is a beautiful sloka in the scriptures of Vedanta, first thing which you need to do is Vijnanamaya Kosha Vedana. The translation of the translation goes, clearing your intellect. You need to break, you need to open your intellect. You need to have a clear intellectual understanding about life, about spirituality, about everything. Shastras, scriptures gives you that intellectual clarity, intellectual understanding. If you see all the great devotees, great bhaktas, Chaitanya, Ramanuja, Madhva, all these great bhaktas, they had very strong intellectual base. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a great Nayayika philosopher. Nayayika means logic. He's a great philosopher of logic. Once you reach the height, peak of the logic, only then you fall in the valley of love. Only then you are qualified to fall in love. Unless you reach the heights of the logic, you are not qualified to fall in the valley of love. You can't fall in love unless you reach the peak of intellect. All the great masters, all the great devotees, they have reached the peak of intellect. They had a strong intellectual understanding. They had a strong Shastra base. Whether Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Madhva or Ramanuja, all these great masters of devotion, they had a strong intellectual base. The first category scriptures, Shastras. Next comes Stotras. Stotra means expressing your experience. Expressing your experience or expressing your devotion, love to the master or the God, to the guru or the God. Expressing your deep love is stotra. You stand in front of the divine, you stand in front of the Lord and you recite your feeling, you express your feeling. Many people ask me, what is this, Swamiji? In your Hinduism you have idol worship. I tell them, no, Hinduism don't have idol worship. We don't worship the idol, we worship through the idol. Please understand, there is a very big difference between worshipping the idol and worshipping through the idol. When you stand in front of the God, when you stand in front of the idol, do you say, "Oh stone, please give me boon. Oh stone, please heal me. Oh stone, please save me"? No. You say, "Oh God, please save me. Oh Lord, please save me. Oh Prabhu, please save me." Please understand, we don't worship the idol, we worship through the idol. So what we are not doing is not idol worship. Hinduism don't have idol worship. We worship through the idol. In Vaishnavism, there is a beautiful word, Archavatara. Means the idol which is worshipped in the temple is called incarnation of God. Archavatara, incarnation of God. It is not just a stone. Incarnation means the divine descending on the planet Earth. Just like how we have all the incarnations. Here there are all these 10 incarnations, Dasavataras. Matsyavatara, Kurmavatara, Narasimhavatara, Vamana. All these avatars are there. Just like in incarnations, just like all these avatars. The stone or the idol which we worship in the temple is called Archavatara. We relate to the divine through the Vigraha, through the Murti. When you stand and pour yourself, it is called Stotra. all the songs of Alvars, Nayanmars, Meera, Chaitanya, all these songs written by the great devotees, these are called stotras. And people always come and ask me, Swamiji, sometime I don't feel like chanting these stotras. Should I do it mechanically if I feel, even if I don't feel like doing it, should I do it? I tell them, do it. 1 or 2 days you may feel little mechanical, but I tell you, the moment you start enjoying the meaning, the moment you start understanding, it will become your being, it will become your feeling. When you express your heart, it becomes stotra. The next thing is sutra. Sutra is a kind of literature which gives you a technique to reach the enlightenment which is shown by the Shastras, to reach the devotion, the ultimate bhakti which is expressed by stotras. Shastras are from intellectual level, stotras are from emotional level, sutras are from being level. There are 3 kinds of human beings who are head oriented, who are heart oriented, who are being oriented. To fulfill every kind of human being, our rishis have created 3 kind of literatures. Enlightened people have created 3 kind of literatures: Shastra, Stotra and Sutra. Here is a book which is all 3 put together and something more. Bhagavad Gita is the only book, I can say one and only book, which is Stotra, Shastra and Sutra. It is Shastra. It gives you a clear intellectual understanding about the life, about the Atman, what is to be done, what should not be done. Vidhi and Nisheda, do's and don'ts are clearly explained. I have not seen any other book explaining so deeply. Please be very clear. Just explaining do's and don'ts will not do. Giving the intellectual reason why it should be done and why it should not be done is necessary. There are many books which says how many times you can marry, or whether you should marry at all. There are so many literatures to explain, but there are very few books which gives the reason why you should do or why you should not do. Gita is the only book which gives you a strong intellectual base, intellectual clarity. In Vedic literature, there are 3 books which is considered as an authority. No other religion has got so much of books like Hinduism, like Vedanta. We can be sure of that one thing. No other religion has got so much of literatures. Among that literatures, our masters have chosen 3 books. It is called Prasthanatraya. The authority in the spirituality, these 3 books. One is Brahma Sutra, another one is Upanishads, the third one is Bhagavad Gita. Brahma Sutra is written by Vedavyasa, an enlightened master. Upanishads, again written by rishis, enlightened masters. But Gita is directly from the God, incarnation, Purnavatara. Even among the incarnations, Krishna is considered as a Purnavatara, complete, full incarnation. Why? Why Krishna is considered as the Purnavatara? Why not other incarnations? Why only Krishna is considered as Purnavatara? We should first understand why incarnations come to the planet Earth. Why incarnations happen on the planet Earth? Ramakrishna says beautifully. There was a big, beautiful garden with so many trees, with so many variety of flowers, with so many variety of fruits. 3 friends were walking near the garden. There was a big wall. One friend climbed that wall, saw the garden. Oh God, such a beautiful garden. He just jumped inside the garden and started enjoying. The second guy climbed the wall and saw the garden. He felt so beautiful, but he had a little bit of courtesy. He turned and said, "My dear friend," the friend who is below, he said, "My dear friend, there is a beautiful garden, come, I am going." He jumped and started enjoying the garden. The third guy, he climbed the wall, he saw the beautiful garden and he saw his 2 friends enjoying, and he understood the joy and the bliss which they are enjoying. Then he decided, no, I will go down and tell all my people there is such a beautiful garden, and I will bring them all, make them enjoy this garden. The man who comes down is incarnation. The man who descends from the divine is incarnation. The person who comes back to the planet Earth to tell you about the divinity, to make you realize what he experienced, he is called incarnation. Scientist is a person who creates a formula to understand the things of the outer world. For example, Newton saw something happening in his garden. He saw the apple falling from a tree. Suddenly some understanding came to him. He understood something. Why this is falling? What is happening? Why it should not go up? Why it is coming down? He started thinking. Some understanding happened to him. The glimpse of truth happened to him at that moment. Immediately, he analyzed, created a formula so that everybody can understand what is happening when things fall. Theory of gravity. He created a formula. Scientist is a person who creates formula for the outward things, for the things of the outer world. Same way, mystic, spiritual mystic, enlightened person is a person, master is a person who creates the formula to reproduce the inner world experiences. Scientist creates a formula to reproduce the outward experience, the outer world experience. Master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Meditation techniques are the formulas. Incarnation is a person who can directly give the experience without even using the formula. All these great incarnations are coming down to the planet Earth to give the spiritual experience, to make people realize that they are divine, to make people experience they are God. to tell the people the other side is beautiful. There is a very big garden. Come, let's go and enjoy. Incarnation is a person who has come down, descended to teach divinity to the world. Why Krishna is Purnavatara? Because he has got all the qualities which is needed to push the human beings to the divinity. To push the human beings to the divinity. He is called Jagat Guru. He is called the Guru of the whole universe. There is a beautiful sloka. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. The sloka says, Krishna is the Jagat Guru. Jagat Guru means a man who can help the whole world. All types of human beings from all levels. Universe is the place where all types of human beings are there. In all levels, Krishna is a person who can help all kinds of people from all levels to experience the divinity, to reach that ultimate, to realize the truth in them. There are intellectual people, there are emotional people, there are people who are in the being level. Some incarnations apply more for intellectual people. Shankara suits more for intellectual level people. Buddha suits more for the intellectual level people. Intellectuals can relate with Buddha more easily. Intellectuals can relate with Shankara more easily. But for emotional level people, it is very difficult. You can't imagine Buddha with a flute. You can't imagine Buddha singing and dancing. You can't imagine Shankara dancing. You can't imagine Shankara doing Rasalila. No. Only for intellectual crowd, Shankara will appeal. Buddha will appeal. And there are few incarnations. Only for emotional people, they will appeal. Meera, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Always they are singing and dancing. For an intellectual man, he can never understand Chaitanya. He can never understand Meera. He can never understand Andal. They can never understand these incarnations. They cannot relate with Meera. They cannot relate with Chaitanya. For the people who are being level, who are centered on their being, for them again it is very difficult to relate with intellectual masters or emotional masters. They straight away want the experience. They are neither ready to analyze nor ready to believe. The person who is ready to analyze, he goes to the Shastra, intellectual group. The person who is ready to believe, he goes to the Stotra, emotional group. But the person who wants straight experience, instant coffee, and the instant experience, he can neither wait for Shastra, nor he can wait for Stotra. He straight away wants the technology. He wants the applied science. Shastras are like main theory, the basic technology, the basic science. Stotras are like marketing department. Publicity, marketing department. Sutras are applied science. They want straight. You should know about about this marketing department. A small story. One guy reaches the Yamadharma's court for judgment. Yama says, Yama is Lord of Death. He says, you have done some sins, some merit. You can be allowed to be in heaven and in hell. You have choice. You can see both the places and choose which one you want first. He said, all right, I will first go to both the places, then decide. He went to the hell. He saw people are so beautiful, singing and dancing. It has become completely high-tech, completely, computers are available, internet is available, you can get the news every day. Everything is so new, air-conditioned. And people are serving you everything. He said, what is this? What happened to hell? People in the hell said, all the technology people are coming here. All the techies are here. So we changed the whole setup. Now, we have updated the whole thing. No more old time. Now everything is new. And he said, all right, let me go and see the heaven also. There is a chance some techies would have gone there also. There is some possibility. He went to the heaven. Heaven he saw same old saints with long beard, sitting on that cloud and singing Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. Nothing else, nothing new. Same heaven. Nothing much happening. He went to the Yama and said, I think I will go to hell. Yama said, please be very clear, are you sure? He said, yes, I am sure, I will go to hell. He decided, he was sent to the hell. Suddenly one door opened and he saw the traditional hell. People are being tortured, so many devils. The regular traditional hell. He was shocked. He started saying, what is happening? What is this? When I came half an hour ago, the hell was different. And now suddenly the whole thing has changed. They said, no, that is our marketing department. What we saw is our marketing department. Be very clear, sometime you are caught in the marketing department. Don't be caught in the marketing department. And when you go through the marketing department, please be very clear what is truth and what is exaggerated. You need to analyze. Of course, when I say I mean, when you go through the stotras, you need to understand. Please be very clear. When you go through the Puranas, you need to understand what is the spirit of the Puranas. You need to understand the spirit. There is a big difference between fact and truth. Puranas are truth. They are showing you, they are leading you to the truth. So, when you understand the stotras, you should understand the spirit of the stotras. The next level people who neither wants Shastra nor they want Stotra. They straight away want the applied science, technology. For them, Shiva, who created Vijnana Vairava Tantra, all these great meditation techniques. For that type of people who are being oriented, for them, the meditation techniques will suit. For them, the Zen masters. They will be able to relate with the Zen masters. For intellectual crowd, one kind of incarnations. For emotional crowd, different kind of masters. For being level people, different kind of masters. But here is a Krishna All three level people can relate with Krishna. If you are intellectual, he gives you the Gita, Gita Krishna. If you are emotional, here is Radha Krishna. He can sing and dance. He can play. He can be naughty. He can fulfill your emotional being. He can give you the ultimate emotional fulfillment. Next, being level. If you want the straight technology of enlightenment, again he offers the truth, Dhyana Yoga in the Gita. His complete fulfillment, his very life is a sutra. Please understand, the very life of the Krishna is sutra. Sutra means the technique which leads you to enlightenment. The body language of the enlightened person is sutra. Krishna is the person whose body language straight away leads you to enlightenment. Understand? Rama will lead you to dharma. If you follow whatever Rama did, you will have dharma. But with Krishna, you will have straight away moksha. With Krishna's being, when you experience the being of the Krishna, when you understand the Krishna, his very being is technique. His very life is technique. That is why there is a word in Bhagavata, Leela Dhyana. Just remembering the Leelas of the Krishna is Dhyana. Please understand, no other incarnation is given this word Leela Dhyana. No other incarnation is praised. Just remembering their acts is Leela. But masters describe remembering the acts of the Krishna itself is Leela. All these great rishis, once they go to Vrindavan to see what is happening, why these fellows are so happy and just always singing and dancing. And we rishis are sitting with the closed eyes, with a long face and trying to meditate so much. Nothing is happening. Except the beard growing, nothing else is growing. We are sitting for a long time. But these gopikas, singing and dancing, always happy. What is happening? They just wanted to see. They must have been disturbed by the singing and dancing sound of gopikas. Small story. Guy was sitting on the bank of the river and trying to meditate. He heard the anklet sound, opened the eyes and saw a young lady walking, young women walking to fetch water from the river. Said, what is this? What is this? What kind of disturbance? He closed his eyes, again started meditating. Next day, same time, again he heard the sound. Unconsciously opened the eyes and saw, what kind of disturbance? He closed the eyes and started meditating. Third day, same time, he is waiting for the anklet sound. These rishis must have been disturbed by the singing and dancing sound of gopikas around the Krishna. They wanted to know what is going on in Vrindavan. They came down. They went to the Vrindavan just to see the gopikas. Not only gopikas have not received them properly, they did not even care to go and sit and listen what they are speaking. They are happy, completely in fulfillment, completely fulfilled, total contentment, remembering Krishna, and in the reminiscences, memoirs of the Krishna, reminiscences in Krishna. These rishis have asked, what is this? We are rishis, we have come all the way to see you. You guys are not even receiving us. One gopi came out and asked, Rishi means what? We meditate on God. We meditate on His feet in our heart. Meditating on His feet. Come, we will show you, we are playing with Him. Meditating on Him. Why unnecessarily? Come, we will show you, we are playing with Him. They say, you are trying to remember Him. We are trying to forget Him. He is so much inside our being. We are not able to forget Him. We are not able to do any of our work. He is completely filling our inner space. We are not able to do anything else. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, should we remember you? Should we take you as our master? I tell them, never do that mistake. If I am going to help you, if I am your master, you will not be able to forget me. If you have to remember me with effort, be very clear, I am not your master. Forget, carry on your work. Carry your life. If you have to remember something consciously, with effort, it is ugly. It is ugly. When you can't forget, only then the devotion happens to you. Gopikas, they say, we are not able to forget. We are not able to forget. Emotional people also can relate with Krishna. They can sing, dance, play with Him. And the being level people who are continuously aspiring, seeking straight technique, straight experience. Again, for them also Krishna appeals, because just by will He can show, He can give enlightenment experience to Arjuna by showing the cosmic form, Viswarupa Darshana, showing He is in everybody, everybody is in Him. He is able to express just by will. He is able to give the experience of the divine to Arjuna. He is able to give the eternal bliss to the Arjuna. Whether you are intellectual oriented or emotional oriented or being level oriented, you can see your fulfillment in Krishna. Krishna can give you the fulfillment. When intellect ripes, it becomes intelligence. When emotion ripes, it becomes devotion. When your being ripes, you become enlightened. All these three, enlightenment, devotion and intelligence, all these three expresses at its peak level in Krishna. Krishna is the person who can fulfill every being. That is why he is called Jagat Guru. He is called Jagat Guru, Guru of the whole universe. One person came to me, one Swami in India. He told me, I am the Jagat Guru. I said, Jagat Guru? Hey, what is this? It's like having a small hotel in the roadside and naming it as a Hotel Sheraton. I asked him, Jagat Guru, what do you mean by that word? Do you know the qualifications of Jagat Guru? He said, no, I have one disciple, his name is Jagat. I am Guru of him, so I call myself Jagat Guru. I have one disciple, his name is Jagat. So understand, the word Jagat Guru means not just the Guru of one person who is Jagat. You are supposed to be the person who leads the whole universe into the divine consciousness. Krishna is the only person who is Jagat Guru. Person who is intellectual oriented, For him, the Upanishads will appeal, Shastras will appeal, Brahma Sutra will appeal. The person who is emotional oriented, for him, the Stotras will appeal. The songs of Chaitanya, Meera, Tulsi, songs of Tulisidasa, all these things will appeal. For a person who is being level oriented, for him, Vijnana Vairava Tantra or Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which gives you the applied science, technology, that will appeal. But Krishna will appeal for every being. He is for intellectual people, emotional people, being level people, and something more. He has created keys to open all the locks. He has created methods which can give that spiritual experience for the whole humanity. People who have come, who are here and who are yet to come. Gita is the ultimate scripture, which is Shastra and Stotra and Sutra. When it says Nainan Chindandi Sastrani Nainan Dagati Pavakaha, when it says the basic ideas, when it explains the basic concepts about the Atman, about the life, it is Shastra. When it says Namo Purastat Prushtadaste Namostude Sarvadayeva Sarva, Arjuna is doing the stotra. Arjuna is praising the Lord. He is expressing his devotion. O Lord, I bow down to you from all the sides. You are the ultimate. This book is stotra. When you read all these lines, you experience this book as a stotra. There is another one beautiful sloka. Ananda Viryam Idamikravat Ananda Viryam Ida Vikramastvam Sarvam Samapnoshi Tadosi Sarva. These slokas prove Gita is stotra. Then there is another one sloka from Dhyana Yoga. Samam Gaya Sire Grivam Darayanna Chalam Stiraha Samprekshanasi Gakram Swam Disaschana Valogayan. This gives you the straight technique how to meditate. Through these slokas, Gita is proved as Sutra. Gita is Shastra, which gives you intellectual understanding, and it's a Stotra, which creates emotional love for the divine, and it's a Sutra, which gives you the technology of reaching the experience. And something more. What do I mean by the word and something more? Not only he explains all these things, he repeats it again and again and again so that it will be drilled in you. Somebody asked Buddha, for 40 years you are speaking, but you are speaking the same thing. All your teaching can be reduced to one book, Dhammapada. It is reduced to one book, Dhammapada. They asked him, why are you speaking the same thing? Buddha says, yes, I speak the same thing because you never hear. You never listen because you don't listen. Again and again we miss. There are three kinds of doctors. who just gives you prescription, one level doctor. Third level. Second level, he gives prescription and medicine both in your hand. He gives you the medicine also, not only prescription. There's another kind of doctor. First level, he opens your mouth and puts the medicine. He sees that you take the medicine. Krishna is first kind of doctor. He sees that you experience. He is result oriented. There are three kinds of professors who just gives you the syllabus. One kind of professor, he tells this is the syllabus, read and come and give the exam. Another kind, he tries to explain every subject. He tries to make you understand. The third, or I can say is the first grade. He sees that you produce the result. He sees that you pass. Krishna is a master. He sees that you understand. Again and again and again, he repeats the truth. He is never tired. He is not tired. He is not feeling bored. I tell you honestly, nobody else except Krishna can have such a deep patience, compassion, sympathy. 700 slokas he is repeating continuously, again and again and again. He has to repeat the same thing. I can be sure of one thing, at least I don't have that patience. I can't imagine repeating the same thing so many times unless you have a deep compassion, unless you have a deep concern, unless you have so much of sympathy. You cannot do this. Again and again and again he repeats. And this Arjuna, I have my own doubt. Arjuna cannot be so dumb as it is described in the Gita. He cannot be, because he is after all a Kshatriya, king. He is from a king family and he lived with Krishna throughout his life. And he is a friend of Krishna. And he lived with Krishna. He cannot be so dumb. I think all these questions Arjuna raises may be for sake of us, for our sake, for us. Maybe he knows there are so many thousands of Arjunas are going to happen in the planet Earth. So he is representing humanity. He is not just asking for himself. He is representing all the questions from all the human beings. He is like an agent in marketing department. They collect all the questions from consumers, and is represented to the manager, superiors. So he has collected all the doubts from all our heads. One thing I am surprised. How did he collect the doubts which can be created only now? He is creating the doubts which can happen only in the modern day society. That is what surprises me. At least 5,000 years old. This book is at least 5,000 years old. It is, we can't even call this as a book. This is the book of books. It's a book of books. At least 5,000 years old. But he is creating all the doubts, all possible doubts, and doubts which can happen only to a developed or so-called developed modern day humanity. Sometimes people ask me, why do you say, Swamiji, only the doubts which happens in the modern time? See, in those days, people are more simple, innocent. Intellectually, they are not so much developed. Even the scientists who are working on the brain, physiology of the brain has totally changed. Understand, physical structure and physiology, both has gone a tremendous, both has grown, or very big transformation. We have achieved even in the brain size. We have achieved growth even in the size of the brain. Apart from brain, the mind, complications of the mind, even in that, we have reached a peak. At present, humanity is in the peak of intellect. That is why so much of depression. That is why so much of depression. But here Arjuna is asking the questions which can be created only by the refined intellect. Only by the refined intellect. Two things. One small story. One guy goes to Socrates, young guy, asks Socrates, "Sir, should I marry?" Socrates says, "Surely you must marry." Of course, maybe you know that Socrates' married life itself is not happy. She used to beat him. She used to beat him. Now all his philosophy is till the gate, till the door of his house. The moment he enters inside the house, only her philosophy, not his philosophy will work. This guy asks, "Sir, your married life itself is not happy. Why are you asking me to marry? Why are you advising me to marry?" Socrates says beautifully, "Marry. If you have a good wife, nice, you will have a beautiful life. Or you can become a philosopher like me. You can at least become a philosopher like me. If you have a right wife, it's good for you. If you have like mine, it's good for the country. Both the way, it is good. Only when you are tortured, inside or outside, you become philosopher. Please be very clear. Only when you are tortured, whether from inside or from outside, you become philosopher. That is why you continuously torture others. Philosophers are the most difficult people to live with. Have you heard in any other profession people becoming mad so easily? Philosophy is the field which produced more number of mad people. Sometimes, because you can't manage them, you put garland and recognize them. You just put garland and put them in the stage. Do whatever you want, but please leave us. When you can, you put them in the asylum. If the guy manages little bit, you put them in the stage. I have not seen any other field producing so many mad people like philosophy. Philosophy is the field. More people go mad. There are so many philosophers. I have a lot of philosopher mad people stories. There's a one-liner. Philosophy means how to become a philosopher. Just learn how to complicate simple things of the life, you will become a philosopher. Philosophy is a thing which makes complicate even the simple things of life. If you create a manual how to light this lamp, you will become a philosopher. The more complications you create, the more great philosopher you will become. One more small story. How people became philosophers. One enlightened master was traveling in a village. People in India, enlightened masters are expected to travel from village to village and share their knowledge. 9 years I lived that life. 9 years I traveled from village to village, slept under the trees, begged the food from the public. 9 years I lived that parivrajika life, wandering life. It is done for so many reasons. Only then you will know the real problems of the people. Only then you will be able to relate with the people to whom you are supposed to share your knowledge. Otherwise you will become one more philosopher. This guy, this enlightened master is traveling. One young man came to him in a village and said, Master, I heard that you help so many people. Please help me. I have a serious problem. He said, what's your problem? Always people laugh at me. Nobody respects me. They think I am a fool. The whole village has decided, rubber stamp me as a Buddha, means fool. Please save me. How can I become intelligent person? Somehow I wanted to get rid of this problem. This is too much. Even a small child calls me, see here Buddha. Even a small kid in the village tells me I am a fool. What to do? Master says, don't worry my son. I will give you one simple technique. Do that. Everything will become alright in a week. In a week? That looks too simple. I can't believe. In a week, everything will become alright. In 1 week, people will start believing me I am an intelligent person. He is not able to believe. Master says, yes, in 1 week. If you do it intensely, in 2-3 days. He said, please teach me what is the technique. He says, just start criticizing anything and anything. If somebody says, how beautiful this moon is, start criticizing. What is there? What is there in that moon? What is the beauty? If somebody says, this rose is beautiful, just start telling, what is there in that rose? What is their beauty? What is there? After all, so many thorns are there. If somebody says, this dhoti is beautiful, say what dhoti it is, what type of dress it is, all outdated fashion. Just start criticizing. Morning till night, whatever you see, just criticize, nothing else. This guy said, all right, let me try, what is there? After all, I have nothing to lose. Already the whole village knows I am a fool. Even if they may conclude that I have become mad, what can be done? Let me try. People say he is a big enlightened master. I will try. After 1 week, the enlightened persons are not supposed to stay more than 3 days. So next day itself master leaves. He comes back to the village after 1 week. After 1 week, he comes back to the same village on his way back. He sees under a neem tree of that village. In every village, center of the village, there will be a big neem tree under which people sit and discuss. Under the neem tree, this guy is sitting, a big crowd is sitting in front of him and listening to his discourses and listening to his teachings. And all the elders of the village, all the great people who used to make fun of him, who used to laugh at him, They are all sitting at his feet. I'm listening to him with all the respect. And this master came. This guy says, "Oh, how are you? Doing well." Master asked, "What is all these things? What is going on?" Then this guy said, "Afterwards I'll talk to you. If you want, sit and listen. Otherwise you can wait for me. I'll finish my lecture, then I'll come and meet you." Anyhow, he has no other way. He is not so popular in that village. He has to sit at the feet. After all his lecture is over, in a private, this guy is telling me, he just touched the feet of the master. "Master, you just saved me. Just that one technique. I simply started criticizing people. Today I am the most intelligent people in the whole village. Now the whole village respects me. There is nobody who is against me. And whatever I say, people obey. And soon they may build a temple for me. I may have my own temple. And I became a great philosopher. All you need to do is only one thing. Just criticize whatever you see. You will become a philosopher. And never give the solution. That's the next secret. First thing, criticize everything. Whatever you see and whatever you can't see. Start criticizing. Next thing, people will naturally ask for replacement solution. Never give that. Because the moment you give the solution, somebody else will start criticizing your solution. And he will become philosopher at your cost. He will become philosopher at your cost. Never allow that. There is a beautiful book, Kandana Mandana Vada. In Sanskrit, there is a book. The book is, throughout the book, only one thing is done. All philosophy is criticized completely. From the root, every philosophy is questioned. The book is called Kandana Mandana Vada. Whether it is Advaita, Visishta Advaita, Dvaita, Ajata Siddhanta, or Nyaya, Darshana, Purvamimamsa, Uttaramimamsa, Patanjala, Yoga, any philosophy, Sankhya, Vaiseshika, or any philosophy, all the philosophy is completely condemned, questioned, totally shaken. Finally, the onlooker, he puts one question to the philosopher. "Yes, sir, you have shaken all the philosophy. Tell us now, what is the solution? You have taken all the philosophy away from us. Now give us the solution. Replace something. Replace your philosophy. At least we will follow that." He says, "No, I will never do that mistake. I will never do that mistake. Because somebody else will condemn my philosophy and you will become guru. I became a philosopher by condemning everything. I do not want to create a platform or possibility for somebody else to become a philosopher by condemning me. To become a philosopher, all you need to do is just two things. Condemn whatever you know and whatever you don't know. To condemn whatever you don't know is very easy. Next thing, never give solution. This is the way the philosophies are created. This is the way philosophies are created. Here, Krishna takes you beyond philosophy. His Shastras are not philosophy. Please be very clear. In the East, in the Vedic culture, Shastras are called darshanas, means philosophia, not philosophy. Darshana cannot be translated by the word philosophy. We have no equivalent word in English for darshana. Darshana means what you experienced. Philosophy is what you thought, intellectually. So in the East, there is no philosophy. Eastern philosophies cannot be called as philosophies because they are experiences, they are expressions of experiences. Gita is not philosophy. Gita is darshana. They call it Gita darshan. Gita darshan. It is a philosia, not philosophy. Here is the book which is Shastra, Stotra and Sutra. And here is a man with whom you can relate in all three levels. Whether you are intellectual, emotional or being level. His life itself is his message. He lived what he preached. He lived what he preached. His life is message. There is a very big problem people face understanding Krishna. All these intellectual people, they say Gita Krishna is the real Krishna, means the Krishna who was sitting in the chariot and teaching the Gita to Arjuna. He is the real Krishna. The Radha Krishna is later addition, somebody inserted. And these emotional people who can relate with Radha Krishna, means playing, Rasalila, they always say Gita is addition, later on added. He is not real Krishna. There is a big war from time immemorial going on between Gita Krishna and Radha Krishna. The devotees of Gita Krishna and devotees of Radha Krishna, they continuously fight. All these Gita Krishna people, they say Rasalila is added by Chaitanya. The Vrindavan part is added by Chaitanya. All these Radha Krishna people, they say Gita is added by Shankara. But only a person who has reached the being level, who has experienced the being of Krishna can understand he is Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna and something more. Man never understands the different dimensions of divine, different expressions of divine. Krishna is the ultimate expression of intelligence in Gita. He is the ultimate expression of devotion with Radha. He is the ultimate expression of Shastra and Stotra. Because of that, his whole life is a sutra. Just because he is the ultimate expression of Shastra and Stotra, he is Sutra. His very life is a technique to transform your life.
Yes. Can you all share whatever you is understanding? Quickly post in the chat. Ma Christina, what is your understanding of this satsang? One sentence also fine. But what is your understanding? Yes, both Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna, real. See, here what Swamiji is telling, see, Radha is Krishna's beloved. Okay, so a real person. When he was really some young age, like 9-year-old. So that Radha is his friend, his beloved. He's talking about Radha Krishna. They are in ultimate love, selfless love. Okay, so that when he calls, that is Radha Krishna. Gita Krishna is, what are we learning today? Bhagavad Gita, right? We're learning Bhagavad Gita. So when Swamiji refers Gita Krishna means the Krishna who gave us the Gita. So Gita Krishna is not another one. You understand? Lingodbhavan. Gita Krishna is the Krishna who gave us the Gita, Bhagavad Gita. You will understand? They are one Krishna. Yes. The one Krishna, Krishna who gave us the Gita. For example, you are, say, for you, Lingodbhavan, right? You take the example of Lingodbhavan. I'll tell you your example only, then you will understand more. Okay? You are son of to your parents, right? You are a son of your parents, and you have a sister. You are a sister. Okay, brother. Only one. Okay. Say, for example, a woman. Okay, you take a woman. In general, if you have a woman, if you take any woman, she has a parent. She's a daughter of that parents. She's called daughter of so and so. Say Christina is the daughter of so and so. Christina is the sister of so and so person. Christina is wife of so and so person. She's the same person, but as she has different roles to play. She has a different dimensions. Okay, so both are one Krishna. Understand? Gita Krishna, Radha Krishna. Christina is asking, is it clear, Lingodbhavan? Is it clear? Okay. Christina is asking, the war of Bhagavad Gita is my incompletions. If why see that never one thing is my life and one problem, because it's not clear. Okay. But thank you, Ma, for posting that. That's good. No, but that's fine. See, you are trying to convey something. Yes. Now let's move. Any questions? Please do let me know. We were going to move on to our next session of Bhagavad Gita, next chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Yes, now. I see many messages. Okay. So, in my heart, why deeply interested in Bhagavad Gita. Wonderful. Bhagavad Gita is my life. Wonderful, Ma. Christina. That's wonderful. And the Lingodbhavan, the gods have got 1,000+ names minimum. So each of their dimension is one name. Each of their, whatever they performed, whatever action they do, it ultimately benefits the humanity. So they get the name of that. So yes, now let's move on to understand more about Bhagavad Gita. A small story. Our faith is pseudo if it is not life transforming. A guy lived as an atheist. One day, he fell from a cliff and was hanging onto a small branch. Slowly, the branch also started giving way. The man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." A guy lived as an atheist. Okay, please save me. A booming voice from heaven said, "Oh, my son, don't worry. I will save you. Just let go of the branch and I will save you." Immediately, the man responded, "Is there anybody else out there who can save me?" Mahabharata is actually a fight between the incompletions and completions and incompletions within us, between possibilities and patterns within us. Krishna, the superconscious, constantly looms over our being, eternally reminding us of our space of highest possibility, highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with his tremendous patience and infinite compassion. Arjuna's progress on this path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of Bhagavad Gita. That can also be our path of dharma if we internalize the message of Gita. Arjuna, the most courageous fighter amongst the Pandava princes, the darling of all his teachers, and the close friend of Krishna, in deep dilemma, deep incompletion. Arjuna is both a yogi and a kshatriya. As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered, and complete within himself. As a Kshatriya, Arjuna is the warrior leader, empowered with responsibility, ready to avenge, ready to impose order, control for protecting and upholding dharma. He is the typical Kshatriya prince. Only with enlightenment, it is possible to continuously, consistently possessed with both the personalities of inner completion as a yogi and the outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. See, Arjuna is at most is like a yogi in the inner self, and outer he is a warrior. Both personalities Arjuna was able to hold, and he's the superhero of Bhagavad Gita. And he's the darling of everyone, to his grandfather, to his brothers, to his everyone, to the whole community, he is the darling. Arjuna faltered, like he was always in praise for his great qualities until the Mahabharata war started. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. his dilemma unfolds. Arjuna now in dilemma. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor kshatriya. He faltered that he is not even able to be a yogi or a kshatriya, a warrior prince. He loses his space of completion and falls into such deep grief that bewilders his mind. Arjuna's dilemma is the dilemma of the humanity. Understand? Arjuna represents all of us. So his dilemma is the dilemma of the humanity. It represents the collective root pattern of humanity. It is an internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do, our inner identity, which is called mamakara in Sanskrit, what we project as us to others, what we feel we won't actually do, our outer identity, ahankara, what others think, perceive us, the anyakara, what others are expecting us to do, what we think about life, and others, what we perceive as our value systems and beliefs, our Swayam Anyakara, our self-opinion. Living in your peak capacity in all the four identities, inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. These are the four images, or four identities of our split personality, our fragmented personality. So living when these four identities become one, when we become authentic. Living in your peak capacity in all four identities, aligning your life to all the four dimensions and expressing your peak potential in all these four is authenticity, and in Sanskrit we call Shraddha. Law of cosmos is responsibilism. A person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions is an animal who lives in a very low level consciousness. Duryodhana, along with the Kaurava army, represents this low level consciousness. A person who feels responsible for his own actions is a human being. He lives in the middle level consciousness. There were many warriors who felt responsible for their actions, their duties, and even supported Duryodhana. They represent this middle level consciousness. A person whose responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in a leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva. Sri Krishna is Ishvara, the leader of the universe, responsible for the whole cosmos, with the ability to do anything with the cosmos. Re-establishing dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism, is the job of an incarnation. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration. Known in Hindu scriptural practice is Nidhi Dhyasana. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling, or Prema Shakti, in you. The whole Mahabharata war is Krishna's expression of the power of his responsibilism, Ishwaratva. Even though Krishna or his actions are not responsible for the war, even though he is not the reason for the war, he takes the responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and others' irresponsibility, and re-establishes the dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism. That is the job of an incarnation. Arjuna's dilemma. Arjuna could see within the armies of both parties. His elders, see, this is our situation. The both parties are standing against each other. war is about to begin. War was inevitable because there is so much that the Duryodhana, the Kaurava princess, the adharmic, unrighteous princess did to the Pandavas, the righteous princess. They tried to kill him since childhood, and their own kingdom, this Duryodhana and his party cheated and grabbed with whatever they did, and they sent him forcefully exile for 14 years. And even after 14 years of exile in the forest, after they returned, they did not return their kingdom. And on the top, they are harming them all the time. So that's when the war became inevitable. When both the parties, the whole, at the time, the India, the Akhanda Bharat, meaning many countries belong to 56 nations, belong to India, the ancient India, Akhanda Bharat. And all the kingdoms participated literally in this war. So some supported Duryodhana, the other party. Some kingdoms supported the Pandavas. So it is like a world war, the biggest world war. So when all this war was about to begin, the whole world is standing to fight, to wage the war. Now, the superhero, the Arjuna, has all the qualities of being in a human body, all the divine qualities he has, is the greatest warrior. And all other great qualities, like a yogi in his heart, is the darling of everyone. But now, war was about to begin, and all the Pandavas and this side kings all depend on Arjuna's ability. But now Arjuna, seeing other side, all his cousins, his grandfather, his guru, everyone is there. So he become powerless. He become powerless. What for I am waging this war? To win a kingdom? So his dilemma unfolds. Arjuna could see within the armies of both parties, his elders, grandfather. See, understand? They both are cousins. The both parties are cousins. So naturally, all the relatives are on both sides. So Arjuna could see within the armies of both parties, his elders, grandfathers, teachers, material uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, and friends, as well as his father-in-law and well-wishers. When Arjuna, the son of Kunti, saw all these friends, relatives present there, he was overwhelmed with the deep pity and said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage the war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is drying, and my hair standing on end. My bow, Gandiva, slipped from my hands. Gandiva is such a powerful bow and arrow. It's like invincible power. So even that is slipping my hand. My skin burns, and I am unable to stand here any longer. You want to run away from the war. I am forgetting myself, and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens, O killer of Kesi Diman. So he's addressing Krishna like that. So the theme of Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma. This is how our status is. So much of conflict, so much of impossibilities, where Arjuna's state represents all of us, all of humanity, his incompletion and its completion by Krishna. Arjuna become, even though he is the greatest and strongest superhero and loved by everyone, now become powerless, incomplete, and he wanted to run away from the war. He did not want to wage the war. He's in utter confusion, conflict. The theme of Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma. His incompletion. The war begins. That represents, he represents all of us, all of the humanity. And Krishna, how he led Arjuna to completion is the whole Bhagavad Gita. Utter confusion, dilemma is the first thing any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. If we have not faced the dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened. Arjuna has become a seeker of truth. It takes a lot of courage of authenticity to bring integrated listening to our thinking. What is the why of my life? To stop and question ourselves, our actions, and society's plan for us. Understand? The attitude of asking why needs awareness. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what am I doing? I repeat, why am I doing what am I doing? If we ask this question alive all the time and are able to take this one question to the logical conclusion of our life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. The present moment, essence of Gita is living in the space of completion, Purnatva, in the present moment. The truth expounded in the Gita are about our personal transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that can work on your being and transform you through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with people in your life in the present moment without any limiting restraining influence of the past happening in your life. So the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita is all about Arjuna's dilemma, who represents us, all of us. His confusion, hold the chapter, Arjuna, the first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga. So, out of all the 18 chapters, the first chapter is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna's dilemma unfolds. How can it be path for our enlightenment? Arjuna listened to him. What is happening with him? His inner voice, his inner self is able to communicate to Sri Krishna. He not only heard what is happening with him, and he's able to express this to Krishna. the ultimate, the Guru, Jagat Guru, and the incarnation. Only when you listen to yourself, what is happening, your thought, your system, you know, you're aware of you. And Arjuna listened to himself and expressed the whole of what is happening to Krishna. His dilemma, his confusion, all that he expressed to Krishna. So when the life starts with listening. Understand? Life starts with listening. Listening means what? Listening to some music. Listen to yourself, your thought, your inner thought currents. Why are you behaving? What are you behaving? What am I doing? Why am doing? Or why am I doing? What am I doing? Each moment, when you have the answers for these, you will be moving towards your liberation. So Arjuna was able to listen to himself, what is happening, and express it to Krishna. The whole chapter, Arjuna expressed all his confusions, all his whatever is happening, he's pouring out to Krishna. That is the first step towards our liberation. When you listen to yourself, when you cognize what is happening, when you take the divine help, when you take the Guru's help, it leads to liberation. Now let's move on to our next chapter. Sharath Iyer, can you please test your speakers? Yeah, you need to yeah, thank you. Because I went and tested the YouTube and my voice was audible. So that's why I could, yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next chapter, Sankhya Yoga. Is it clear, the first chapter? We are not, we are just going the gist of each chapter. So is it clear? The first chapter just, Sharath Iyer, it just, so basically, I'm going to give you 2-3 lines of the gist. The first, see each chapter, there are 18 chapters. We have learned a gist of who is Krishna. We have learned a gist of Mahabharata and characters, a little bit of each character, and who are Pandava princes, who are Kaurava princes, and how the war was become inevitable, and how the Bhagavad Gita is a part of this great Mahabharata. And the Bhagavad Gita is a song of God. The literal meaning of Bhagavad Gita is Bhagavat is God, Gita is song, the song of God. What is the song of God? Krishna is what God wants from us. He wants us to become Him. He knows we are Him. So, in the whole song that He sang, the whole Bhagavad Gita, every word moves you towards your ultimate potential, your realize your divine self. The whole Bhagavad Gita, the 18 chapters, it has got 18 chapters. And in all the 18 chapters, every chapter is independent path by itself. There are different personalities. See, and we also learned Bhagavad Gita is applicable. It happened, the war happened few thousands years ago. We have records at least 5,000 years, but it happened few thousand years ago. So that means that the Gita, Bhagavan sang few thousands years ago. But is it relevant to us? In this lifestyle, there's so much changed, right? Gita is eternal. It was applicable then. It was applicable throughout all these years. It is applicable now. It is going to be applicable for future also. It is time immemorial. Bhagavad Gita is an eternal teaching. It has come from the Parabrahma, Krishna. So we are learning a little bit, trying to understand a little bit of each chapter, the essence of Bhagavad Gita. So in the first chapter, so we have done so many introductions of Krishna, of the characters of Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. Now, introduction of Bhagavad Gita. Now we are learning each chapter. The first chapter we just finished. The essence of that first chapter, the name of the first chapter is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna, who is Arjuna? Arjuna is the superhero. The two cousins, one represents the dharmic, one represents the adharmic, righteous, unrighteous. The war between these two, which also represents to us the positive thoughts and negative thoughts, or powerful thoughts and powerless thoughts. Always this war goes on, what we choose all the time. There are many kings. The whole kingdom participated in this war. At one point, Akhanda Bharat has got 56 nations. Literally, whole world is Bharat. So, and they all, some joined that side, some joined this side. What you choose all the time. Krishna, the incarnation, the Bhagavan, is always on the righteous side, the Pandava side. So, the first chapter, what we learned is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Even though he is the darling, even though he is the superhero, the best, strongest, the Gandiva is with Arjuna. There's so many, he has won so many wars. Arjuna, it is not the first war. Arjuna fought for the righteousness and won so many wars before Mahabharata began. It's not that fighting war is new to him. And Arjuna, even though he is the greatest warrior, he's at the heart, he is a yogi. Both existed in him. Is such a darling, such a superhero, but when the war about to begin, Kurukshetra, about to begin, he is in dilemma. He asked Krishna. Krishna is his charioteer. So he asked Krishna to take in between the two. Both parties are standing against each other, and he asked Krishna to go into the middle. And he saw the both sides. He saw, because the both parties are cousins, all his relatives on both sides he's seeing. So he fell into dilemma. Am I going to fight with my grandfather? Am I going to fight with my guru? Am I going to fight with all my cousins? All these are my friends. For what? So his confusion. Here, who is Arjuna? Arjuna represents the whole humanity. You, me, from time immemorial, Arjuna represents all of us. Our incompletions, our dilemmas, all this he represents. And Krishna, and he become incomplete, he become powerless. He become utter confusion. Then Krishna, and in the first chapter, the whole Bhagavad Gita about Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna and lead him to completion is the whole Bhagavad Gita, the song of God. In the first chapter, how it become a path for us to get enlightened. What happened here in the first chapter? Arjuna expressed, he listened to himself. What is happening with him? When you listen to yourself, your feelings, your cognitions, all the time we lead our life unconsciously in the darkness. We don't know what are we thinking, what are we talking, how are we behaving. Many of us do not know most part of the time, most part of the day. All our decisions, thought currents, everything is so unconscious. We don't listen to ourselves. We don't know what's happening with us. That is the root of our problem. That's why when things happen, we are surprised. Life is unfair. We feel so devastated. We feel so powerless. Life is tough. People are out there to get us. All these feelings we entertain. But when you listen to your inner voice, when you listen to yourself, your thought currents, you understand yourself. So Arjuna, Vishada Yoga, his depression, he listened to himself and he expressed that he poured everything to his guru, his closest buddy, his relative, all Sri Krishna. He poured out everything to him. When you do that, of course, the divine, when you express, when you listen to yourself, when you understand yourself, and when you poured out to your guru, guru will lead you to the ultimate. That's how Arjuna Vishada Yoga is the path. So what is the message for us in the Arjuna Vishada Yoga? Listen to yourself. What is happening? What are you thinking? What are you doing? Are you aware? Are you aware of what's happening inside you? Or are you leading your life unconsciously? There's so many cognition, so many clicks we can get from each chapter. Understand, the song of God is in Sanskrit, Deva Bhasha. And any Sanskrit verse, especially Bhagavad Gita, it is said that there is a deep 7 layers of deeper meaning. 7 layers of deeper meaning, meaning the more and more and more and more we study, the more and more and more we understand. What are we learning is just the 1 layer, a little bit. Whatever our understanding that we are trying to understand is just a little bit. So that is the gist of the first chapter. Now we are moving into the second chapter. Is it clear? All of you are with me? Can I have a thumbs up? Can you put a comment that you are all with me? You are understanding? We are going to learn all the gist of all the chapters today. And I request for those of you who are off camera, please come in front of camera and involve yourself, participate yourself. Yes. Now, let's move on to our next chapter, Sankhya Yoga. Sankhya Yoga says, you are God. So now, Sankhya Yoga, you are God. Arjuna's concern about the death of his kinsmen, elders, arises out of his root pattern of fear and insecurity about his own death and confusion. Srunvantu visve amrutasya putraha. Shrunvantu Visve Amritasya Putraha. O sons of immortality, please listen to me. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. There is no death in reality. Do not fear of death. You are imperishable. You are imperishable. There is no death in reality. Do not fear death. You are imperishable. Death is but a passive. Krishna starts speaking in this chapter to Arjuna, addressing his concerns. He continues with Sankhya. What does that mean? The knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you is you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you cannot be made wet by water, and you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. Nothing can be done to you by anything. Understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are given an amazing introduction about you, that you are eternal. Krishna says, Nainam Chintani Shastrani Nainam Dahati Pavakaha Na Chainam Klindanti Apona Sosayadi Marutaha. Weapons do not cleave, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truths of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge of completion. Adi Shankara on consciousness. Mano Buddhi Ahankara. See, it is the Nirvana Shatakam. The famous Nirvana Shatakam Adi Shankara sang. He says, I am not mind, not intellect, nor ego, nor the reflection of the inner self. I am not the five senses. I am beyond that. I am not the seven elements of or five sheets. I am indeed that eternal knowing and blessed. The auspicious Shivam, love and pure consciousness. You exist in the past, you exist in the present, you exist in the future. The past, present, and future, all three put together, are eternal, Nitya, or Atman. You are the Atman, which is eternal. Only when you come to the present moment, that is now, do you experience this Atman, the soul, your real self, your true self. But as of now, you are constantly shuttling between the past and the future. So the gist of the second chapter is what? Who can tell me? What is the gist of the second chapter? You can write down as simple. You are eternal. I see your comments. Yes, we are eternal beings. Wonderful. Anyone else? You can express in your own words. Only when you internalize, you remember. Your understanding will be deepened. Otherwise, you listen one year and you forget in another year. Always try to internalize and express that your learning will be complete. Now, the third chapter. In the second chapter, Sankhya Yoga, Krishna started speaking to Arjuna and saying that he's worried about all his relatives passing away, the death of all these relatives, friends. Then Krishna started speaking, saying that you are eternal. You existed in the past. You existed now. You are going to exist. Do not fear about death, which is just a passage. Your Atman, nothing, weapons cannot cut, fire cannot burn, anything, nothing can be touchable, untouchable. Your Atman, which is the real truth, eternal. Now, the Karma Yoga, the third chapter, Karma Yoga. To act or not to act. Arjuna says, O Janardana, Janardana is another name of Krishna. Why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war? Krishna says, pick up the Gandiva, fight this war. Then Arjuna is asking, why are you engaging me in this terrible war? If you think that knowledge is superior to action, O Keshava, my intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is the most beneficial for me. Bhagavan says, O sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world there are two paths: firm faith, Jnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual beings, and Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action. To act is human nature. Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something. He is always in action, despite himself, as this is his very nature. Do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do work with devotion. Drop expectation. That is Karma Yoga. Karma Yogi works with courage of authenticity. Sri Krishna says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into a Nithyananda and does his work from the space of completion. Work has to be performed selflessly. Otherwise, work binds out binds one to this world. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and and you will do it authentically, liberated and without attachment. Act without attachment. One should work always without attachment. Performing work without attachment, certainly man achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. Selfless enriching liberates. Here, Krishna says a beautiful thing. King Janaka was a beautiful example of a true karma yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action with a continuous commitment to enriching life. Enriching life in and around him. He was a king. Janaka is the noblest king. He is the father of Lord Rama and father of Mother Sita. And even though he's the king, he lived a yogi, a life of a yogi. He ruled a kingdom, yet was unattached, liberated. Just like Krishna, who ruled a kingdom, yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of the word, Janaka was a model king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. Once an ascetic went to a court of King Janaka and saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of his kingdom, living like a king. He then thought to himself, Janaka seemed to be a materialistic person. He is entrapped in so many worldly matters. Janaka understood what the ascetic was thinking. Janaka called him and asked him, what kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, are you trying to find fault with others? This is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic. A person who is supposed to know about these things. For this, I have to give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week. Now, the ascetic was terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope. He became very thin and pale. Janaka sent a servant to call him on the day of execution. The ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but his mind was on the gallows. Janaka asked him, how do you like the taste of the milk now? Is it good? Did you release your food this past 7 days? The ascetic replied, O king, I could not taste the food or milk that you offered me just now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time. Janaka said, just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine. Even though I'm involved in all these worldly activities, though I am in this world, I am out of this world. My mind is always with the divine. Work for the world, unattached like myself. Janaka, though neck deep in the administration of his kingdom, was completely unattached and liberated. The ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some. Oh, this is done already. So, what did you understand the essence of this chapter? What did you understand of this? Do not judge others, past, present, and future. I am Atman. And what else? We are eternal beings. All right. Anything else? Anyone wants to post your understanding? Please quickly post. We'll move on to the next chapter. Next chapter, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. The first step beyond intellect. Krishna says, Ivam parampara praptam imam rajasaya viduha. The science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has been the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter into the inner world. If somebody who has not experienced the depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in the front of God and beg, God, give me this, give me that. If you want the divine relationship to happen, you need love. You have to leave logic behind. Krishna says, Krishna says, I'm telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being my devotee and my beloved, you will understand the supreme mystery of this science. The qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Great truths can never be expressed by logic because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, you are my devotee and you are my friend. You are my own. The person who does not have a connection with Krishna cannot receive the message. One who knows or experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again in this material world and but attains me, O Arjuna. In the Bhagavatam, the life history of Krishna, Krishna himself sings, I am the Lord. He says that there is a possibility when I can achieve, why can't you? If we authentically decide and we will enter into the same consciousness and bliss as Krishna. Your inner space is connected to the universe. Your inner space you carry is Hiranyagarbha, the space where the planets get created. So anything you decide in your inner space becomes a reality in the cosmos, a reality in life. So once you know this truth, you can go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. There is no purpose in life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. Only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in every action with whatever profit comes from that action. Now, what is the gist of the chapter that you understand? Chapter 4. Please post it in the chat. Now, Sannyasa Yoga. Live all your possibilities. Krishna consciousness is attainable. Wonderful. Adi Shankaracharya, again, once again, one more verse of the Nirvana Shatakam. It says, I am not the enjoyer, I am not the enjoyed, I am not enjoying, I am beyond all that. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is the one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer, I am not the dead. I am not the doing. He says, I am just the witness beyond all these. Yes. So Vishwanathan says, logic is not enough to attain the divine, and also never question the logic. Wonderful. Yes. So Sannyasa Yoga. Sannyasa is you living in the space of completion and constantly enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Let all our feelings, let all our mental thoughts, let all our physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. So in this verse, one of the verse from this chapter says, one who knows that the state reached through Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga are both one and the same, and that the state reached by Sankhya Yoga can also be achieved by Karma Yoga. sees both of them in the same level and sees things as they are. Just this small shift in your space can do wonders for you. Every moment will then be a celebration. Krishna says here, Sangam taksva karoti. Yeah, action without attachment is renunciation. It is only this renunciation that leads to liberation. If you see the lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water, and the dirt around it hardly noticed. Similarly, when we are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, and when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. Be complete and renounce your thoughts. Renunciation of the past and the future by bringing your mind in to focus on the present space of completion is true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Yoga is the state when our desires expressed through sensory pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self in this state. In this state, there is no gap between divine and us. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each one of us. Only we are not open to receive it. Existence sees everyone as equal. It does not discriminate. Everyone is a part of the same existence. Similarly, Master sees the whole world as one with their own self. That's why only they can show compassion to anyone and everyone. The path of self-realization. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation to the Supreme. Okay, let's watch this video. Whatever you understand, you can post it. Now let's listen from Swamiji. Okay, so we'll continue for a few more slides, then we'll listen to Swamiji. Gita is the owner's manual for body and mind, for Jivan Mukta, for liberation. The person who is able to live without the body and mind is called Jivan Mukta, a person living enlightenment. Krishna refers to the state in which we are in the peak of activity, yet in the ultimate relaxation. Such a state is indeed possible, and it is the only state in which we can really be involved in what we are doing and completely satisfied, complete, and blissful in what we are doing. Whatever happens in and around you, you are source. You are the source. Whether you believe it or not, you are the source. With this clarity, out of this context, if you take the responsibility, every action, whether it is taking your children to the school, attending to your calls, or your business meeting, everything will become a spiritual practice, leading you to Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. One who knows me as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the living beings, achieves peace. I am always tells people the outer guru, the master, is needed only to awaken the inner guru. Once the inner guru consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. Just like after burning the dead body, the very sick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same pyre. So also the outer guru needs to be dropped. Next chapter is Dhyana Yoga. Whatever you're understanding about the fifth chapter, you please post it. I want to share about this verse. This sixth chapter of Bhagavad Gita, fifth verse. Uttaredana atmanam avasadaye atmaivanera atmano bandhar atmaiva ripuratmanaha. This is the verse. See, Swamiji has spoken the Bhagavad Gita. First, he started speaking in 2005 on the occasion of the Western headquarters inauguration. He spoke in 18 days of all the 18 chapters. And the second time, in about 2010, he started speaking on each verse. Many hours he spoke and elaborately explained. And one of those occasions, Swamiji made all of us write 1008 times of this verse. He said, this verse gives the whole gist of Bhagavad Gita. There are few verses who gives the essence of the Gita. This is one of the main verse. To get synced into our consciousness, he made us write this verse, imbibe this verse. Now, let's learn that verse and listen to Swamiji. Like a mantra, that's right. Uttaredana Atmanam Atmanam Avasadaye Atmaiva ne Atmano Bandhir Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. The meaning of this verse is, you are your own friend. You are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self and do not degrade yourself. This single verse provides the essence of the whole Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. Otherwise, if you let yourself down, if you don't help yourself, you will become an enemy to yourself. It is such a powerful verse. A small story. There was a great enlightened master. He was always in ecstasy, always in joy. One of his disciples asked him, Master, how are you so blissful? I have never seen you suffering. You are always joyful. How is this possible? Master replied, every morning when I get up from bed, I ask myself, what do you want to do today? Naturally, what will the mind choose? It will choose to be blissful. Then immediately I tell the mind, all right, be blissful, that's all. So he dictated the mind. Now take a few minutes to sit and analyze. Write down all achievements you have achieved now based on greed and fear. You will notice that all achievements are achieved not based on fear and greed. Consciously and actively think about it. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide, from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Whenever you feel fulfillment or great achievements you achieved because of not out of fear or greed. Just ponder over for a couple of minutes. Look in and see. Now we'll be doing this. Now let's listen from Swamiji of this chapter, 6th chapter.
The 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita starts with the first Krishna sloka. This chapter, Arjuna is not putting any question. Krishna is directly answering, he is continuing. His answers. His answer from last chapter translated very wrongly as celibacy. No, celibacy is not the right word for brahmacharya. In Sanskrit, the word means so beautiful, such a wonderful concept. In English, you don't have equivalent word because the very idea never existed. The very idea of brahmacharya never existed. Brahmacharya means brahmacharya. Brahma means existence, reality, divine. Charya means living like. Brahmacharya means man who lives like a god, who lives with existence, who lives with reality. Please be very clear. Brahmacharya word does not mean who is unmarried. In course of time, when it is translated as celibacy, we started using that word to a person who is unmarried. No. Brahmacharya means who lives with existence. Most of us live with fantasies. Look in, you will understand how much of fantasies are there inside. Our whole life is a fantasy. Our whole life is running behind fantasies. We don't live with the reality. You neither live with the real husband nor you relate with the real wife. If you look into our life deeply, we may live in the same house, but count how many times we look into each other's eyes. How many times eye contact happens. You don't need two hands to count. You don't need two hands to count. The reason is, always the screen of fantasy is there between you and your spouse, between you and the life. Continuously, you don't want to look into the life as it is. You are not ready to accept the life as it is. Continuously, we are working and developing the life. We are not ready to look into the life as it is. Just today, I got a book, beautiful book. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I was just seeing the book. There are so many nice things he has expressed in that book. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. To tell you honestly, there are so many things which he expressed is the reality. In our life, if you see what is happening, in our life, if you just look around, exactly what is going on, I can say we should find out some other term. The Venus and Mars are too close. They are from same galaxy. We should find out something else. Our life is just filled with fantasies. Continuously we are chiseling the other person. Continuously the other person is chiseling us. You have imagination. According to your imagination, you chisel the real person. All sound which is heard in your house is the chiseling sound. It's nothing but the chiseling sound. Continuously we go on chiseling. You can chisel a stone and make a beautiful sculpture and keep it in your house. You can chisel wood and make a beautiful furniture and have it in your house. But you can't chisel a living being. When you start chiseling a living being, you create more and more trouble for yourself and for the other person. A person who is matured enough to live with reality, achieve the state of brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means living with a real person, just dropping the fantasies. Living with a real person, living with a reality is what I call brahmacharya. Here again and again Krishna says, just renouncing the sacred fire, not performing his duty, does not mean you are a ascetic, you are a sannyasi. Please be very clear. When he says renouncing fire, in those days, fire is the base for everything. Whether cooking or doing spiritual practices, for everything you need fire. I can replace the word fire to cell phone. In modern day, we can add in this way. Don't think just by dropping cell phone you can become a great sannyasi or a great karma yogi. Today in the modern day, cell phone and laptop has become a basic need. How the cell phone and laptop is a basic need. In those days, the Agni was the basic need for life. Please be very clear. How you are able to relate, communicate with people through cell phone. Our ancient rishis, they know the technique of relating with higher energies through fire. We should understand an important thing. Just how we are using cell phone and communicating, same way our masters, they know how to use the fire and communicate with higher energies. The whole science is nothing but using light particles. The whole science can be reduced of using light particles, whether it is electricity or atomic energy, everything. Everything is nothing but handling light particles with a different formulas, with a different method, with a different technology. Whether it is your fan, iron box, or this microphone, video camera, laptop, an atom bomb, everything can be reduced to that one single thing. Technique of handling the light particle, light energy. The science worked on light energy and created all these objects. Our Eastern rishis, mystics, worked on sound particle and created all these products. We had really Pushpaka Vimana. We did really have the atom bomb, Brahmastra. Everything was true. Only one thing, in course of time, we lost the technology, that's all. The technology of handling the sound waves, we lost it. Just because the technology is lost, the whole thing is questioned. People have started thinking, all these things are just mythology. All these things are just Puranas. No. We lost the key. Because of that, we are not able to open the lock. Just because you are not able to open the lock, don't think there is no treasure. The whole Vedas is nothing but learning the technique or tuning yourself to work with light, with the sound particles. Just like how scientists work with light particles, the rishis have worked with sound particles. They were able to relate with higher energies. They were able to communicate through fire, just with the vibrations. The Sanjaya seeing through telepathy and Pushpa Vimana concept or Brahmastra, all these things are true. Not only true, they are fact. Only thing, they were using the light particle. They were not using the sound particle. When the cultural invasion happened, the techniques are lost. I myself have seen a sannyasi who will create fire just by few words. He will utter few words and he will create the fire. Just out of nothing. With few words, you will be able to create fire. And still now, if you go to Kumbh Mela, you can see hundreds of people burying their head inside the earth more than 24 hours. And there are so many people who can play with this sound energy. I myself have seen in Kumbh Mela 10 years ago in Haridwar Kumbh Mela, I myself saw a sannyasi floating. He was floating. The public was seeing. And he was just floating. And I have seen sannyasis who sit on the nail board, who sit on that nail board. I even have a video recording of that. The ashram, we have a DVD, how they sit and how they are floating. Just with sound energy, they are able to do whatever science is able to do with the light particle, light energy. So here, when Krishna says the person who renounced the fire is not just by renouncing a fire, he cannot become sannyasi. Same way, here I can say just by renouncing your cell phone and life, you cannot become sannyasi. The attitude needs to be changed. You need to change the attitude. Krishna now starts, he continues. In the first sloka, he gave the gist of the last chapter, like a follow-up. He gives the whole gist and then he starts. Uttaredatmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. Uttaredatmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhu atmaiva riburatmanaha. In my discourses, if I have quoted any Gita sloka, more than twice means this is the only sloka. At least 100 times I have quoted this sloka in my discourses. I can say this is a gist of the whole Gita. This single sloka is the gist of the whole Gita. Yesterday, we understood the concept, how to move from doing and having to being. We are all stuck in having. And then little intelligent man moves to doing. Then you are supposed to move to being. We learned the technique of how to move, how to liberate yourself from fear and greed, how to move into the divine consciousness, how to move into bliss. Here Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. The translation goes, one must deliver himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is a friend of the soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become friend of yourself. If you let yourself down, you will become enemy of yourself. Yesterday we all learned the technique. How many of you yesterday requested you to follow the technique just for 10 days? Naturally, when you follow, again and again you will fall. You will fall. If you have not fallen, please be very clear, you have not done rightly. You have not practiced properly. When you practice anything, naturally you will fall. Again and again, suddenly you will forget. Oh, I started working out of fear. I started working out of greed. You will come back. Again and again you will come back. When you start working, naturally you will see there will be few problems. There will be few problems. A small story. There was a big spiritual organization. One monk was sent to a remote tribal area for doing the service. Suddenly, headquarters receives lot of complaint letters about that monk. The president says, after reading the complaint letters, we have posted right person, don't worry. The secretary asks, what is this? Master, we are getting all complaints about him. We are getting wrong information about him. How do you say that we have posted the right person? He says, if you are getting wrong information, if you are getting complaints, means he has already started working. At least something is going on. Always, when you start anything new, you will have three phases. First, resistance. Next, just avoiding. They will neither care nor resist. Indifference. Third, acceptance. This is the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications, all complaints, all possible arguments. Sometime, if you can't follow the teachings of Krishna, you will start blaming Krishna. I have seen many people, when they are not able to follow teachings of Krishna, straight away they will start criticizing Krishna. What Krishna? He was always flirting. He was always running behind women. He was Radha Lola. He was Sri Lola. What type of man he is? Easily you can avoid, escape from Krishna by criticizing Krishna. When we can't practice these teachings, you have to justify yourself. And naturally, inside your being, your conscience will hurt you. So you have to justify. Some way you have to make your conscience believe you are doing right thing. So you have to find out some argument. So instead, when you are not able to follow, start criticizing Krishna. Best way to escape. Best way to avoid the teachings of Krishna. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadaye. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed, practicing these words which you learned yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha. The last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing. Krishna says, Uttared Atmana Atmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Nobody can do anything unless you lift yourself. Just the other day, on the internet I was reading Super Deluxe Kundalini Yoga. There was an advertisement, $240 they charge, and you don't need to do anything. They themselves, they have a bypass circuit. Your Kundalini will be raised to Sahasrara automatically. All you need to do is allow them to do that bypass surgery, bypass connection. Then your Kundalini will stay in the Sahasrara forever. I was just shocked. I was surprised. How can somebody else awaken your Kundalini? Of course, enlightened masters can awaken, but staying in that same state can be done only by you. They can give you the glimpse, satori, but staying in that consciousness and achieving samadhi can be done only by you. Uttared Atmana Atmanam. Only you can help yourself. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Master, you know enlightenment is the ultimate thing. Why don't you give that to all of us? Why don't you make us all enlightened? Buddha says, oh, you want enlightenment? Do you think that I should give enlightenment to everybody? Please go around and take a survey. How many really wants enlightenment? By evening, this guy comes back after taking a extensive survey in that whole city, and he says, Master, only 2 persons wants enlightenment. Buddha says, please bring them, let me give. He says, no, they are not ready to come from the house all the way here. If you can send by courier, they are ready to receive. If you can send from here, they are ready to receive and keep it in their house. They are not ready to come here all the way. Nobody wants. Even if you want it as a one more item in your showcase. We are not ready to risk anything for enlightenment. We want one more item in the showcase. We can say, whenever people come to our house, we tell, this is from Delhi, this is from New York, this statue is from Japan. Just like that you can say, oh, this enlightenment that Nithyananda Swami he gave. He was giving Gita discourse. I went and attended it, he gave. How it looks? Just as a one more showpiece, we are ready to accept, but not ready to commit, or not ready to risk anything, not ready to take the responsibility. Buddha says, the existence is so great, it allows you, it gives you the freedom to be in bondage. God is so great, He gives you even the freedom to be in bondage. It is your freedom, whether to be in bondage or to be liberated. Even liberation should not be forced. If it is forced, even liberation is not liberation. If it is forced, how can it be liberation? It cannot be. So you have complete 100% choice to be liberated or to be in bondage. It is completely up to you whether to be liberated or to be in bondage. God is so great, He allows you, He gives you the freedom even to be in bondage. Here Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you liberate yourself by yourself. Unless you liberate yourself, nobody else can liberate yourself. If you help yourself, you are the greatest friend for your being. If you don't, you are the worst enemy for your being. Next, Krishna explains the same concept. Bandhuratmatmanastasya enatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu satrutve vardedatmaiva satruvataha. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for the one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. This is an important sloka. This has to be understood with the next two slokas. Let us enter into the next two and then we will understand. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha Sidoshna sukha dukkeshu tada manapamanayo. Jnana vinyana triptatma kodasto vijidendriyaha yukta yucchate yogi samaloshtashmakanchanaha. Let me give the translation, then we will enter into the understanding. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. The next sloka says, a person whose mind is contented because of knowledge of spiritual science, who has subdued his senses, and to whom cloud, stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is earning, is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi. Throughout this chapter, Krishna speaks about senses, how our senses are functioning and what we are supposed to do. Let me give you a small diagram how our mind functions and how our senses are working. Then we will be able to understand the Gita in a much better way. please understand how our mind works, how we process information, how we perceive things, how our senses perceive informations, and how you take decisions, how you move in your life. First, for example, you are seeing something through the eyes. Let us take this scene. Now you are seeing something. Here I am explaining only based on eye. You can replace it with ears. You can replace it with the taste. You can replace it with smell. You can replace it with touch. With any pleasure, you can replace it. Here I am giving an example of eye. And this scene. Let us take the example of this scene. You are seeing me. First, your eyes will catch the picture or the scene. This will be taken to chakshu. Chakshu means the energy which is inside the eyes. This is called indriya. Please understand, eyes are not seeing. Through eyes, the energy is seen. Through eyes, something else is seen. How to understand this? Sometime, your eyes will be wide open. If you are intensely listening some music, even if somebody walks in front of you, you will not know. Your ears are open. If you are intensely reading something, even if some sound happens, you will not hear the sound. It means you are not hearing just through eyes or just by ears. Something else is seeing through eyes. Which sees through eyes is called chakshu. The whole file goes to chakshu. The picture or the scene which you are seeing will go to chakshu. In chakshu, the important process happens. The whole file is converted into digital file. I am speaking in the computer language. Understand? The whole thing is converted into digital file. It's almost like a DSP, digital signal processor. The whole thing is converted into digital file. Inside is the computer. If you have to process any information, it has to become digital file. Whether it is a picture or whether it is a sound, it has to be converted into digital file. Same way, inside if the process has to happen means the whole thing has to be converted into biosignal file, digital file. The file processing happens in chakshu. Whatever scene you are seeing now, that picture will be converted into digital file in chakshu. That file will now go to chitta, memory. It will go to memory. In memory, the process will start happening. What is this I am seeing? What is this in front of me? First thing in memory, you will start analyzing and negating things. This is not this. This is not this. This is not this. That na iti, that will start happening in chitta. First your mind will say, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a vehicle. This is not rock. All these things, that na iti, that this is not, that process will happen in chitta. Once that this is not happens, the file goes to mind. The mind starts saying, this is it, this is it. In mind, you start saying, the mind starts the identification process. This is it. Your mind starts saying, I am seeing a man standing with a kavi cloth. He is a Swami. He is teaching Gita. This is it. That identification will start happening in mind. Then the file goes to buddhi, your intelligence. The intelligence does the process. What is there between me and this scene? What is the connection between me and the scene? What way I am related to him? What way now I am related to this scene? Your buddhi will start analyzing with all your earlier experiences. Last 4 or 5 days I attended. It was really nice. I think it's really nice. Or if you think, no, I wasted my time yesterday itself. This is not worth. Some decision your buddhi will take. Your buddhi will say, some way it will respond. Whether it is right or wrong, whether you liked it or not, someday your buddhi will give the response, and now the whole file will go to ego. According to the buddhi's signature, the buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. Buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. This is what according to my past experience, or this is what my analysis, this is what is my decision. Whatever buddhi feels will be signed. The whole file will go to ego. Ego will deliver the command. Ego will say, if buddhi says yes, if buddhi says, I enjoyed yesterday, it was such a wonderful experience, and ego says, sit here, continue to listen intensely. Ego will give command. If buddhi says, no, yesterday itself I wasted my time, it was boring, and this is not for me. If ego says, if buddhi says, this is not for me, immediately the ego gives the command, come, let's move. There is so much of work to be done in the house. The moment ego gives the command, automatically your whole being starts executing it. This is the way you receive information, you process it, and you respond. The information comes, the processing happens, and the response is given. This is the way our senses work. Now, Krishna says an important point, an important thing. Let me now explain. Esho tada manapamanayo. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. The eternal bliss is already achieved. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness is distress. Happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and... Throughout this chapter, Krishna emphasizes on this one idea, senses. How can happiness and unhappiness, how can honor and dishonor, how can heat and cold be same for us, same for a man? How is it possible? First thing, when these senses do this process, you decide yes or no only based on your past experience. Only based on your past experience. The experiences with which you have grown are the words with which you have conditioned your chitta and manas. How your mind and memory has been conditioned. Only based on that your buddhi decides. Please be very clear. Something is so tasty for you, for your neighbor, that will be poison. Why to go for neighbor? Your wife. You may like something, but the other person may not like that. A small story. There are 3 ways to do anything. First, hire somebody, you can do it. Or do it by yourself. If you can't, just tell your wife not to do that. There are 3 ways you can do the work. When you don't want something to be done, just tell her to do. When you want something not to be done, you know the technique. your mind is caught in dualities, the dvandva. Again and again and again, you fall back to your dilemma, to your suffering, to your nature, to your instinct level. Here, Krishna says the person who has achieved the bliss is not affected by heat or cold. How to reach that state? Throughout this chapter, he is speaking only about senses. How to conquer the senses, how to go beyond the senses. First thing we need to understand, when I say the word conquering the senses, I don't mean controlling the senses or destroying the senses. If you try controlling the senses or destroying the senses, you will only struggle more and more and suffer more and more. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, instead of killing the person, if you try to destroy the chair, destroying the chair will not work. Killing the person only will work. Here, your senses are just chair. Your ego is the person who is sitting there. If you try to control your senses, that's not going to work. If you try to control your body, that is not going to work. Krishna says beautifully, for one who has conquered the mind, for him, when he says the word mind, he means the whole ego, the whole setup, where the decision making is happening. Mind, buddhi and ego. This is the spot where the decision making is happening. When you just try to conquer the senses, again and again and again you will be failure. You will be a worst failure. And one more thing, if you have failed 2-3 times, you will lose the confidence. If you fail fighting with your senses, automatically you will lose the confidence. You will start thinking, it is never possible. I can never achieve it. You need intelligence to progress in this path. Small story. One guy wanted to go for a vacation to Juhu Beach. He went, he traveled. After 1 week he came back. The friend asked, did you go to Juhu Beach? He said, no, I was not able to find. Did you not see any board on the highway? No, there was a board which said Juhu Beach left. I thought the beach is left and I came back. You need intelligence to travel, to progress in the path. If you try to work from the wrong side, if you try to work from the side of senses, you will never be able to succeed. It's like if you try to create more pressure on the cooker, you will not be able to succeed. First you need to remove the fire. You need to remove the fire. You need to stop the energy supply. Here, the ego or the buddhi, the place from where you take the decision, that from there continuously the decisions are supplied to your senses. All you need to do is to work on the level of mind, not in the level of senses. If you try to work in the level of senses, you will create only more and more perverted desires. For example, man who tries to control is eating. The man who tries to fast, you will see in the dream you will be feasting. If you just fast for 4 days, that's enough. In the 5th day in the dream you will be feasting, because your body has got its own balance. Your body has its own intelligence. if you avoid something, it has to supply and it has to rejuvenate itself. If you are hungry, you can't sleep. If you have to continue to be in that state of sleep, your body should believe. You should be made to believe you are not hungry. So your unconscious energy creates a dream as if you are feasting. You are eating. Whatever you deprive, your unconscious will satisfy itself in the dream state. Because in the dream state there is no police, there is no state, there is nobody to control you. You just project your world and enjoy it. You just do whatever you want. An important thing, if you are suppressing anything, be very clear, in the dream automatically it will express. Dream is nothing but your suppressions. Dream is nothing but the expression of your suppressed desire and fear. Your fear or desire, when you suppress it, it expresses in dream. One important thing, it expresses in a very perverted way. In a very perverted way. With the senses, you will never become tired. If you enjoy through dream, if you were frightened through dream, your whole being will suffer. You can see, if you had a nightmare, even after waking up, for hours, you will be in that same mood. You will be in that same mood. Your whole being will be shaken. Now they are coming up with a new concept called fear stroke. Just like paralysis stroke, fear stroke. We do get fear strokes in dreams. We do get fear strokes in dreams. If you are suffering in the dream level, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong in the mind and buddhi level. You are trying to control the senses instead of controlling the mind. Instead of removing the fire, you are trying to create pressure. All we need to do is to work on the mind, to remove the fire, to stop the supply of fuel, to stop the supply of energy. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, for the one whose mind has started doing the right processing, if your mind and chitta is filled with past memories, you cannot take right decision. Please be very clear. Don't think mind takes the decision only in a very logical way. Sometimes your buddhi takes decisions in a very funny way. For example, I was explaining how you take the decision whether to sit here or not. Sometimes your buddhi doesn't even think that much. If you had any problem with any other Swami or with any other person who was wearing this cloth, suddenly that memory will be awakened and your buddhi is not even ready to sit and listen. Your buddhi is not even ready to give a chance. Your buddhi is not even ready to think. Immediately it gives the order. Your ego gives the order. That's what I call prejudice. Changing the servants, you can't change the leader. But by changing the leader, you can change servants. Mind is the leader who is leading. Mind is a master who is taking decisions. Here all you need to do is work on the mind, not on senses. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, the Paramatman is achieved. You don't need to achieve the bliss. It is there always with you. If it has to be achieved, there is every possibility it can be lost again. What is the guarantee? It will be there forever. Be very clear. Anything if you have to achieve, it is not worth achieving. anything, if it is your nature, then realize it. If it is to be achieved, there is every possibility. After 10 days it may be lost. Suddenly it may disappear. So here, Krishna says, all you need to do is conquer your mind. You don't need to achieve. I always tell people, Ananda Spurana is continuously happening. The bliss flowering is continuously happening. Spurana means life. The life energy. Your very life energy is bliss. Unless you have the bliss energy in you, you cannot inhale or exhale. The inhaling and exhaling itself happens because of bliss energy in you. The eternal consciousness in you. All you need to do is, you are stopping that bliss fountain again and again. All you need to do is just stop the stopping process, that's all. You don't need to create. Stop the stopping process. Here Krishna says, if you just conquer the mind, that is enough. The Paramatman is already achieved. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha. It is already achieved. And you are with it. There is nothing to be achieved. When you conquer the mind, the happiness and distress, both are one and the same. You are not touched by it. A small story. How the happiness and sorrow is nowhere related to outer world. It's related to our inner world. Very beautiful story. One old man went to nearby city for some work. When he came back to his village, from distance, suddenly he saw his house is on fire. And he started shouting, screaming, he started rolling on the ground and started weeping. His son came to him and said, "Father, don't worry. Don't you remember just yesterday we sold that house? Just yesterday we sold that house." Immediately he sat up, wiped the tears, and in a single moment the suffering has disappeared. No misery, no sorrow. He says, "Oh, now I understand. Remembered. Yes, don't. Yes, I am relaxed." In 10 minutes, the next son comes and he says, "Father, yes, we sold, but we have not yet got the money." We have not yet got the money. Again this fellow started rolling on the ground, started weeping. "Oh, what happened to my house? I don't know what will happen. I don't know who will care for me. I don't know how to save myself." He started weeping. In next 10 minutes, wife came and she said, "Don't worry, just today morning I got the money and deposited in the bank. We are safe." Again he got up and wiped his tears. He's all right. See the story. Same situation, same person. When he thinks it is his, he is suffering. When he thinks it is not his, he is liberated. Same situation, same person. What gives you suffering? Just one single thing, thinking that it is yours. Thinking that it is yours. Same way, there are people who can't enjoy unless it is theirs. One day I was going for a walk in the beach road. I was going for a walk. One person was walking with me. It's known to us. Suddenly he started telling, "Swamiji, I think we should have a cottage here. And it will be very nice. We can come out and sit in the evening and enjoy the breeze." I told, "Are we not enjoying now? Why do you need cottage here? Just look. Just see this whole thing. Enjoy." But the mind never enjoys unless you are sure that it is yours, unless you possess that, you don't enjoy. Be very clear, the man who possesses and enjoys will never enjoy. By the time you possess the cottage, by the time you own the cottage, you will start worrying. I think I should have this furniture. I should have that type of arrangement. I should do this. I should do that. Or already you have started thinking about the other cottage in some other place. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and says, Master, what a beautiful place it is about Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi is a great devotee of Arunachala. To him he says, Master, such a beautiful hill, such a beautiful place, how nice to be here. Ramana Maharshi says, just be here for 3 days, everything will become alright. In 3 days you will take the things for granted. It will be beautiful only for 3 days, not more than that. The person who enjoys only by possessing will never enjoy. The person who enjoys will never bother about possessing. You are there always. Things are there always. It is just your mind. The mind, sometimes, unless you are sure it is yours, it will not allow you to enjoy. Sometimes, when you know it is yours, it creates suffering. Suffering or enjoyment is created only by that one place, only one link, that mind. If that link is disconnected, the whole process will happen beautifully. The only difference between you and an enlightened man is that one link missing. Don't think enlightened man means he will have two big arms. Nothing. There is no difference between you and an enlightened man. The only one difference, one link, that mind link is missing, which continuously decides what is there for me, what way I am connected, what way I am affected. And I, that link is missing. If you can cross that link, if you can cut that link, if you can cross the I, you will become Christ. If you can cross the I, you will become Christ. Nothing else. All you need to do is just remove that one link. Don't try from senses. You will destroy it. We always complain about senses. Again and again, we say senses are spoiling us. No, you are spoiling them. Be very clear. Don't put the responsibility on senses. You are spoiling them. You destroy them. You abuse them. We abuse our senses. Look into our life. Night till 2 o'clock sitting and watching the baseball, television. Your eyes will be begging, please give me a little rest. Please give me little rest. When some advertisement comes, and automatically your eyes will close. It wants to sleep. But because you want to enjoy, you abuse your eyes. Same way the gongura chutney. So hot. Tongue will be burning. Eyes will be pouring. The whole system will be burning. But not even with a fingertip, with a hand. And now just the word is enough. I can... how many mouths are feeling the taste? We abuse our senses. We disrespect our senses. Please be clear. Senses are not destroying us. Senses are not disturbing us. It is we who are disturbing the senses. It is we who are abusing the senses. It is this link. What is there for me? This link, the I, that is where the whole trouble starts. That is where you abuse your senses. All you need to do is not to control the senses, but to control the mind. Make it understand what is really happening inside your system. One more very simple thing, to tell you honestly, heart and taste, both are one and the same. Today, just try to do this simple experiment, very small experiment. Stretch your tongue and concentrate on the tongue. When you go back to your house, try to do it. Just concentrate on the tongue. Visualize as if you are walking on your tongue. Your tongue is a highway and you are walking on that road. Just concentrate on it. Then take a chili and sugar candy. Take a chili and sugar candy. Touch it from two corners. Put chili in one corner, sugar candy in another corner. And deeply witness what is happening. Suddenly you will realize the process which happens when you touch chili and the process which happens when you touch sugar candy, both will be one and the same. Please try to do this experiment. You will understand. If you go a little deep, if you go a little deeper inside your system, the hot and sweet both are one and the same. Only when you stamp that this is hot, this is not good for me, this is sweet, I like this. Only when you put a rubber stamp, only when you label it, the trouble starts. As a process, as a nature, both are one and the same. Try today. If you experiment, you will understand. Both processes are one and the same. You label that based on your belief, your earlier beliefs. Based on that, you label them. You decide. You downhole your experiences based on your recorded memory. Suddenly you decide, this is not good for me. Then you start thinking it is not good for you. And you really start feeling it is not good for you. One more thing you need to understand. Your thoughts are creating your senses. Your mind creates your senses. Don't think you are living with what you have. You create what you want to have. You are not living with what you have. You are creating what you want to have. Your thoughts are so powerful. Your mind is so powerful. It can change the whole body. It can just change the whole body. For example, one thought just now, try to think a person who creates disturbance in you, or your enemy, person who took money from you, not giving back, a person who gave you money and asking it back. Just remember that person. Immediately you can see the change happening inside your system. The whole chemistry is changing. Blood is boiling. BP is rising. Heartbeat is rising. Pulse rate is increasing. Just one thought, your whole system is changing. A single thought can change the whole chemistry. Or one thought which creates lust, one board or one hoarding is enough. Immediately your whole body chemistry changes. Your whole body is now ready. Please be very clear. Single thought can change the chemistry of your body. Your body is again and again created by your thoughts. It is your thoughts which creates the body. That is why in India there is a great science called Samudrika Lakshana. Seeing the body, seeing your face, seeing your way of standing, sitting and walking, they will tell the quality of you. They will tell everything about your mind. Because the rishis know the secret. The mind creates the body. It is your mind which creates the body. Body is the outer expression of mind. Body is nothing but outer expression of mind. Mind is nothing but inner experience of body. So if your mind changes, your whole body can be changed. Your whole system can be changed. Your whole senses will be changed. A man whose mind is controlled, whose mind is clearly reprogrammed according to the spiritual ideas. If you reprogram your mind, as on now, it is programmed for misery, towards dukkha. It is looking outward. If you can reprogram them to look in, towards bliss, your whole senses can be changed. Your whole senses can be changed. Please be very clear. All we need to do is just reprogram your mind to look in. That is the gist of the whole thing. And he says one more important thing, heat and cold. Heat and cold. Try this also. Beautiful experiment. I don't know whether you'll be able to believe or not. I have seen people living in Himalayas in snow with just 2 pieces of dress. Let me tell very clearly. I lived in Himalayas. I used to sleep on the snow with the same dress. I have lived. Very difficult to believe. But all you need to do is stop resisting, that's all. It is very difficult to believe, but you can do. Just don't create idea. The moment you feel the cool breeze, don't create an idea, cold, I may catch cold, I may have wheezing, I may have sinus, I may have asthma. Don't create big terms. And the West, the big problem is you learnt all nonsensical words. We know all the words, all negative words. More words you know about diseases, more the possibility of creating the disease in you. Because whenever you repeat something, you create that quality in you. Please be very clear. A simple experiment now you can do. You just sit with closed eyes and repeat 10 times. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You will have peace inside you. Only thing, your wife's name should not be Santi. If you just repeat that word, Shanti, for 10 minutes and 10 times, you will start experiencing that quality in you. That quality will start happening in you. If you repeat the names of diseases, please be very clear, you will start creating the same diseases in you. There's a recent research, beautiful research. I went to the API convention, the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. There they gave me a big, their research works, beautiful book. I read few researches. One research says, the medical college, they did this research, medical colleges. If a particular disease, if the lessons are going on about the particular disease, for example, knee pain, more than 40% of the students get that pain. I don't know how you will understand this. More than 40%. Because continuously you are thinking about that symptom. And one more big problem. Whenever you hear any disease, any symptom, first thing you will do is you will compare with yourself. Do I have that? You will compare with yourself. You will see, do you have that symptom? Continuously, because they are meditating on that symptoms, 40% of the students express the same symptoms in their life. If the lesson goes to the next disease, they express that symptoms. Whatever you think, you express. If you are continuously thinking the wrong things, your senses will be created in the same way. Only one thing you need to do, just work on the mind, just liberate the mind, just purify the mind. Your whole system will be purified. Your whole senses will be reconstructed. Krishna gives a beautiful technique also to work on the mind. To work on the mind. Krishna says one more thing. Honor and dishonor will also be the same. This is very difficult. Cold and heat can be the same. You can even accept that. But honor and dishonor, very difficult. And it is simply impossible. One word is enough to make us mad. One word, single word thrown on us is enough to make us mad. Because somebody asked me actually, Swamiji, why do we bother so much about others' opinion? You bother about others' opinion so much because you don't know about yourself. You know about yourself only through others' words, others' opinions. You understand about yourself only from others. If everybody says you are beautiful, you get that record, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are intelligent, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are great, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are very smart, you get that certificate. Collecting all these certificates, with those certificates you build your personality. In our Life Bliss program, the first session is about this. The first session, why we get depressed. Why again and again we fall into a low energy. Because the energy source for you is other certificates. You don't have self-respect. You respect yourself only based on others' opinions. If others' opinions about you is good, you think you are great. If others' opinions about you is not good, immediately you fall. Have you seen the kids playing? They will build castles with playing cards. Same way, you build castles with other certificates. Your personality is nothing but a castle built with others' certificates. If one card is removed in that castle, what will happen to that castle? It just tumbles down. Same way, if a single person takes away his certificate, what happens to your personality? Just collapse. Again and again you fall into the depression. Please be very clear. Whenever you fall into the depression, either somebody would have taken their certificate or you are afraid that somebody may take away their certificate. That's all. Scan it. You will realize either somebody would have taken away their certificate or you are afraid that they may take away their certificate. We have no self-respect. Christ says, Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. That is why so much of war. Because you don't love yourself. That is why so much of hatred. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. You don't love yourself. We don't have self-respect. We know about ourselves only based on others' opinions. We build our personality only by others' opinions. That is why we care so much for others' opinions. The first session of Life Bliss is this session. First thing I tell people is, if you want to live, learn how to live, how to stand on your own foot, how to be with yourself. As and now, our source of energy is others' opinions. If somebody comes and tells you, you are really great, you will try your best to say, no, I am not, but inside what happens? See very clearly, inside what happens? Inside the mind is telling, tell little more. But outside you feel very shy. But inside mind says, no, little more. Okay. Continuously, we are fueled by others' opinion and we work to get others' opinion. Meditate on this one statement. This is a sutra. This is a great sutra which can liberate you. Don't worry about others' opinions. Don't worry what others are thinking about you, because they are worrying about what you are thinking about them. They are worrying, thinking what you are thinking about them. Don't worry about others' opinions, because they are worrying about your opinions about them. Meditate on this one statement. It will completely liberate you from this problem of honor and dishonor. You will be liberated from the honor and dishonor. Look into your life. Whomsoever is standing in your consciousness, about whoever's opinion you are worrying, all of them are bothered about your opinions. Be very clear. If you are bothered about somebody's opinion, directly or indirectly, he is also bothered about your opinion. It is just give and take game. It is just give and take game. Don't bother about anybody's opinion, because they are bothering about your opinions.
So can you all please post whatever your understanding of this, of the sixth chapter? What do you remember? Please post it in the chat. Quickly post whatever is your understanding in the chat. So, Christina posted this: senses create the mind. By yourself in every situation, the mind honor and dishonor. Wonderful. And Lalita, no identity with what I see, purify the mind. I could be my best or worst friend, love myself in my inner space. Beautiful, mind. Perfect thing that you remember. The mind is unseen. The mind is the unseen body at work. Christopher, wonderful. Now we're going to do one meditation. I'm going to give you the instructions. Projecting the slide so you can also read. Please sit straight. And so first listen to this instruction before doing this. Please sit straight and close your eyes. Let your head, neck, backbone straight line. Intensely pray to that ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to give us the experience of this meditation. First, visualize all your senses completely shut. Your eyes are completely closed. Don't allow your visualization to happen inside your being. You should close your eyes too, because first listen to the instructions. After that, you do the meditation. Because we continue to see the things from behind our eyelids, even though we shut our eyelids, visualize that your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your senses are of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your face to be shut. So all the five senses are shut. Then feel deeply that all the five senses have been shut down. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Slowly, let your nostrils blow the air. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. In a very relaxed way, be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate. Don't tense yourself. Just be very relaxed. Have a deeply relaxed awareness. Let your Muladhara chakra, located at the base of the spine, be relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana chakra, located below the navel center, be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to that Ajna chakra, which is between the eyebrows. Concentrate on the space between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in that Ajna chakra, in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the Ajna chakra. Forget all other parts of the body. Forget about the body, mind, and the world. Remember only Ajna chakra, meaning the space between the eyebrows. Go deeply into the Ajna chakra in the space between the two eyebrows. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Ajna chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light in the Ajna chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be in the Ajna chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Relax in the same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body and mind. May your intelligence be awakened. Let you work from your eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of the Anya Chakra. Let you have the grace of the divine consciousness. Let you be established in the eternal consciousness. Let you all be in with and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. So basically, you first close all your senses shut one by one and bring your awareness in the Anya Chakra and visualize a light at the Anya Chakra. No concentration, no pose, but it's a deep, relaxed, restful awareness. Is it clear? Is the instructions are clear? So please get ready. You can close your eyes. Have any questions in the instructions? Please do let me know. Are you clear? Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. Relax. You can share your experience of this meditation quickly. So Krishna is saying, I haven't meditated like that in a while. Very relaxing, little bit of anxiety though. Why anxiety? Christopher, you attend all the Paramashivoham sessions and learn completion, learn unclutching and address, and it will really help you. Yes, very Alvarado says very relaxed, body floating. Wonderful. Christina says emptiness, mind projection, fear, light in the crown chakra, relax space. Wonderful. Vishwanathan had a relaxed and nice feeling in Anya chakra. Wonderful. Christopher, a long time ago, I meditated so much, but I got a lot of. Okay. All right. So now let's move on to our Bhagavad Gita next chapter. I hope all of you are enjoying Bhagavad Gita, learning Bhagavad Gita a little bit. Yes. Next is chapter 7, Jnana Vijnana Yoga. Lalita says, I relaxed a lot, but in a moment a past thought came, then I felt how would be affect me. Yes, a lot relaxed. So, Lalita, you also attend the full program and you will see at the end of the program, you will benefit quite a bit. If you sincerely follow and do all the exercises, you will see the difference. Jnana Vijnana Yoga. Listen, cognize, and radiate. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. The greatest master, Krishna, explains how to move out of this bondage. He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate the divine. The power of listening. People can say that Krishna is repeating himself. Understand, if you have already listened even once, Krishna will not repeat it again. For a person who wants to begin the life, the first thing he needs to learn is listening. Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and to others and to speak into the listening of himself and others. Among millions of men, one man may endeavor for perfection, and Out of these who achieve perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to this Gita discourse. And out of these few hundred, only a few will listen authentically as it is expressed. I am the thread. Krishna says, Matta parataram nanyat kinchit asti dhananjaya mai sarvam idam protvam sutre mani gana ganaiva. O Dhananjaya, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. I am the thread, he says. I am the thread, the sutra, the technique on which all existence is strung. He declares with complete clarity that he is the thread of everything. He is the unseen thread. He is the unseen essence, without which there can be no substance, the unseen ultimate energy, without which there can be no universe. All stages of being, be the goodness, the sattvic, passion, the rajas, or ignorance, tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are depending on me. No living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of gunas. When one transcends the gunas, as Krishna says about himself, one becomes the Triguna Rahita, meaning one who has transcended the three gunas. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude is the best person, for I am dear to him and he is dear to me. By this one verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Krishna says beautifully that he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. The master or the divine is in you only. When you engage yourself in enriching service to him, sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form is not the enriching service Krishna talks about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to him. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with the deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me, they attain me. Madhubhakta yatni mam api. There is another verse where Krishna beautifully says, if you ask me for something, I will give you that. If you don't ask for anything, I will give you me. There's a chapter 7. Now, chapter 8, Akshara Brahma Yoga, art of living. When we understand how we assume body, we will know how we live it. We create our whole body out of our fear, greed, guilt, and our engraved memories, called the root thought patterns, the samskaras, to work them out, experience them, and enjoy them. The problem is that after coming down, we forget what we came down for, the samskaras and desires that we brought to live out and complete. Instead, we accumulate desires from others in society and work out their desires in our life. When we live out of others' desires in our life, we feel deeply discontented, deeply incomplete, because the energy that we brought with us will become insufficient. Death is the end of life as long as we don't understand it. The moment we understand it, it becomes a liberation and celebration. A man who is unable to understand death is like a living dead. A person who understands death will live even after his death. When we understand that this life and the departure from this life is a journey in a continuous cycle of birth and death, there is no urgency in living this life, and there is no fear in leaving this life too also. When we understand that what we do in this life and how we do determines how we are reborn, we will have a far greater understanding of how to lead this life. Our understanding about death influences our whole social structure, thinking system. Our whole mentality can be transferred with the right understanding about death. He says, whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Antahkale cha mam eva smaran mukta keva kalevaram. Whenever you do not fulfill any action completely, you create a hangover. You create a recorded memory of that action. A samskara. A samskara is living energy because it has the power to make you repeat the same action again and again as a pattern. If you have completed with that pattern by living a single samskara totally, completely, that samskara drops from your being. You are liberated from it. If we are unconscious at the time of leaving the body, we naturally take lower level bodies in our next birth. We come back as beings which we do not have a high level of consciousness. That is the reason Krishna says, Yam yam va pismaran bhavam. In whatever state you are at the time of leaving the body, you will achieve that state without fail. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty, even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara yatha cha. My apita mono buddhir mam evaishai asamsaha. Please be very clear. Whatever we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us at the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows. He adds, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time when the life force is about to leave the body. But if we have led a life in such higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. Krishna gives different ways to attain Brahman or God or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learn in the Vedas attain Brahman. Immerse yourself in the scriptures. Keep reading same scripture, sorry, keep reading some scripture or the other and imbibe its truth. It will have a tremendous impact on you. We will get into that mood of enlightenment. This is what Krishna wants. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. So what are your understanding? Just post it. It's very, 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 very important. So Christopher says, at the time of death, you must focus between the eyebrows. What we experience when we die has a lot to do with next birth. Wonderful. Everardo Alfredo says, death process and to attain a Krishna, God consciousness, have him in our third eye. Mental trunk. Okay. So wonderful. See, whatever is your favorite God, Krishna form or Paramashiva form, whatever form or Devi, whatever your favorite God. Here Krishna says me. It is not the form, just the form. Understand your divine thoughts. Create memory, repeat action. Now, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya, Yogaha. Secret of the secret of the secret. Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. Here, please understand, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret, Guhyatamam. Once we know this secret, then there is no difference between the divine and us. That is Guhyatamam. Secret of all secrets. The whole universe is intelligent. Please listen carefully. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our thoughts. I repeat, the whole universe is intelligent. It responds to our thoughts. Krishna transmits the king of all knowledge and all secrets, which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done, to the one who is non-envious and trusts him. Krishna promises yoga, the success, and kshema, the protection. Krishna promises yoga kshema. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitramidamuttamam. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because It gives a direct perception of self by self-realization. It is the perfection of religion, dharma. It is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. This is the truth, Raja Vidya. The whole universe, oh, is this done? That is the essence of the chapter 9. So what is the essence of chapter 9? So Christian says, Guhyatamam, the secret universe responds to our thoughts. Wonderful. Vishwanathan, cosmos has the deep understanding to our thoughts and it responds. Wonderful. Now let's listen to Swamiji more on chapter 9.
To Arjuna, he says, my dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of the material existence. Beautiful line. He says, because you are never envious of me. Now we should understand, how can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? Please be very clear. You don't know the way in which human minds work. You don't know the way in which human minds work. Especially for us now, Arjuna is a man, Krishna is God. We accepted Krishna as God. But when he was alive, when he was in the body, people are not accepted. And not only that, Arjuna and Krishna were friends. They were friends. Krishna says, Idam dude guhyatamam pravakshyamyana suyave jnanam vinyana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subhat. My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. We should understand first the atmosphere, background. Only then we will be able to understand the whole chapter intensely as it is expressed. You will be surprised. Even the thought may make us surprised. How can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? To tell you honestly, whenever the masters were in the body, people never respected them. Always this problem existed. Only when they have left the body, actually it is very easy to worship the photograph, but never a living person. With a living person, always we question, we envy. There is a beautiful one-liner. The grandfather who was living outside the house, came into the house as a photograph after death. As long as he is alive, he lives only in the outside the house. He lives only in the outhouse. Especially in India, every house will have the front veranda. As long as he is alive, he lives only in veranda. When he is dead, his photograph will be kept inside the puja room. He has no place in the puja room. When he is alive, he has no place inside the house. But once he dies, his photograph will have the place inside the house. Same way, when a master is alive, he is never understood, he is never respected, he is never received, his teachings are never received. When he is dead, when he is no more, it is easy to worship him. There is a beautiful incident. A group of devotees from Chaitanya's birthplace is called Mayapur. From that place, a group of devotees come to Ramakrishna. They all tell him, "Oh Ramakrishna, oh Master, we missed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We could not see him. If we had that fortune, we would have become enlightened. We would have experienced the Krishna Bhakti." Ramakrishna laughs. He says, when Chaitanya was alive, many people used to go to him and they will complain, "We missed Sri Krishna. We could not see Sri Krishna. If you have seen Sri Krishna, you would have enjoyed the bhakti, energy." Ramakrishna says, "Open your eyes and see. Chaitanya is here." Just like how people go to Chaitanya and talk about Krishna, you have come here to talk about Ramakrishna. You have come here to talk about Chaitanya. You have come and you are saying you have missed Chaitanya. Whenever Master is alive, it is very difficult for people to accept. But once he is dead, people always talk, "We missed Ramakrishna, we missed Ramana Maharshi, we missed Chaitanya, or we missed Mirabai." We always complain about what we missed. We never realize what we have. Here, Krishna says, "Idam tude guhyadamam." Because you are never envious of me, I will give you the ultimate secret. Please understand. Here Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Once you know this secret, there is no difference between you and the divine. Here he gives you the straight ultimate secret. Usually in business, whatever you may do, however you may be close, the leader will never give all the secrets to you. Always the corporate people, they will maintain the business secrets. Here Krishna says, "I am not going to maintain any secret. I am opening the whole thing." He says, "Knowledge is free. It is up to you to use it." After 5,000 years, today modern day IT companies are declaring knowledge is free. But 5,000 years ago, Krishna declares knowledge is free. He says, "I am opening all the secrets. Idam tude guhyadamam pravakshyamyana suyave." He says, "I am giving you this secret because you are never envious of me." An important thing, all the people who go near the master, they should learn, especially people who live around the master. By and by, these disciples, instead of trying to achieve the state of the master, they start trying to work for the status of the master. State is different, status is different. State of the master should be achieved, not the status. When we work for the status, we are caught in the trouble. I went to a college for
public lecture for a meditation program in Tamil Nadu. One young boy, you know how the college kids behave. Actually, in America, college kids behave much more decently and politely. And in India, a little bit of education. And you know how they behave. One guy, he questioned me, why should you be respected so much? After all, you are my age. Of course, it is true. I am just hardly few years elder than him. Same age. Why should they shower so much of rose flowers at your feet when you come? In India, usually when Swamis go, they put all the flowers and receive. I tried my best to advise the organizer, don't do all these things, don't put flowers and all these things, especially it is a college. Naturally, I will face this question. But the organizer is our devotee. Somehow he wants to show his devotion. He did all the big arrangements. In the question and answer session, the boy directly asked me, why should so much of flowers be showered at your feet? Why should you be respected so much? Of course, naturally jealous, nothing else. First thing I told him, see, I tried my best to avoid these arrangements, but out of their devotion, they have done it. Next thing, from other angle if you see, you are seeing only the flowers which is showered now. You don't know how many times these legs are crossed. How much of tapas has happened in this body, you don't know. How many times this leg has to cross to come to this flower, you don't know. So don't be envious of the status, be envious of the state. Try to achieve the same state in which I am living. Then not only flowers, you will be showered with everything. Achieve the state, not the status. When we see the status, we will always be caught in jealousy. If you see the state, I will become an inspiration source. If you look from the status, I will create jealousy in you. If you look from the state, I will become inspiration for you. If you see the state in which I am living, I will be an inspiration source for you to achieve the same state. I will be a role model. When he can achieve, why not me? I can become an inspiration source. I always tell people, the only difference, the one and only difference between ordinary man and enlightened man is sleeping, the enlightened man is awakened, that's all. But same consciousness, again and again I repeat, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God, you are divine. You have only one choice. You can sleep as long as you want without experiencing it. But the truth is, you are that. Here, Krishna says, because you never tried to achieve my status, I am trying to give you my state. Person who never tries to achieve the status of the master achieves the state of the master. First the state should come, then the status will follow. If you try to create only the status, the state will never be achieved. Please be very clear. Ramakrishna says, first the God, then the world. The world is like a shadow. If you run behind it, status is like a shadow. How much you try to chase, you will never be able to grab it. But if you just walk in your life, it will simply follow. The outward is like a shadow. If you try to run behind it, try to catch it, you will never be able to grab. Try your best, run behind the shadow. Can you catch it? Can you grab it? No. But if you walk in your path, it will simply follow you. Go towards the status will follow you. If you run behind the status, you will never be able to grab it. Here Krishna says, because you never at jealousy, you are never envious of me and my status. I am giving you the ultimate secret of this state. And I tell you, this is the ultimate secret. Really, this is the ultimate secret. And he says, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. What is the miseries of material existence? Whether you have it or not, it is misery. If you don't have the misery that I don't have, if you have the misery, you have to protect it. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means protecting. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means preserving. Both are miseries. Whether you have or not, it is misery. Here Krishna says, by knowing this one secret, the both miseries of not having wealth or having wealth, both the miseries caused to you by material existence will disappear. And I tell you, honestly, this is the ultimate secret which needs to be understood. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavaghamam Dharmam Susukam Kartumavyayam. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartumavyayam. He says, this knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is by the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. See, a religion or a spiritual path should have three characters. First, it should describe the goal of the life clearly. Next, it should give you the path to achieve that goal clearly. Third, it should make you feel happy to travel in that path. The path itself should be joyful. There are some herbal doctors who put big board that they will cure everything. Like that one doctor. Here all diseases which you know the names and which you don't know the names will be cured. Big board. One person came with a disease. Doctor asked, what is the disease? This guy said, I don't know the name, please you diagnose by yourself. The doctor diagnosed, tried his best, he was not able to find. But he has put a big board, he has to cure. There is no other way. So he gave the medicine. The medicine is swallow the crowbar without touching your teeth on it and drink 3 liters of water. You will be cured. What kind of medicine it is? The very medicine shows very clearly that person will not be cured. Same way, your solution or your path, your prescription should not be impractical. The path which you are showing should not be impractical. If it is impractical, naturally, you cannot practice it. There was a yogi in Himalayas. Same day, when disciples come to him, he will give a technique. Hold your nose for 2 hours and sit. Can anybody sit? And he will say, if you do that, you will become enlightened. Who can travel in that path? Nobody can travel. Path which you are explaining should not be complicated, should be simple. So here Krishna says it is everlasting, means the result which you achieve is everlasting. All the advertising terms he is using. And it is joyfully performed. You don't need to struggle for it. You don't need to suffer. It is a deepest secret. All you need to understand is just realize the secret. Understand the secret. Why it is secret? Why it is secret? First thing we should analyze. If it is going to be so much of help, if it is going to be such an important thing, why should it be kept as a secret? Why not let the whole world use it? Please be very clear. The ultimate knowledge is not for mass. Mass always gets stuck with the small things. The same thing. If you run a cinema theater here, how much a crowd will be here? Or a public show, the crowd will be 10 times more. Because we built a temple, only few hundred people are here. Temple is only for a chosen few, not for all. You need intelligence to come to temple. You need intelligence to enter into spirituality. It is not for all. Yesterday I received a question. One lady gave me a question. Swamiji, my husband is not accepting, understanding the path in which I am traveling. The yoga path. My spouse does not understand the path of yoga that I am on. Coming to this program is important to me and I want to attend, but it is difficult for my husband. Do you have a suggestion to help this situation, to help bridge this gap? How to make husband or wife spiritual? How to convert them to spirituality? To tell you honestly, if I know the secret, why do you think I will become a Swami? Honest answer is, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It has to only happen. It has to only happen. I can say one thing. All you can do is give him little intelligence about life. You cannot give directly spirituality. Please don't teach, don't tell him to meditate. Don't tell him to come to the temple directly. Tell him again and again about the life. What kind of life we are living? What are we doing? Why don't you start thinking about the life? Again and again we are caught in the same rut. All we can do is give little intelligence about life, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Only by intelligence any man can come to spirituality. That is why this is preserved as a secret. If this intelligence, spiritual intelligence is given to all, without bothering about the qualification of a receiver, that person who receives, he will harm himself and harm others. First thing, he will harm himself if he is not understood completely. For example, the same word, you are God. If it is told for a criminal, what he will do? I am God, then let me do whatever I want. I don't have to bother. He will misuse the knowledge. He will not use it, he will abuse it. A person who really experiences he is God, he will radiate compassion. He will radiate simplicity. He will radiate innocence. The divine qualities will start expressing through him. He can never hurt anybody. You can see a beautiful innocent child in him, a simplicity in him. He can never hurt anybody. He can never harm anybody. One thing, if you are relaxed, blissful, in a good mood, even if your worker does some mistake, will you shout at him? You say, all right, leave it, what can be done? Leave it. If you are in a bad mood, in an irritative mood, nobody needs to do any mistake. You directly shout at them. You are waiting to fire. You are waiting to shout. Only your mood decides your action. If you are blissful, you will never do anything wrong. If you are in hell, you will always do mistake. Please don't think people go to hell after doing mistake. No, no. You do mistake because you are in hell. You do right things because you are blissful. A person who experiences he is God will never do any mistake, will never go and harm anybody. This knowledge, if it is given to all, naturally they will harm themselves and they will harm others. They will hurt others. They will tell, I am God. Come here. I will do whatever I want. That is why this knowledge is kept as secret. It's like if terrorists know the secret of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous for them and for the world. If terrorists know about the secrets of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous. Same way, this is the secrets of spiritual world, inner world. The person who is not qualified, if he knows this secret, it is dangerous for him. That is why he says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam. Because Krishna revealed the secrets only to qualified people, he was blissful, he was happy. Look at the story of Christ. He is declaring, I am the only begotten Son of God. It is true. What Jesus declares is from his experience. He has experienced enlightenment. He has experienced the kingdom of God. He has experienced the heaven. That is why he expresses clearly, I am the Son of God. I am the Son of the Divine. But only one mistake. He expressed to the wrong persons. He is speaking about the inner kingdom. But people of the Rome, they started thinking he is trying to snatch the kingdom from the rulers. He is speaking totally different thing. They understood totally in a different way. Just communication gap. Poor guy has to die at the age of 32. He has to be killed, crucified. He has to be crucified. The whole thing is nothing but a simple communication problem. Simple communication problem. Communication misunderstanding. Jesus says, I am the Son of God. I am the owner of the divine kingdom. When he says, he means the inner space, the inner secrets. He is expressing his experience, but he expressed to the wrong persons. He has not kept that as a secret. Krishna also says, Krishna says in a much more clear way. He is not even telling, I am the Son of God. He says, I am God. I am everything. He says, in me, whole world is functioning. He goes to repeat the sloka. Yatagasa sthido nityam vayu sarvatra komahan tada sarvani bhutani matsyani tyupadarayah. He says, understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. He says, I am not even God, I am something more than God. Whatever you think as God rests in me. All created beings rest in me. He is not declaring I am Son of God. He is declaring I am God. But he was not crucified because he is declaring the truth to a person who can realize it, to a person who can understand it, not to the person who is not able to realize. You need to see whether the person is matured enough or not to receive the truth. Here, Krishna says it is secret because it can be delivered only to a person who is qualified. You see, the first 2-3 chapters, he speaks about the Shastra, intellectual knowledge which can be given to anybody. But these chapters are intimate secrets delivered only from a master to disciple. Only to a disciple who is qualified, who is really interested to receive this knowledge, who really wants this knowledge. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me about God. Give me enlightenment. I told him, please, it is time for prasad. Please go and eat in the ashram. They will serve you prasad. In Indian ashram, whomsoever comes, we give them food. In India, that is a habit. Not only in our ashram, any ashram, any temple, if you go, you should be given prasadam, the temple prasad. That's a tradition. Rishis believe that Aditi Devo Bhava, guest is God. Guest is God. So we give them little food. Whatever we eat, we share with them. I told him, please go and eat and come back. I will talk to you in the evening session. He says, no, Swamiji, I have to go for bus. I have only half an hour time. In half an hour, tell me about God. In half an hour, what can you tell? What can the person understand in half an hour? Naturally, God cannot be given like an instant coffee. Coffee can be given instant. Coca-Cola can be given, but not God. You cannot have God instantly. You need to realize, you need to have little patience. The more you hurry, more you will delay. In the inner world, please understand, this is a sutra of the inner world. The more you hurry, more you delay. The very hurrying, very tension, very stress will postpone the process, will postpone the experience, will not let you relax. Here, that is why Krishna says, these secrets can be told only to a person who is really interested, who is really intimate, who really wants. Beautiful word. All our scriptures are called Upanishad. Even Gita is called as Upanishad. Gitasu, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre, Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade. Then the chapter name will come. The sloka, after every chapter ends, there is a mantra to say this chapter ends. Bhagavad Gita Su, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre. Gita is also a Upanishad. We should understand the word Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting, that's all. Just sitting. The word Upanishad means just sitting, nothing else. Why our books are called Upanishad? Because it can be taught only to a person who is waiting for master, who is just sitting and waiting for master. It cannot be given to a person who is doing business, means who wants to do business with master, who comes with an idea of give and take. No. It can be given only to a person who waits, who is waiting to receive this knowledge. If a person comes with a business agreement, business contract, he will say, why should I wait? You give that, I will give this, over. It is just exchange. So I don't have to wait. That's why business people never wait. In business, you don't need to wait. But when it comes to spiritual knowledge, it cannot be transmitted as business. I always tell people, spiritual knowledge is win-win situation. It is never business. If at all you can think it as a business, you also gain and master also gains. Both of them experience tremendous bliss by sharing. One thing, when you share suffering, your miseries, it always reduces. That is why you always catch people and vomit your sufferings. You start talking, you don't know, so much is happening in my life. Ask anybody about their life, how are you? The first line will be, nobody suffers like me, Swamiji. If anybody else is in my place, long before they would have committed suicide. It is because of me I survive. Somehow I am managing. You always share your suffering, because when you share, it reduces. When you share, it reduces. You pay to the psychiatric doctors just because they listen to you. Psychoanalysis is nothing but analyzing, 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 and analyzing. Nothing can be done. You go on, lie down in the couch and talk, and they will be sitting behind the screen. Sometimes they will put the screen and go away. You will not even know. A small story. Same way, one patient used to come every week for psychoanalysis. He will lie down on the couch, they will put the curtain, and he will start talking. The doctor, after 2-3 weeks, he felt bored. Continuously, how long you can sit and repeating the same word, go ahead, go ahead, yes. He decided, let me record these words in a tape recorder. Go ahead, yes. He recorded the tape recorder and started playing. The moment the patient comes, he will put the tape recorder and go away. After 2-3 weeks, the patient discovered. Patient found the truth. Now after that, he also started bringing a tape recorder. He recorded all his stories. Whole thing is spoken in his house itself. This is what is happening, doctor, to me. This is the way I started. This is the way this problem started. This is the way I came to the problem. This is where I am stuck. This is where I am standing. He brought the tape recorder. The moment he understood that the doctor has left, he put the tape recorder and he left. Both tape recorders are now talking. All our psychoanalysis, this much only. Nothing else. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your bliss, it increases. Please understand, when you share your bliss, it increases. That is the quality of bliss. That is why you need company for any enjoyment. For any joy, you need company. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your joy, it increases. In the Indian education system, we always respect, we always give our devotion and respect to the knowledge. It is free, economically it is free, but psychologically you need commitment. In the West, education is psychologically free, but economically you need to pay. In the East, education, economically it is free, but psychologically you need to be committed. Education should be given only to a person who wants it. Actually, if you see, in Vedic system, education is not only free, the guru is supposed to give food and stay for the disciple. Still now, Vedic universities, still now, the Vedic schools, there are so many Vedic schools in India. The students are given food and stay, and they are taught the Veda, given the knowledge, given the scripture. At least I can say 100,000 ashrams are there in India where food and stay, everything is given free, and spiritual education is given. Spiritual education is given. In India, you need only psychological commitment. You don't need economical commitment. That is why education goes to a right person. Education goes to right person. Knowledge should not be given for money. If it is given for money, it goes to the person who is not interested. If he has got money, that's enough. Immediately he can start having big degrees. Please understand, when you have money but not commitment, psychological commitment, all your degrees will be pseudo. You will sell your brain to buy certificate, that's all. You will not have deep knowledge. You will not have complete wisdom. There are many electrical engineers who don't know how to change fuse. There are many civil engineers who can't build even 2 feet wall. You don't know what is happening. There are many mechanical engineers who will have big certificate, but they can't even put one screw. They can't put one bolt. They can't do even a simple job. It needs psychological commitment. Why do you think Indian doctors are respected so much? Because they are interested in their knowledge. People are afraid to give their body to a person who is not interested in the knowledge. Small story. A doctor. Patient goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I have wheezing trouble. Please help me." Doctor says, "Go and sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour and come back." Patient was shocked. He says, "If I sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour, I'll have asthma." Doctor says, "That is what I wanted, because I know only how to treat asthma. I don't know how to treat wheezing. I left that in choice. I left that in choice in my exams. I left that in choice." You can't say you left something in choice. Doctors can't afford to say. The ultimate education, higher level education, can be given only to a person who is interested. Who is interested. In the East, the education needs psychological commitment, not economical commitment. The Western education needs economical commitment. Psychological commitment is up to you. That is why the scriptures emphasize on experience. They emphasize on experience. Only when you have psychological commitment, you will have experience. The next sloka. Asraddadana purusha dharmasyasya parandava aprapyamam nivartande mrityu samsaravatmani. Now, Bhagavan enters into the secret, the Raja Vidya Rajaguhyam, king of secrets. He says, Raja Vidya Rajaguhyam pavitram idamuttamam pratyaksha vahamam dharmam susugam gartam avyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge because it gives you direct perception of self. It gives you the direct experience of self. By realization of this, perfection of spiritual knowledge is achieved. See, the goal of religion or spiritual knowledge is achieving enlightenment. When you know this secret, that perfection is achieved. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. The result is everlasting. The result doesn't go away. Please understand, all the chapters which Krishna was teaching all these days, all these 8 chapters, when you listen, you feel like it is ultimate truth. But after 2 days, we forget. We come down from that state. There is one more question. One person has asked, Swamiji, when I listen to you, it feels as if whatever you are saying is ultimate truth. And I feel almost I got it. And I feel so much of relaxation, so much of happiness. But by the time next day I come back, I am same old person. what to do. There is a question, what to do. Krishna answers that question. He is here dealing that question. All these days, he was giving only the techniques to reach the level of your heart. He is penetrating the head and reaching the heart. But now he is giving you the technique, ultimate secret, to open your whole being, your complete being. Here, you don't need to believe it just. You don't need to have faith. No. Just understand, it's a secret. Just understand the secret. The whole quality of your consciousness will be changed. And here he says, it is everlasting. He says, the result is everlasting. And one more thing he says, this path is joyfully performed. Joyfully performed. He starts the secret. Those who are not faithful in this devotion, in this dharma, means in this eternal consciousness, in this path, cannot achieve me. Oh, conqueror of enemy, he is addressing the Arjuna as conqueror of enemies. Oh Parantapa, Parantapa means conqueror of enemies. Oh Parantapa, therefore they return to the path of birth and death in material world. He says, before entering into the secret, he gives one more warning. If you understand these secrets, if you understand this ultimate secret, it will lead you to the divine. If you don't, if you are not ready, please be very clear, you will again and again take birth and death. So before entering into the secret, once more he wants, and now he opens up. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasade ekatvena pradakvena bhaguda vishvato mukam. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasade ekatvena pradakvena bhaguda vishvato mukam. People who engage in jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Worship the Supreme Lord, the Divine, in the form of Advaita, Egatva, means as a one being. Even though there are so many forms, he is the same energy. He is the only one energy. He says, Pratakvena Bhaguta Vishwado Mukham. Even though there are so many forms, the energy is only one. He speaks about the quantum spirituality or the quantum physics. Quantum physics is quantum spirituality actually. 5,000 years ago he speaks about the truth. Whatever exists is energy. Egatvena pradatvena bhaguta vishwado mukham. Whatever exists is energy. There is nothing except energy. Today E equal to mc square. What Albert Einstein declares by the single statement E equal to mc square, same thing Krishna declares by saying Egatvena pradatvena bhaguta vishwato mukham. He says, by putting understandings into your being, few people try to experience my formless energy. You should understand what he means by the word jnana yajna. Jnana yajna means adding understandings to your being. What is Nitya and what is Anitya? What is Satya and what is Asatya? Adding this understanding is called Jnanayanya. See, in your house you keep everything prepared for your life, outwardly life. Whatever you need, a bed for sleeping, kitchen for cooking, dining table for sitting and eating. You collect all the material one by one, and then luxurious things, jewelries. One day, one jewelry. According to your saree color, your jewelry also changes. Sometimes the shoe also they change. You have everything to match. You collect things, whatever you need for the outwardly life, outward comforts. You collect and store, but you forget an important fact. Same way how you collect things for the outer world existence, for outer space, you need to collect knowledge also for your inner space. Life solutions for your inner space. If you feel depressed, low, if you face some situation, how to react, how to handle, you need to have knowledge also for your inner space. Just like collecting things for the outwardly life, you need to collect life solutions for the happy, blissful life. Collecting life solutions is what he calls Jnana Yajna. Collecting life solutions. I tell you one thing. If you have life solutions in your mind, I always request people, at least half an hour every day, read some book which gives you life solutions. Some books of Ramakrishna, Vivekananda. There are so many books. I have explained, I have given some books like 6 Days to Total Transformation. There are so many books. Some book, spiritual book, which gives you life solution. At least half an hour spend. If you can't spend half an hour for reading, have some audio CDs and listen in the car. In this country, at least 1 hour every day, average you all spend in driving. Average 1 hour. Whatever profession you are, or even if you don't have any other profession, just for joy, some reason, at least even if you want to go for basic things like grocery and all those things, at least 1 hour you have to drive. Average, at least 1 hour you drive. You spend in driving in this country. That 1 hour don't waste. Always have some audio CDs which will give you life solutions. It is not that it should be only my lectures or anything. Anything, something which you like, which gives you life solution. That 1 hour, let it become Jnana Yajna. Add more and more life solutions into your inner space. I tell you one thing, suddenly at the time of need, that life solution may come up. And the depth of the depression will be reduced. The moment some life solutions erupts from your inner consciousness, from your inner space, immediately the depth of the depression will be reduced. The low curve will be straightened. That's the reason. Make your driving into Jnana Yajna. Let the time be used for collecting life solutions. Whether you understand or not, start listening. Let that become habit. Automatically, those life solutions, those words will start staying in your inner space. If you don't do that, you will be driving and thinking of some of your worries. If you don't spend your time in finding life solutions, you will spend your time in finding problems. You will be creating problems. Be very clear. That same time, you will be thinking of something else. You will be bothering about something else. Even if you don't have any problem, you will create some problem. If you have some problem, you will bother about it. If you don't have any problem, if everything goes smooth, usually if everything goes smooth, what do you think? The first thought is, today everything is going well, I don't know what will happen. Tomorrow, Swamiji, always when things go well for one day, next day, always I face some problem. You strongly believe if things go well today, tomorrow you are going to have problems. It becomes a strong faith in you. Whether you have problem or not, you are going to worry. Better not to allow your mind worrying. Start listening to something which gives you life solution. Let that 1 hour become Jnana Yajna. Let that 1 hour become Jnana Yajna in your life. He says, doing Jnana Yajna is one step. Understanding the whole thing is energy is a one step, one thing. When you understand whatever exists is energy, automatically the fear will be taken away from your being. The fear will be taken away from the being. The next question, how can we say whatever exists is energy, Swamiji? How can we say whatever exists is God? That is all impossible. These all things good to listen but not to practice. Our mind will never accept. This all can be experienced, practiced. So Krishna continues. He goes on. He comes out with the basic secrets to understand this concept. Yadakashastito nityam vayus sarvatra ko mahan tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayah. Like the mighty wind moving everywhere, rests always in the sky. Yadakashastito nityam vayus sarvatra ko mahan. Similarly, you know this, that all beings rest in me. Tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayah. Just how the wind rests in the sky energy. Please understand how a earth is an energy. You know earth is an energy. Stone. If a stone is thrown at you, you know. Or if you throw a stone, you know the energy of the earth. Earth. Next, water. You know the energy of water. Whomsoever knows about New Orleans, they know the energy of the water. Next, Agni, fire. California people know the power of the fire. Next, air, storm, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know the power of air. Same way, Akasha is also Shakti. We don't know the power of Akasha because it doesn't create directly any impacts and effects on our life. Akasha is disturbed by your collective negative thoughts. The collective negativity is Akasha. Akasha is related to collective negativity. Corrupted, poison, only one person will suffer. For example, if your food is poisoned, you will suffer. That's all. If water is poisoned, that whole community, that county will suffer. Whomsoever gets the water supply, they will suffer. If the Agni means your inner being, the fire, whatever creates fire in you, if that is corrupted, big group will suffer. And air, if the air is polluted by chemicals, the whole country will suffer. Agni, we can say example for Agni is medicines. Because medicines are the things which keeps the Agni alive. You yourself, you healthy, physically fit. If the medicines are corrupted, the whole society will suffer. And if the air is corrupted, if medicines are corrupted, only the people who take medicine will suffer. The air is polluted, whole group will suffer. And if the space, Akasha, is polluted, whole world will suffer. Each level, corruption will make the suffering for more and more people. More and more people will start suffering with the higher levels. The higher the corruption, number of people suffering will be more. Our thoughts corrupt space. Space is an energy. How the wind rests in the space, same way the whole universe rests in me. Don't think just the space is emptiness. Space is not just emptiness, it is energy. Because we are not able to see, we can't say it is a emptiness, it is energy. How the air rests in the space, our being, the whole universe, including our beings, we all rest in divine. Krishna says, all beings rest in me. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachaham deshvabhaktidaha. Here he starts the intimate secrets of life and goes on. It is time to reveal the secret. Krishna starts Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachagam deshvavastitaha. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Before entering into this sloka, the meaning of the sloka, I want to tell you an incident. For instance, my meeting with a Nobel laureate, Charles Towns, in San Jose. In San Francisco we met him. He's a Nobel laureate, great scientist. He discovered something related to laser and maser, some secrets, some truths he discovered. Nice person. I was sitting and talking to him. We had lunch. I was talking. I asked him, how did you discover? How did this truth happen in your being? He said, Swamiji, to tell you honestly, I have not discovered. When I was relaxing in Washington, I was relaxing in a park because I was supposed to give a lecture on that subject to the group. I tried my best to collect everything because I could not do much, I could not achieve much. I was completely frustrated. Finally, in the Washington, in a park, I was sitting and relaxing. Before going to the lecture, today 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture, means morning 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture. Early morning 6 o'clock, I went for a walk and I was sitting. I was sitting, relaxing. Suddenly, like a revelation, as an intuition, the whole thing was revealed to me. The whole truth came in my consciousness. I discovered it. And he says, but the big problem is, now I know the truth, but I don't know the logical steps to come to that conclusion. So after that, I have to sit, think, develop all that logical conclusion. Only then I was able to present it. Like an intuition, suddenly it happened. It was revealed to me, Swamiji. Even Albert Einstein says, the theory of relativity is revealed to me when I was deeply meditating, as if I am sitting in the edge of a light particle and traveling in the space. At that moment only the theory was revealed. It came to me as an intuition, Einstein says. Even this is not a big thing. The truth, an important thing is, I asked him, how did you feel when that happened to you? When that revelation happened to you? Because what he experienced is intuition. What our rishis call, rishi is a person who has experienced mantra, who has seen the mantra. Mantra trayate iti rishihi. Person who sees the mantra, experiences the mantra is rishi. The ultimate truth is suddenly revealed in the rishi's consciousness. Then they express that as a mantra. Same way, he is a rishi. Charles Towns is a rishi. He had a revelation about the secrets of the outer world. His intuition revealed the truth to him. I asked him, how did you feel when that intuition happened to you? What was your feeling? He said, Swamiji, exactly I don't know how to express all those things. But one thing is sure, from that moment, I know for sure the whole universe is intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. It is not an accident. The universe is not an accident. It is a pure intelligence. It can respond to your thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, the planet Earth, air, ocean, the rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, this whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to your thoughts. This is an important basic understanding for any human being. The moment you understand, you are with energy which is intelligence. You are inside energy which is intelligence. Immediately, that moment, you will feel such a deep relaxation. The moment you experience, you understand, you are under an intelligent energy. You are taken care by an intelligent energy. You are part of cosmic intelligence. You don't need to struggle. You don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to create so much of tension. You don't need to torture yourself with all the insecurity problems. With all the insecurity problems. Some way or other, you are going to be in this universe because the universe is intelligence. It responds to your thoughts. This one understanding, if it penetrates your life, is enough. If you know universe is intelligence, you will never question, I am moral. These people who don't live morally, they are all living luxuriously, happily. I live morally, but I always suffer. You will never have all these questions because you know the intelligence will take care. Who is immoral or who is going around and disturbing others will naturally suffer because the intelligence is taking care. In the same way, if you are honest, integrated, living a spiritual life, you will live the beautiful life, you will have the reward. Because the whole universe is run by intelligence. Don't think cosmos is just a matter. If you think cosmos is matter, you are materialistic. If you understand cosmos is intelligence, you are spiritual. That's all. Only difference between materialistic and spiritual person. Materialistic person thinks the whole thing is material. Let me acquire more and more land. Let me acquire more and more material things. Because he believes the whole thing is material. Spiritual person is a person who understands the whole thing is spirit, energy. If you understand the whole thing is spirit, energy, intelligence, a tremendous relaxation, bliss consciousness happens to you. Please understand, bliss is not just a mood, it is your very consciousness. If it comes and goes as a mood, you are having one of your experiences. As one of our devotees wrote a question, it comes and goes, means you are having the initial glimpse of bliss. Through your mind, you are trying to touch the bliss. But once you understand this one secret, such a deep relaxation will happen to you. Such a deep relaxation, straight away you will start experiencing the bliss consciousness. Once you experience the bliss consciousness, it is everlasting. Bliss mood will come and go. Bliss consciousness is everlasting. He says, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me. Cosmic intelligence, be very clear. Such a big universe is moving, happening. All the planets are moving around the sun. Each planet has got their own moons. Now the latest discovery says there is a new planet in the same family they have found, which has got 3 suns. Not one sun, 3 suns around one planet. Just few weeks ago, they discovered. So now we cannot say Navagraha, we have to say Dasagraha. Now we have to say Dasagraha, the 10th planet. They already discovered. I don't know whether they published the photograph. But they say 3 suns are there. So many suns, so many moons, so many planets. But everybody is going in their route properly. Everybody is going in their route properly. No traffic police. Accidents are very rare. Unless an intelligence runs the whole thing, you think so beautifully things can happen. And even in this planet Earth, see, whole thing is so beautiful. Whole thing is in such a clear way. Everything is in order. Wherever human beings live, only there is chaos. Except human beings, nobody creates chaos. Nobody creates chaos. Even in chaos, divine creates order.
Yes. Now let's move on to next chapter of Bhagavad Gita, that is Vibhuti Yoga. This chapter 10. You are the ultimate. The Sanskrit word guru meaning master has two syllables. Gu refers to darkness and Ru refers to light. The master leads the disciple from darkness to light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has with one's self, one's material attachments and material possessions. Whatever I have said, whatever more I can say, will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me, nothing that can exist outside of me, and nothing that has not been created from and by me. Krishna says, Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because they are set in the high spiritual, eternal consciousness. At the time, I was in that high, eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That very enlightenment spoke through me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. That's why all these teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, the universal consciousness at that moment. Now, I can't give you the same teachings again. Hmm? You are the ultimate. We need to realize that we are part of the same energy system as the universe. Hindu scriptures describe the five energy elements that comprise the nature, earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The human system is a combination of the same elements as the universe. So are all beings, inanimate and animate. An enlightened being has no identity. His identity is the merged identity with the universe. We may not be aware that we continuously maintain enmity with Paramatma, the existence. That's why we suspect life. We have fear about what will happen in the next moment. We are afraid of life because we don't believe what is going to happen. The next moment will enrich us. We don't trust existence. Hence, Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma, the self, and Paramatma, the supreme self. Arjuna is the Jivatma and Krishna is the Paramatma. Krishna says, if you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. I am the source. I am everything. Now, Krishna explains, oh my dear, understand, I am everything. Vetti Loka Maheshwaram. I have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you. When Krishna says I, he means the universal self of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. He does not mean the 6-foot form of the flute and peacock feather with Arjuna usually relates. I create you. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these qualities of living beings are created by me alone. If you understand this first verse, you can immediately relax. Krishna says, whatever you have, whether you have a good name or a bad name, is created by me. Then be certain that whatever you have is a gift from the divine. Krishna is both macrocosm and the microcosm. The Brahmanda, the cosmos, and the Pindanda, the individual being. His energy permeates all living and non-living entities. And he decides upon their nature. Krishna declares that he is everything. That really matters. Krishna says that he is the ultimate consciousness in all beings and he is the beginning, middle, and end of all beings. He declares that he pervades the entire space and time and beyond. Now, let's do one exercise. Write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice, cruel, and God does not exist. Visualize you already have all that you wanted. Life is so fair. It's the greatest blessings. What are you holding to be away from the reality of life is just. Every instant it is completing me because it is complete as a whole. God exists. Why you decided to hold this? Please pen them down. Write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice and cruel. Life does not exist. Now, let's move on. Could be afraid my wish will come true. Number 3 is yes, the ignorance. All right. Let's move on. My divine glories. Krishna is referring to his cosmic form. Forget about yourself, drop yourself, and let the divine, let the cosmic energy prevail. Let him be. Let the divine be. This surrender mood can transform your whole consciousness. It can make you experience the ultimate truth that Krishna explains here, his glories, his vibhuti, his divine glory. Now, chapter 11th, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. Krishna, the cosmic window. How does one experience universal consciousness? What exactly happens? What basic qualifications does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very cosmic presence. In this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic and divine form to Arjuna. Krishna gives Arjuna the experience of universal consciousness. For the first time, Arjuna about to experience Krishna's divine form. Of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita, this chapter, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the vision of the cosmic form, has a very special significance. It is in this chapter that Krishna reveals his divine self, that of Parabrahma Krishna. Elsewhere, he speaks with the authority of Parabrahma Krishna, but he is still present as the mortal human Krishna form. Now, at Arjuna's request, Krishna reveals his true cosmic self to Arjuna. This is the most important of all the chapters in Bhagavad Gita, the direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of the ultimate universal consciousness and realization that he is present in everything. The wave in the ocean is part of the ocean, as long as it feels itself to be part of the ocean. There is no separation. However, when the wave experiences its own identity, creates its own identity, it no longer feels itself a part of the ocean. It feels itself to be a separate identity. When it is time to merge back into that ocean, it is afraid. When it looks back at the ocean with the feeling of separation, it feels afraid. Arjuna says, "O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours, Purushottama, the Supreme Being. But you can't see me with your own eyes, physical eyes. Let me give you the divine eye. Behold my divine power and opulence." Arjuna saw this universal form wearing divine garlands and clothing, anointed all over with celestial fragrances. all wonderful, brilliantly resplendent, endless, and all-pervading faces on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to blaze altogether in the sky, it would be like the splendor, effulgence of that great Supreme Lord. Darshan, seeing the divine form is possible. Can the divine form be seen? What is the qualification to see the divine form? What really happens when you see the divine form? When Arjuna had his first glimpse of the cosmic vision of Krishna, he identified with the vision. There was no separation. Now, suddenly, there is separation. Along with the separation, there is fear. The moment he started feeling fear, he descended to his normal state. You should understand that it is only your fear that separates you from cosmic consciousness. When we drop the instant to survive, we become the universal consciousness. The master is that universal consciousness. The master cannot be predicted, cannot be put in a frame. The primal energy that the master is has to be experienced in whatever master it is presented, without expectations and fears. Only when we are aware and complete in the present moment can we rewrite our future. By being grounded in the present state of completion, one can become aware of the future and one can shape one's future. Completion with the master is enlightenment. A yogi is one who has passed beyond the turbulences. He understands that divine is without attributes. When we realize that, we rid of illusions and get liberated. Guru-disciple relationship is the most rare happening with the ultimate. It is ultimately the surrender of the devotee to the master, like the surrender of the infant to the mother, that evokes this unconditional love, which is no different from the realization of the divine. That is the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. Now, Bhakti Yoga. Love is your very life. Love happens when we experience cosmic consciousness, when we have a spiritual experience, when our ego disappears. Krishna says that the whole technique for us, step by step. Love is not a mood. It is not a mere emotion. It is our very existence. Understand Bhakti. Bhakti is devotion. Bhakti and love. Bhakti is the expression of the devotional love, the expression of the gratitude that happens because of a spiritual experience. That is why Bhakti happens only after a spiritual experience. It is our solid experience that every living being is God. We radiate love and our being becomes love. Live in me always. Krishna says, you fix your mind on me alone. Establish your mind on me, in me. You will live in me always. There is no doubt in that. With constant practice, try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. In this way, develop the desire to attain me. Krishna continues to say, one who has no dislike or envy for anything, who is friendly and compassionate to everyone, free from the sense of I and mine. The ego maintains equanimity of mind both in joy and sorrow. Forgiving, ever satisfied, united with yoga, has a strong commitment to me and has fixed his mind and intellect upon me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Guru, divine in human form. One young man asked Ramanuja, Master, please tell me how I can achieve bhakti, achieve God, achieve devotion. Ramanuja asked him, have you ever loved anybody in your life? This man was shaken. He said, I am pure brahmachari, a celibate. How can you ask me this question? I came to learn about God and you ask me this question. Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back and I will teach you about God. I will teach you about bhakti, devotional love. This man could not understand Ramanuja. Understand, unless we love the person whom we can see, how can we love an entity that we have never seen? If we can't love human beings whom we see every day, how can we love the form of God whom we have never seen? What Ramanuja says is true. We should also understand that unless we radiate love in the space where we stay, we can't love the whole world. That is the love is your very life. Next, the chapter 13 is Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga. That means the field and the knower of the field. The field and the knower of the field means what? The yoga of discrimination of the kshetra, the field, and the kshetrajna, the knower of the field. You are a wave in the ocean of existence. When the wave understands that it is not separate from the ocean, it drops its resistance and merges with the ocean. Krishna clearly talks about the physical matter in which we exist, as well as the consciousness that stays in the matter. The consciousness is the root cause. It is not only the origin, but also the cause. It is the source from which we come and in which we stay. The whole universe, the universal consciousness, is the space in which we all happen. Our only problem in life is that somehow we have forgotten that we are part of the ocean. We forget that we belong to the Kshetrajna. The word Kshetrajna means consciousness, which is the cause for the field to function. Kshetra means field and Kshetrajna means knower of the field. Kshetra means body and Kshetrajna means consciousness that knows it has the body. Our consciousness is Kshetrajna and our body or matter is Kshetra. In this chapter, Krishna reveals the secrets of Kshetra and Kshetrajna. If you don't know the secrets of Kshetrajna, the Kshetra acts as if it is the owner. Now, let's do one exercise, witness and be liberated. Krishna ends by saying, if we can witness as pure consciousness, will be liberated from the bondages of the body and mind. And achieve the eternal consciousness. Witness and be liberated. Please know that becoming the witness of the Kshetra is the only way to keep us away from the bondages of the body and mind. We must witness as Kshetrajna, the consciousness, where when we do that, we will see the separation of the self from the body and mind. Understand that all our movements, reactions, emotions are related to the body and mind system. The way we move our body is a reaction by our body-mind system. Our emotions like anger, laughter, sadness, happiness are reactions of our mind. All of them are movements created by our body-mind system. When we witness these movements happening in our system, we separate ourselves from the body-mind system when we watch them like clouds in the sky, when we watch them like a movie on a screen. Without getting attached, we see the earth. Even the thought of witnessing our thoughts and our emotion is a thought that is controlled by our mind. Even that is our thought and implies that mind is still acting. Only when we go beyond that thought do we experience the eternal consciousness. Now, we are going to do a meditation technique for next few minutes. You are going to witness your body movements, breath movements, and mind movements. Meaning the first three layers of our body. Body movements, mind movements, and body movements, breath movements, and mind movements of the body. The movements of the body, movements of your breath, movements of your mind. You may ask, what kind of body move? What kind of a body movements you have? Understand that by inhaling and exhaling, your belly will be moving continuously up and down. There will be a slight movement of your belly during your breathing. Witness that movement. Any body movement happening, witness that. Next, watch your flow of your breath during inhaling and exhaling without any attempt to control it. Don't try to slow down. Don't try to fasten it. Just witness. Inhaling and exhaling. That is the second thing. The third, watch your mind. Thoughts will be going on. Please do not judge your thoughts as right or wrong, like a close friend. You can place a mirror in front of you and cognize that the person in the mirror is your incomplete self, half. Your mind, who is your close friend, let it tell you whatever it wants to. Let it speak out loud whatever it wants. Without speaking, your thinking will not have its capacity, depth, and strength. Allow your mind to talk, and make it as part of you by befriending it. Witness all these with no attachment. Do not stop, control, or go beyond anything. This is the self-completion process with your mind. We continuously fight with our body and mind. We cannot get rid of the body and mind by constantly fighting with them. We can only go beyond them through friendliness. Only if we feel deeply friendly towards them will we be able to go beyond body and mind. If we have a negative emotion of fear or greed towards the body and mind, we will naturally abuse and only have a violent relationship with it. be complete with the body and the mind. Now, all of you get ready to do this meditation. Is it the meditation clear? You're witnessing the three steps. First, your body movements. Just witness your belly going up and down. Any other body movements, just witness. Few minutes. Next, witness the breath. Inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling. Don't do anything. Don't slow down. Don't do anything. Just inhaling and exhaling. Just witness. Then mind. What are the thoughts coming? Just witness. Don't do anything. Don't try to control the thoughts. Don't try to judge the thoughts. Positive thought, negative thought. Just witness your thought. This is the exercise. So please go ahead and please sit straight. Please sit straight and start doing this. All of you, please come in front of camera. So we'll be doing properly this meditation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Now, start witnessing your body movements. After the body movements, witness your breath, inhaling and exhaling. Then afterwards, witness your mind. Just watch the thoughts, nothing to be done. Just witness your body movements, witness your breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Then mind, witness your thoughts coming in. Do not judge any thoughts. Relax. You can start sharing your experience. Shortly, we'll be joining the darshan preparation.
To them, they say, oh, thanks. It was like immediate thanks. They take the knife, slash the sack open, and it contains hundreds of malas, really big fat Rudraksha malas. And they say to me, Swamiji needs these immediately. And they just take a chunk of them, hand them to me. And so I run over to Swamiji, and he's just about to bless. There's now a big line of hundreds of people lining up. He's just about to bless the first person. And I put out my hand, and he just takes them all and says, thanks, Dira. And that was it. But it's this whole idea of just communication that is beyond words, but it is happening telepathically, right? And that happened a few times. Another time in the library in Bidadi, Swamiji was chatting in Tamil with some of his stonemasons, and they were working on they were discussing some project they were working on. And then he'd said something to his two assistants, who then were running around looking at various books. And I was standing just next to Swamiji, and all of a sudden my hand went out and pulled a book off the shelf. And I handed to Swamiji. It was a book in a language I didn't know. And Swamiji said, oh, thank you, Dira. Opened the book and then said to the people, yes, this is what we're talking about, and continued the conversation with the two stonemason, because the book was exactly what he was looking for. So this sort of sort of synchronicity was just, for me, you know, from the West especially, just, first of all, why would my hand go out? And then why would, so it was, these are things, experiences beyond logic, you know? And then when it comes to the LA temple, that's when there were literally hundreds of examples of experiences beyond logic that were just so, in, you know, all sorts of aspects of it. And I guess one of the ones I want to speak about is at the beginning of it. It started in September when there was a meeting, and maybe Mahaprabhu was there, where people were brought from all over the country, and Swamiji was a meeting and a training as well. And Swamiji said, you know, we're going to have a temple in Los Angeles, and we're going to open it on November the 11th. And so then he started looking for a location, and he found a location in Montclair, and they made an offer of it in early October, but the offer was refused. So we said, oh, well, we'll just keep on looking. But Swamiji said, no, they will sell. And so he said to us now, okay, now I want you to make flyers for this event, November the 11th, grand inauguration of the temple, location to be announced. And we thought, what? And so we were printing flyers, and now he said, now take, you know, let's go to